All right, y'all. We gonna be getting started real soon here. I'm working on the survival runner game. HP bar. HP? Hit points. We got Frank in the house. You know how it goes. We also have DNF Dead coming through. Welcome, DNF. Thank you for the thumbs up as always. Yeah, so today I want to get that HP bar doing a couple things extra, thanks to the help of my 2 cents and Minnie. Yesterday, we made some good progress. I'm very happy to say that the HP bar does go down. Now, that's only when the body gets hit. There's multiple limbs, as you may have noticed. Well, some of them are missing right now. So it goes down, and it'll go back up. But I don't want it to be there all the time after you've taken damage. It's a little cumbersome. There, it's going up when we get healed. It works exceptionally well, and I couldn't have done it without the help of y'all in the chat. One leg alien. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, that's something I also want to get working too, Frank, is like a hopping animation, hopping on one leg. That's a dream of mine. I think we'll get there one day soon. I don't know if we'll get there today, but I think one day. One thing I'm gonna pray for today, and I hope y'all will hope along with me, that the internet behaves. The internet was a little goofy yesterday, just a little bit. Only in like the middle of the stream, which tends to be when that happens. All right, y'all, I think I'm about ready. Oh, but you know what? We should also title the video a little bit, because I do want to... Hello, welcome to Hyper Gamedev. What's up? My name is Lees. I'm here. We're not starting soon. We're starting right now. Actually, I do have to do one more thing. I'm not as ready as I thought. I got to get my headphones on. Oh, we're going to die. Bye. Bye. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Oh, poor alien. Sometimes it be like that, though. It might be realistic that way to hop rather than walking. Yeah, because it's like you can like see that like extra leg, right? It's like even though it's invisible, like you can still see it. Like wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm getting my wire. Oh, I got my wire. There we go. You can still see it's like reacting as if the leg is there. Which, hey, that's a great little walk animation. Good job, Lees, at making a walk animation. But it needs that hopping. All right, we're starting now. We're not starting soon. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on. Go. All right. We can go away. Go prettier. Go prettier. There we go. Come back just to go away. And then yeah, the alien did die. Absolutely 100%. So I'm sure we'll be okay today, but I have no reason to think that other than my hopes. I'm gonna say HP bar continued. Pray for my internet. I'm just saying, let's keep it real. Everything is gonna be okay. Yeah, everything will be okay. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know, I think that's a good attitude to have. Yes. Oh, nice. Yes. I actually love that, Frank. Let's say that. Let's say prayer hands. And then we'll just say the internet emoji. Oh, it's such a good... Is that Wi-Fi? Is that what that one is? Such a good one. We'll assume that's the same one. Right? Or is it bars? Maybe it's like bars. Data. Chart. We'll go with that one. Because it's not really Wi-Fi. but that's okay. It's a good one. HP, now I can say HP bar continued. All right, y'all. Here we go. So what did we achieve yesterday? So we achieved something really cool, and I got to give big props to My 2 Cents and Minnie for coming through and advising me through it. Again, I'm making this survival runner game. The idea is you are an alien, and you are running because you are invading Earth, and you're trying to collect meat to send back home to your home planet, or to heal yourself if your limbs get damaged. There are hit points. If I press this little key, we get some numbers that pop up on the screen. I don't like these numbers. I think they're ugly, so they're just for debug purposes. But if I run just one limb or a couple limbs into the tree there, you can see those numbers go down, the limbs flash, and stuff like that. Now, there is the center number, which represents the body health. Now, when that body takes damage in the center, we're going to actually show a health bar, because this is the most important damage that you can take and that we can keep track of. That was my keyboard. Because if you lose all of those hit points, you die. And the game, for now, the game just restarts. We don't have like a bunch of fancy things, but you know. Most likely bars. This one is Wi-Fi, but doesn't show on PC. Gotcha. Those numbers are for debug purpose. That's exactly correct. Exactly correct. And so I'm trying to have ways to represent damage to the player, or the damage that's been taken. And yesterday, My 2 Cents and Minnie helped me develop this HP bar. My 2 Cents especially had, both had amazing fleshed out ideas. We ended up using My 2 Cents idea, which is using the animation player. Check this out. So this is a very Godot-centric solution to the problem, because where we had issue, and let me just go back to the game for a second. So I don't want it to appear, right? I don't want there to be a health bar. And then when you take damage, I want it to appear, right? And so Minnie came up with the idea of having it flash, so that way I don't have to have it be on a delay, because otherwise, as soon as it would appear, it would have 3 health. So we did the flash, so that way when it would appear, it would be flashing. Now, the other problem that would come up is, say I run into, see those 2 trees that are right next to each other? If I run into both of them, you can see that both of those hit points go away and flash. That was a huge problem with the way I was setting it up, where they would, there was a couple different things. First of all, they would go away, and then one would come back, because there was like a race condition happening. So we had to fix that. But then, let's say when we take that first hit of damage and the bar appears, what if it's 2, right? So I could make it set up so if I hit, it would take away, would do a second and then take away 1. But if I wanted it to hit and it take away 2 and it know that there were 2 it needs to flash, that was a little tricky. It's hard to explain, but let me show you this awesome method. So now we do it, and it remembers, it basically knows to queue up, you know, the ones that need to go away at the right time, and then keep it flashing and make sure that happens. So the way that that works is duplication. It's duplication. The animation player is being duplicated. So the script is right up here. Check this out. So we have signals that are checking to see when the body is damaged. When the body takes damage, it calls the HP bar hit function. When the body is healed, it calls the HP bar heal function. So here's our HP bar hit, here's our HP bar heal. They're basically the same. HP bar hit, all right? So we are creating a copy of the animation player. The animation player has these animations in it that flashes the hit point. So that hit point, you know, appearing and disappearing and appearing and disappearing, that is happening thanks to the animation. Oh, it's a delicious copy. It's a copy that you can't get enough of. You're addicted to it. You can't stop eating it. It's so delicious. It's completely yummy. Yummy is correct. It was a very, very exciting revelation. I am trying to zoom into it, but my zoom is being grouchy. Are my other zooms working? My other zooms are working, but that one zoom isn't working. Well, how rude. How very rude. Okay. Oh, it's over here. All right. Well, we can get it back. There's my zoom. Whoa, it's all squished. That is one strange zoom right there. Okay, so it wants to be a glitchy zoom. I respect that. I respect that. I don't appreciate it, but I respect it. But it's not my favorite. Okay, that's better. All right, let me stretch this out. We're fixing the zooms here, but I want to zoom in just so you can definitely see. You can probably see if you're looking at it, but unless I'm blocking it. But I really want you to see the animation. It's maybe I'm building up too much for this, but it's okay. It's okay. I need to fix this. Okay, there we go. There's the animation track. Hello, animation track. Good to see you again. So here what we're doing is we're actually putting these... This is important. No. This is important. This is important. This is actually really important. Because what we've done, and again, this is my 2 cents helping me set this up. What we've done is we've got the HP increase and HP decrease functions keyframed. Keyframes of functions. I mean, that's cool. Yay for animations. And it's it's very Dreams-like, right? Like the tool Dreams, the game Dreams. It's very similar because sort of in Dreams you can keyframe logic, and here you can keyframe logic as well. So we have this HP increase function and this HP decrease function. The increase adds 1 to the HP bar value, and this one decreases 1. And so what this animation is doing is it's calling these functions back and forth. So it increases the HP, it decreases the HP. It increases the HP, it decreases the HP. It increases it, it decreases it, right? And this is just visually. And so then we get that blinking. So this is actually creating that blinking by alternating between the like HP value being bigger or smaller, which is really cool. And so now not only does this play once, but it's being duplicated. So we are making a variable for a duplicate of it. We're adding that child to the tree, and then we play. In this case, that one's heal, so here's hit. So then it plays HP bar hit. It waits for that animation to finish, and then it releases that duplicate, so that way we're not building up a bunch of animations. And so what'll end up happening, and we can actually witness this by looking at the remote version of it. So this on the left here, this is actually a live representation of the game right now. Okay, so we're gonna look right here especially. So what you're gonna see, so there's one animation player here, but look what happens. When I get hit, another one gets created, and then it goes away. So that's it getting freed or deleted. So it gets created, and then it goes away. I'm gonna heal, so for now that's just dragging this cow into the body. You can see it creates another one, and then it deletes it. It's pretty dang nifty. Let me move this out of the way. Frank says, luckily action recorders have keyframe mode, which means it doesn't use too much wires, and animation thermo instead uses shared memory items. Yeah, Dreams definitely, before they stopped being before it stopped being updated anymore, they did drop a couple very useful things like that. No doubt about it. Useful and practical. So now if I take multiple damage, so look what'll happen. Well, you can't see. It's interesting because I thought maybe it would show. There's multiple, right? There's only one that we can see for some reason, but there's multiple of them being created. I don't know how to see that, but there are multiple. It's tough because if I restart, it's going to collapse all of those nodes down. But the reason why multiple flash, right? So we don't have because the other problem was, well, what if you get hit again while the other animation is still playing? And so by having the duplicate, the previous animation will continue regardless. So I'm gonna try to do a couple. Let me get that double tree. That tree, well, this is these are pretty close. So there's one, there's two. Oh, no, there's two. It does do two. There it goes. Okay, I just missed it. Nice. So you can see, yeah, so it does multiple copies of the animation, and then those finish themselves before destroying themselves. And this was just such a great solution for Godot and for this game. So now what I want to do today is have that health bar not be visible all the time. So right now it's not visible, and that's because I have full health. When we have full health, I want it to disappear. And now it has disappeared. But I don't want it to only disappear when we have full health. So I'm going to get hit again. And I want there to be a timeout. So maybe after a couple seconds or something, I want it to become semi-transparent. And then a few seconds more, I want it to become invisible. Finally, if the player hovers over the character, I want the progress bar to appear. That's what I'm imagining. You know, and then as I say it out loud, so the other thing is with the limbs, right? So we have hit points for all the limbs, and I don't really want a bunch of progress bars everywhere. I think that that's going to be like really clunky and awkward. But like I kind of, and so my idea is going to be, and this is partly an idea Stormrun Gaming had. An idea I was going to do was have the arms and the limbs and the legs shrink every time you take damage. So they actually get smaller, and that represents how many hit points they have, which I definitely still want to do. But it would also be nice if there was some way you could pull up a progress bar or see some kind of progress for the health for the limbs. I'm not going to worry about it right now, but I'm just so excited about the way that progress bar works. I want to make more of them. So anyway, so I won't worry about that now. Let's just start with the body. And if it feels like it's time to add more, then we can add more. But yeah, I think it's really awesome that we get those multiple animation players, those duplicates of the animation player appearing whenever we hit multiple trees. Look at that, 2 of them. I just love it. It's such a great idea, and it works really well. Very Godot-centric solution. In Dreams, keyframes would use things thermal because too many keyframes and too many wires because of tons of keyframes. Yeah, it would get wild in Dreams for sure. Hey, we got Novid in the house. Welcome, Novid. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the hello. So I want to add that timeout. Let me pull up my hacking plan. Hacking Plan is a tool you can use for free. They have paid plans, but they're not necessary at all. It's like a project manager for game devs. It's sort of like Trello, but it's game dev centric. Let's see. So yesterday, I did this repairing the torn arms on Monday. This was supposed to be in preparation for shrinking the limbs, but ultimately that didn't. We're not at that point yet. So that took me 5 hours and 15 minutes. So this is a nice thing about Hacking Plan is so I estimated that it would take about 8 hours to do it, and it took me 5 hours. So we can log this, and what's nice about this is then you kind of get. Can I say? 5 hours, 15 minutes. You can sort of see this like overall, this overall sort of project progress. I was like progress project. They both start with PRO. How do I say those words together? Project progress. And so you'll get some nice like logged time estimated. And it'll just give you some good metrics. Yeah, Hacking Plan. It's really cool. And like, I mean, I've used it for so many different projects. You can do collaboration with it. This is a project I did with a friend, and you know, they've got their user icon down here. There's mine. We can both add stuff on here and add comments, and we can move things around to planned, in progress, testing, completed. We can add all kinds of stuff, and it has these nice sections on it. It's got programming, art, design, so it already comes with these, and it has a lot of other features too. We got a backlog. There's a lot of really cool stuff that it puts in that are useful for game developers, and I super recommend it because I just use it. I just like it. So yeah, Dragon Blade, Peekaboo, what's up? You know, I should reach out to Hack and Plan and be like, hey, just so you know, I promote your product on stream all the time because I use it, and I'm pretty sure some people start using it. So if you want, I could give out some codes or something. Just let me know. Let me know. Welcome, Dragon Blade. Good to see you. So yeah, so I did that. We did the repair torn arms. We're testing it. I would say that's pretty much completed. I feel pretty, I mean, I would really like to test it a little more, but let's just say it's completed. It's not a big deal. And then, so we added the health bar. So this is kind of where we're at today. We added the health bar. I think we spent a little more than 3 hours on it. Because that was one day, but yesterday I spent 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. Pretty much that's all I did this whole stream. So I mean, we're gonna be over the projection considerably. Considerably. So that's okay. 7 hours, 30, we'll just say 7 hours. Because I feel like some of that time was dealing with broken internet. Okay. It's red. This took too long. I don't know what to do with that information, but that's okay. So then what I want to do today is add in, after a certain amount of time, the health bar becomes semi-transparent. And then after more time, the health bar becomes invisible. And then on hover, it reappears. So these are kind of the main things I want to focus on today. Maybe I'll get them done quickly. So we just have to set up some timers, things like that. It'll be fun. Again, right now it appears on hit, and it stays there until we heal all the way up. There's one other thing to think about, which is sort of another task entirely, which is what happens when you die. All right, like I don't have any end game like game over screen or like, you know, whatever perks or different things that can happen. I wanted to have rogue-lite vibes, so maybe there's like something that carries over, but not much. But what happens when you die, right? So for now, it just... So you have 1 HP left, and you hit it, it's just going to restart immediately. So I'm not really sure. Oh, Holera. Cheeto Freddy Fazbear. Yeah. Yeah. Totally, yeah. Welcome, Cheetah. Wow, you took the words right out of... I actually don't know what you're talking about. But, you know, cool. Good to have you here. Thank you for stopping in. All right. So, the way that it disappears is just checking to see if it has full health or not. So if the current health equals the max health, then it's, and the HP bar isn't visible. Or sorry, this is if the true health does not match the max health, then, and it's not visible, then it'll make it visible. Whereas if the current health is equal to the max health, then it's going to make the HP bar visible. So that's the only way it's being controlled right now. Lee's is not interested in memes. Lee's is not interested in memes. I mean, that depends. That depends. Extremely important question. Is the cup green or transparent? It is transparent, actually. It is actually a transparent cup. So it's this is actually like, it's like, you know, it's like see-through. So this is a green, right? This is green. So this is my water jar, which is currently empty. This is actually green, right? And then this cup is technically transparent. So green, transparent, green, transparent. All right? Hopefully that makes sense. Good question. The important questions. So I am thinking we set up a timer node, because here's the thing, is I do want to be able to override that timer, because, you know, if it's because it's only going to be visible when there's damage, right? So there's damage that's been taken, and if that timer is on the way to hiding, and then I take my cursor and I hover over the character, that needs to interrupt that timer. I have a feeling that'll be easier with a node, but it's just a guess. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add a timer in here. Exactly, Frank. Exactly. We'll keep it with the HP bar. And I'll say, timer HP, we'll just call it 50. You can't do percents. Imagine. Ohio man is still at it. I don't know what that means. But I think I've heard memes about something like that. So great. Good. We'll say HP partial. Well, because HP partial, and then we'll add another one for hidden or something. Timer HP hidden. Something like that. You meant Frank. Even more confused. Okay. So now this timer, I want to start as soon as it becomes visible. Really, I want it to at least be as long as the HP flash, right? So when that hit point is on the way to disappearing, we want it to last at least that long. Now that's something that keeps coming up as something I definitely don't want hard-coded, so I might need to deal with that. That is on the hacking plan here. Clean up, HP increase, decrease animation length, somehow unmagic numbered with regards to awaiting. I like this. This is, I don't know what you mean, but I like it. So right now, I just have the length of the animation at 1.8. You know what would be cool is if I could fetch the length of the animation. That would be awesome. I wonder if that's a thing. Speed scale, reset on save, playback default blend time. Now these are more like properties, right? If it's like information that I want to fetch, I guess it could go either way, right? I could assign it this way and fetch it. Assigned animation. It's just it's a little tiny for little old me. A little tiny for little old me. Speed scale, root mode, reset on save, playback process mode, default blend time, playback active, movie quit on finish, method call mode, current animation length, blammo. The length in seconds of the currently playing animation. Let's go. Now it has to be currently playing? Does it? Does it? Or can it just be not currently playing? We're going to find out. We're going to find out, because what would be nice about this is then I could make sure the timer is at least this long plus how long I want the timer to be, right? So that way I don't have to have magic numbers around like, oh, I know it's 1.8, but like that may change, you know, and I don't want it to be that way. And then so that's a getter. I don't see a way to set though. So that's important. It would be nice to be able to set it, but not that important. We'll be okay if we can't set it. So let's go back to the script, and I'm just gonna try it. I'm just gonna try it. So I think if I just get like a reference to it, right? Will that work? Now what this is doing is this is how long it takes before the health bar hides after we fully heal. That's what this is doing, this logic. So if the current body health is the same as the max body health, wait, what I previously had was the length of the animation, but I want to say, try to get the length of the animation. And then when that ends, and checking again, make sure that the current health equals the max health, then make the HP bar not visible. So if it doesn't work, when I heal this one hit point that's missing, it's going to immediately disappear. That means it didn't work. Worse than that. Worse than that. Can I convert argument 1 from callable to float? Oh. Now it says in the documentation that it's a float. It does say that it's a float. I mean, do I need to keep this as like that? Like that seems, I mean, I'll have those parentheses on there. But it is supposed to report a float. Okay, well, we didn't get a crash, but we also didn't get it lasting. So as soon as it heals, it disappears. So it's not actually lasting for that length, unfortunately. I wonder what it's outputting. Or do I need to put the animation in here? What if I say, let's try that. I mean, it's not auto-completing, which is not a good sign. What was the debugger say? HP bar, HP visibility, animation player has no current animation. Oh, because it's the duplicate. Right. It's the duplicate. So I need to actually... It's going to be tricky. I need to get the copy that's being made. But how's it going to know which copy? Not declared in the scope? Oh, we created that in this function. So, so I need to now... Oh, it's tricky. That's kind of a bit messy because we do need it to be created in this function. I guess what it could do... Ooh, what it could do... Okay, here's an idea. Right now, I'm just going to put it at 1.8. What I could do is say in here, so it'll make the copy, it'll add the copy, it'll play the copy, and then I want it to actually check what the length is, right? So say animation player copy. Get current animation length. And we could say that this, and then I'll create a variable. And this variable will be animation copy length equals 0.0 or whatever. And then we'll have this update that. Hopefully by saying 0.0, that's enough to clue it that it's a float, but maybe it won't. I might want to say like that, just to make sure it knows. Hey, welcome back, Blur Girl. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Thanks for asking. I'm continuing the work started yesterday of getting the HP bar to behave just the way I want it to. Just the way I want it to, in a way that helps the player and keeps the game from being annoying. Thanks for stopping back in. I appreciate it. So far the internet is behaving, but I'm sure that will change. But for now, it's behaving. I did finally order AT&T Air, which is going to be like a cell phone tower internet. So it's actually going to be just a box that they mail me, and then it gets internet from the cell phone towers around, and I can hook up to that. So it seems like it might be pretty fast in my area, just like considering the towers we have around here. But it's gotta be more stable, right? We'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful. But at least I've made moves to hopefully prevent internet mishaps from persisting. But we'll see. Time may tell. Proof that I've ordered it. Proof right there. We're on it. Status in progress. AT&T Air. We'll get there. I'm not sure how it all works, but are you going to publish the game or something? Good question. So look, I'm at the prototype phase right now. There's many phases to keep in mind. Hack and Plan kind of pre-fills these out for you. Pre-production, pre-alpha, alpha, beta, release candidate, gold candidate. I don't even know what that is. Post-launch, right? So many things. And I actually added this earlier one, which is a prototype phase. And so ultimately, when this prototype is done, I'm going to put this on itch.io. That's the ultimate destination for this. And I won't charge anything. It'll just be there to play. And what I want to do with that prototype is study it to look at how it can be either completely remade or revamped in every way. New visual assets, tighten up all the mechanics, add in features, remove features, expand things. Once I have that prototype down, then I'll go into a next phase we could call pre-production. And when I'm in that phase, the plan would be to work on something that I would release on Steam or in a mobile app store, or depending on what kind of game it turns out to be. So this right now is just intended to be a prototype. So just to get the minimum viable product. Frank thinks it's going pretty well. I think it's going pretty well too. I want to get the minimum viable product. So how is it a game? Can me, and if I have collaborators, you guys, how can we play it and check it out and give feedback, right? And say, well, this part wasn't that fun, or this really worked for me, or whatever, you know, and I can observe people playing it and say, oh yeah, that they're not playing that in the way it was intended to, or oh wow, I didn't realize that would be so fun. I should expand on that. So that's kind of where my goals are right now, is just to get the basics. So and I'm kind of just putting, you know, this is not like a level that you would get to play in the game, right? I just kind of have this set up with a bunch of things to practice building the mechanics. And then when, like I said, it's kind of in like a prototype phase, maybe a few levels, you know, like kind of overall capture the feel of the game, and we definitely have the main mechanics all represented, then I'll put it up on itch.io and start entering a different phase of development where I start trying to really polish it up for a more serious release. And at that point, I would, you know, if we get, you know, past that finish line of it being a prototype and I start working on it in or for a Steam version, you know, in theory, I would then, you know, promote the crap out of it, you know, really go hard on promotion and putting it on social media and making devlog videos and stuff like that. Then I would put it on Steam, you know, hope that I did all the marketing right. That'll be its own learning experience. How to release a game on Steam, like that'll be a whole thing unto itself. And depending on how that goes, you know, we could look at putting it, you know, paying someone to put it on consoles or something. But that to me, that's kind of not something I'm looking forward to, because and not when I say not looking forward to, I mean I'm not really planning on that at this phase. I just, you know that that would be a next step if I were to do that. So that's kind of where I'm at, is just like taking the time to flesh out a playable version of the game, and then put it out for people to play, get feedback, build a much more polished version of it, possibly put that out on Steam or an app store, and depending on how that goes, doing more console stuff. Yeah, they cost, right. And so that's why that's like way down the road, right? That would be only if, you know, that Steam release, that mobile app store release was profitable, right? That would be the only case that would happen. I would need to see, or we did a Kickstarter, you know, somehow we could see that there is money that exists, and then, and only then, would I reinvest that into a console port. So that's kind of the plan. That's kind of the plan, which again, just to synthesize it right now, make a playable prototype is the real plan that I hold in my head. Is let's just get this minimum viable playable and see what people think about it. Yeah. Boo, console ports cost money. I know. At the moment, the game has no sounds, but it sounds so much fun. I hope so. Yeah, sounds are something I want to do. I really want to get the footsteps. Like, they feel like they should be because it's like these are cows. These are entire cows, and they're so tiny. Like, this is a giant creature. It needs to have more sounds. Yeah, that's definitely something I want to work on. Although then again, on stream, it's going to be making those sounds all the time since I leave it running all the time. So I kind of have to keep that in mind. But, you know, work in progress. So I'm trying to get the length of the animation. I'm just experimenting here. I set up a variable. When did I start making this? I started working on this very recently. You can see the entire journey of me working on it. If you head over to the Hyper Gamedev YouTube channel page, there's a playlist, My Godot Journey, which includes every live stream I've ever done in Godot, which might change. Sometimes I hide live streams. I've been live streaming on YouTube for over a year, and there's only public up to 3 months ago. But if you want to see all the old ones, you can go up to the playlist tab here, and you'll see all the old ones. But this is my entire Godot journey, and then I started working on this game 1 month ago, evidently. According to YouTube, 1 month ago is when I first started working on this. So, 1 month. It's 1 month of work. And I couldn't have gotten there without the help of all the wonderful folks on this credits list, which is ever evolving. And wow, I don't even fit under it anymore. There's even people that are missing from this list, and I need to add them. Right, we've got Pepe. Is Pepe on here? Blender consultant. I think we say BC for that. Oh, Albeska was a Blender consultant. So I haven't done it myself in 1 month. I've had help from all these people who come through these live streams. Then you hear a tiny move. It's a little... That's a great idea. That's so important. That's actually really important. I'm actually really glad you said that. I'm adding that as a task immediately. Sound effects for current stuff. Great task name. We'll put it in the sound section. Let's add subtasks, specifically footsteps, tiny cow moos. On grab? Something like that. Heck yeah. Great suggestion. Thank you. I'm creating this variable, animation copy length. We're making sure they think it's a float. Godot thinks it's a float. And then, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just experimenting. And then, when the duplicate animation is created, do we have you on here, Frank? Wait. You're on here, right? I always gotta be updating. I always gotta be updating it. I don't think Frank's on here. That's monstrous. Frank Fraud's suggestions. I kind of think that should be called something else, but, you know, it's just a start. It's just a start. Okay. So the duplicate animation is created, it plays, and then I'm going to try to get the current animation length, and I want to set that, I want to say that the animation copy length is set to animation player copy get length. And I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to try printing that. Well, you know, we can print it. Yeah, we can print it. And then what I'd also like to do is just jam it into the timer down here. Animation. Hopefully it'll like work. So since it's set to 0 by default, if it doesn't work, oh, I had it completely blocked by the credits. It's fine. If it doesn't work, then when I heal, the health bar is just going to disappear immediately. Oh, did not work. However, it did print the correct number. That is the length of the animation. It just didn't actually apply it to the timer length. Huh. That's surprising. I wonder why. I mean, maybe the time... Oh, it did! Wait, it worked! Wait. Oh, it must be a timing thing. Because it might be that it didn't have the length. This is almost working. It didn't have the length yet. So there it just goes right away because it hasn't actually created the length yet. It hasn't actually updated that variable to have the length. But now that it has, and we heal, there it takes the extra time and then it goes away. It's interesting. Suggestions is great because I was thinking that it's a giant alien that can hear tiny things that just cows moving. I hear a cow. No, that's actually, and I like the way that you put that too, because something that I'd love to have in the game is, so you see these houses here. I'd love for the alien be able to be able to sense, are there people in there, right? And so a mechanic I want in the game is for you to be able to like grab the houses and like break them apart and find people in there to abduct, right? So you can like break into things, but like maybe you could even, that's, I hadn't thought about it that until you said that. But what if the alien can tell, if maybe it's an ability or a perk or something, so you don't waste time breaking in houses that don't help you. And the alien can sense, maybe just like an icon is coming off of the building that lets the alien know there are people in there, you know? That's pretty interesting. So for something like that, I would go to the design model, right? And so here we can have these suggestions. Which application is this? This one is Godot. So this is Godot. It's free. It's open source. It's my favorite game development software. Unreal Engine is a pretty close second. It was my favorite until I just came to love and appreciate the like I guess I'll just give you the link without Windows. Until I came to appreciate the community around Godot and the lightweightness of Godot and the sort of more small project friendliness of Godot. So yeah, I really like it. It's a free engine. It's completely open source. That means it's community supported, and there's always new stuff being added by the community. And I really like it. I really love it. It's a really great engine, and it's a good one to learn game dev on for the first time. It's the first time I'm learning coding. So I've done a lot of visual coding, but I've never done text coding until Godot, and I'm finding it to be a great tool for that, especially for a first timer. Would the aliens eat the cows or stomp on them? That's a good question too. I mean, actually, that would be a good idea. Okay, so that's a good idea because if you stomp on them, I mean, I hadn't thought about that. It kind of feels like that should happen though, right? I'm from the United States of America. Originally, I grew up in St. Louis. And I lived in New York City for about 10 years, 10, 11 years. And then I moved to upstate New York for a little longer. And now I'm back in St. Louis. That's my journey. St. Louis to New York to St. Louis. In the United States. That's right. New York. So where were we? Oh yeah. So I really like that idea, Frank. So this design model kind of lets me keep track of like different things. So like, there's some stuff that's here by default. And then what I can do is I can add tasks, or I can like tag these in tasks. So for characters, there's not any work items that this is associated with yet here. I don't really know why. Oh, because they're not current tasks. I see. So repairing the torn arms was in character, but since it's completed, it's not in the work items anymore, which is kind of cool. And then there's like obstacle types. So here's a work item, fix ravine wall collision. So something I could do here is create a new one for abilities. That could be like, that actually could be like a part of characters. So you can nest things here. So maybe I should do that. Let's do in character. Well, it's really only one character. Hadn't really thought about that. So we might even want to say like player. Create that. Put a child of of that abilities. And then we could do, save that. Add yet another child. And we'll say sensing people, sensing people / animals in buildings or something. Done. We could add a little description on here, attachment, stuff like that. We could say sound icon / animation emitting from buildings if something worth grabbing is inside. And then we can save it. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying, Frank. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And then, you know, I mean, for characters player, you know, we could even say, like, I don't even know if that'd be character animations. I don't even know where I'd put that in with the idea of, like, smushing things. Overview, gameplay, story. That might be its, I mean, it's kind of like, it's not really world building, it's kind of like world affirming. Like an affirmation that this world is real. If you like accidentally smush on things. I'm not really sure what to call that. I could say effects. Brain farting. Brain farting. World. I don't know. It's not really what world building is. I'm going to say for now, animation / effects. That's what we're going to do for now. And then we can always change it. And I'm going to say smushing stepped on things. It's not very well thought out. But it's there. And now it's collected in this sort of place that doesn't clutter up my main area here. And then, you know, if I create a new task, I can always add it on here. We can have a design element connected to it, right? And so I could come here and look for animation effects, smushing stepped on things, right? And I could create a task based on that, which is nice. All right, so we've now got those ideas down. Brain fart, mostly trying to remember things until it comes out. Yeah, right. Brain fart is an interesting term because, I mean, the fart is a good thing. It's good to fart. Fart, fart! Come on, fart! Let it out. Let it out. It's in. Let it out. The fart should be the thing that comes out. Should be just a brain blockage. Brain constipation. I'm having brain constipation. Anyway. So yeah, so what's happening is this animation length is being captured too late. So what I could do, yeah, it's poop in my brain. I have poop for brains. What I could do is probably capture it sooner. I could even say in the ready function, because there aren't any duplicates, but that's kind of okay. I don't really need it to be the duplicate. Unless someday I decide to change it. So I could even say, instead of doing it here with the duplicate, I could get rid of this entirely. And in the ready function, I could say animation copy length equals well, I will say earlier when I did this, it was telling me that there was no length for that animation player. So it did need to happen when the animation starts. I wonder if I say the name of the animation, if that will help. So the animation name is HP bar heal. That may be the wrong argument. Oh, yeah, it doesn't want any arguments. Okay, well, I thought I'd check. I thought I'd try. I mean, I guess I could also play it, right? So it does have to be currently playing. I mean, or maybe we just do the order of things differently. So let me actually put it all back, and we just have that await get set after, or the await actually start to happen with this non-magic value. So we actually have this happen, make sure that's after it captures this. So it needs to capture this before it even does that. So then we could say by default, I don't know if this would work because then it would need to update the timer, and I don't know if it can do that. Yeah, unfortunately, getting the current length. So I might need to do this a different way. I think what I need to do is approach this differently. So, I mean, what I'd like to be able to do is set the length of it some other way. I don't know if there's a way to unify this the way I want to. You know, I might, if I want to change the length of the animation, I might have to just update it in code somewhere. So I can have a variable here that says animation length and just make sure that always matches the length of the animation. But I would rather not do that, personally. Personally, I'd rather not do that. So I could say that it's just, it lasts longer than the animation starts to play. So that way there's some buffer time for it to start playing and it can set the length. Does that make sense? I think that could work. So I would say await, create timer, right? We could say, I mean, it probably doesn't even have to be long. What if I just say 0.1 seconds? So just like a short buffer, and then do animation copy length. Will that be enough time to make it last long enough? Would be my question. And let's see if we get an answer. Let's see if we get an answer. So I take 1 hit of damage, pull up the cow, go into it. Yeah, look, it's lasting a good long time. Nice. I think that worked. If I make this 0.01, I don't even think it's gonna, I don't even know. It might not even accept such a short amount of time. But maybe it will. That's enough time. It creates it. So we don't even have to make it very long. Problem solved. Let's go. Master says, hello, ma'am. I am from India, and I salute you the way you're thinking. How you do things so logical. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. I do think logically. I am not very well versed in coding yet. I'm still learning coding, and sometimes it's cool because someone will say like, oh, they have magic numbers, right? Like, I don't want to hard code things, and people say, oh yeah, that's called magic numbers. It's like, oh, magic numbers. Okay, right. I didn't know there was a term for it. So it's really cool to like find out that like those ways that I'm trying to approach setting up code like already match like well-established coding habits. So I appreciate that affirmation. Thank you for saying that. I do want to like, and also it's trial and error. You know, it's making games on other engines and other platforms and making mistakes and realizing, okay, I need to make sure I plan for this because I may not know what the age-old name is for something, but I do know that I need to be prepared for what could go wrong in the future. And if I can try to set it up now, that's great. I don't always succeed, but I might as well try. Thank you again for saying that. Whatever brought you here, whatever you're interested in, I think that that's great because it's cool that you think that's cool. If you think that's cool, you're probably pretty cool too, and you're probably doing some cool things. So yeah, thank you. I salute you back. I salute you back. And welcome. Welcome to this stream. I do this every week. I work on this game, and I'm just prototyping it for now, and then we'll see where it goes in the future. But yeah, I think we solved this problem, so now it's not hard-coded, which is awesome, and it'll just be the length of the flashing animation. So I'm going to check this off my list. Now, the reason why I wanted to do this, the whole reason I wanted to do this, because my goal today is to set up a timer that hides the HP bar. The HP bar appears when you take damage. And while it's there, I want a timer to go. And after that amount of time, I want that HP bar to become semi-transparent, actually. And then after a little longer, I want it to become invisible. Unless the player hovers over it, then I want it to reappear. So the reason why I wanted to set up that non-magic numbered timer value was so that way I can make sure that the timeout length is at least as long as that animation. Just started learning scripting. Any tips? I also just started learning scripting. Welcome to the learning family. Honestly, find a community of people who will help you. Like, you know, whether that's some kind of forums, Discord, find a great Discord with a Godot community. There's a Discord link in my description box for our Discord. I wouldn't say it's more a social Discord than like getting help, but there are some great Godot Discords out there, and if you can find a community, do a live stream, whatever you can do to reach out to other community members to help you is gonna be a big boon. The last devs ruined your whole game? Okay, so that's not an option. All right, heard. So here's an alternative. This is something else I like to tell folks about, is the 20 game challenge. Let's try this. See what you think about this. This is the 20 game challenge. I like it because it doesn't have the pressure of a game jam, but it challenges you to make a bunch of games. And you can just make one game if you want. You don't have to actually make 20 of them. But what's neat about it is it gives you these very specific, tried and true, like classic small games to make, right? And it helps you figure out how to make them. And so, you know, you can kind of see it's like Pong, Breakout, Asteroids, Galaga, you know, the classic arcade kind of stuff. But they're nice, simple games. So that way you're not going to get involved in a project that takes you months and months and months, right? It's something small. It's got a clear end goal, and you can learn a little bit about scripting. Now, it depends what kind of scripting you want to do, right? If you're trying to learn scripting for, you know, making, I don't know, a task manager app, this isn't going to help you that much. But if you want to learn how to do scripting for games, I think this is a really cool way to start. So I'll put the link in the chat. And yeah, maybe that'll help you just be inspired. And I'd love to see what you come up with if you make something. But yeah, hey, if you don't want to work with other people, I understand that. I've personally found that to be very helpful, is working with other people. But depending on the people, yeah, it can be different for sure. You're trying to make Roblox games too. Oh, okay, nice. I mean, Roblox, this will help with that, you know? Just do it in Lua or whatever their scripting. I feel like it's kind of like modified Lua in Roblox, because you're going to have to learn scripting to do that anyway. I haven't used Roblox specifically, but it seems like you have a lot of freedom in what you create, what you can create. So this might still help you with that. But I don't know about Roblox specifically. But really anything that, like, there's you try to make small things, find a small game. You could even take inspiration from the 20 game challenge, you know, pick one game and just try to emulate something similar in Roblox. You know, just don't overwhelm yourself. You know, that's kind of the biggest thing is and then keep it interesting to you. Make something you want to make is also important. Okie dokie. So for this timer, I want to set this timer length. So I've created a node in the tree, but I want to update it, and I want it to play as soon as it becomes visible. So this is our visibility stuff. I'm just gonna type some comments here just to make it a little more readable. We have set true health to avoid incorrect HP values. And then we want to say, or let's say outdated HP values. Andre asks, how did you learn all of this? I can't remember how to write it. I do understand the basic concept though. Yeah, I mean, so I've chronicled my entire game development journey on YouTube. If you come over to the Hyper Game Dev YouTube channel page, this is my first, so my Godot journey is the playlist. And this is my first live stream. This is my first text coding that I ever did, right? I just did hello world. I did something really simple, not complicated, hello world. This was the first time I ever tried to text code anything, basically, besides HTML or something. And it went great. I mean, part of it is because I like GDScript and I find it to be very learnable. But again, I will say the community came through. Like, the community came through. I had so much help all along the way. So I know that that's not relevant for you. Maybe you just need to find better people. I don't know. But, and it's also like, what advice do you take? Because that's something that comes up all the time, is someone may give advice that isn't that helpful to me, right? And I have to know to, like, say, no, not that, right? So that's its own skill, I guess. But I mean, I just had so much help from the people who came through, and they taught me. The community taught me. And then, you know, because I'm making projects I'm interested in and I care about, I'm then able to remember stuff. And so often what'll happen is, you know, I'll think, oh yeah, so and so taught me how to do this thing. I'll do that for this other thing I'm trying to do. And it'll turn out maybe not the best tool for that job. It was a good tool for the other job, but maybe not for this new one. So I pretty much just build on what I already know. And so I won't always remember it off the top of my head, but the more I do it, just little things, little neural pathways get connected, and eventually it comes together. It takes time. I have ADHD. I'm a little autistic, so like it can be difficult for me to learn things. But repetition and staying motivated and you know, being invested in what I'm doing eventually starts to pay its dividends. With the last devs, they leaked their info online, but it wasn't you, so you don't know. They thought you leaked their info online. Oh, drama. Ooh, drama. That's some drama. So, I mean, it sounds like you just got involved with some toxic people, potentially. And, you know, that's going to happen, and you have to know when to say, No. I'm moving on. I'm cutting you out. But that can suck if you were depending on people and then it goes sour like that. So this is saying if, or really this is show HP bar when damaged, if it's show HP bar, or we'll say when damaged, show HP bar if hidden. They're chill now. They offer to try to teach you some coding, so I don't know how to feel. Be careful. Just be careful, all right? Be careful. Like, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, I don't know anything about your situation. I have no idea. Like, I cannot possibly advise you. But in general, you know, relationships don't need to get super intense and then super chill. Like, that can be a sign that maybe it's not the best relationship, friendship, whatever. But again, I have no idea what your situation is. When damaged, show HP bar if hidden. Here we've got true current body health set to max. So this is when damaged. I gotta put these notes here. It just speeds up. You know, I can read this and understand what it's doing, but it wastes time. It wastes time. If I just look at this, it's so much quicker to just keep moving through. When at full health, and it's not even checking to see if it's already visible, which maybe it should. I mean, it's definitely gonna be visible, but maybe not. We should say check if it's already visible, because if they're doing the timeout stuff, I don't know. I don't actually know. I mean, it won't hurt. It could hurt. It's kind of splitting hairs in terms of performance. I don't know if I'm really gonna worry about that, actually. Let's just say at full health, hide HP bar. I think that's just gonna be simpler for now. Okay, we've actually fixed this, which is awesome. Hide HP bar after. Well, we do have an extra thing here. I'm going to say wait for animation length to be fetched. And then hide after animation ends. That would be another thing. It's just to say when the animation ends, do it. That would actually be another way to do this. I don't really know what's better, actually. Because I would still need to get this variable from here. Well, I think this is better because then I'm creating this animation copy length, which I can use elsewhere. So I think this is still a better way to do it. And then this is reconfirm true body health. Then hide bar. You're gonna go for a bit since it's getting late for you, but you'll keep subbed. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Yeah. So like I said, I stream every week. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, I work on this game. I actually do Mondays as well, but those are member-only streams. And I continue working on this game in a more artistic capacity. So Blender, pretty much, is what I do. And then on Fridays, I do a 1-hour game jam. So that's tomorrow. You're welcome to join using any engine you want, as long as you can link to your game via a URL, or you can upload it to itch via HTML. You're welcome to join the game jam. And yeah, so I'm here all the time. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. I'm here, though. I say I'll see you next time because I'm still here. I'm just saying I'll see Andre next time. I'll see you right now. I'll see Andre next time. All right. So I didn't want it to sound like I was leaving. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes, you know, if I'm like watching a live stream and I hear the sounds of leaving, I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm done. I guess this is over. No. Okay. So, I wanted to, so now that I've set all that up and the visibility, I want to say that when it appears, and then the timer starts for the timeout. When damaged, show HP bar if hidden. Okay, so I would think after this is where I want to put this in here. So I'm going to further clarify. Start partial timeout. Start partial visibility timeout. Now this could be interrupted by a lot of things. So I'm really going to need to be able to access this. I mean, really it just needs to be in this function. I don't think it needs to be outside of this function. So it can stay in this function. But I do need to be able to interrupt this timer somehow. Well, then again, if we're doing the cursor hover, I don't even know how that's going to work. We'll see. That might be something. So this is a flaw, and I think the way, so my logical thinking, it's getting better all the time. And that is to say, it's not as good as it could be. Because, so the way I tend to plan my tasks, I say, okay, we'll set up the semi-transparent cooldown. We'll set out the invisible cooldown. And then we'll set up on hover, it reappears. But by doing it that way, I may not be setting this part up in a way that actually allows for this to work. So I might benefit from doing the on hover first. But like, how can I have it reappear on hover if it hasn't become invisible yet? It's like, these are things that are hard for me to like do at the same time, to like work on this while keeping this in mind. So I often will have to go back and change things because it turns out this only works if I do this a certain way. So that's one flaw in my logical thinking that I have yet to improve. We'll get there. Start partial visibility timeout. So all I'm gonna say is start. Now it already has a time set in there, but I want to redefine that time. So I want to at least say animation copy length plus, now I don't want to hard code this here, so I want to actually get this value from someplace. I'm going to set it as a variable at the top of the script. And I'm going to call it timeout partial length. Or let's say timer partial length. And I'll set that to, for now, let's say 6 seconds. That's kind of long. Maybe 5 seconds. I don't know. I actually should set up another variable for timer partial. And say just timer partial. And set that to this, just so it's a little more readable. Again, if this changes, I could even go further and just say like timer, make it an export variable, and then drag that in. Excuse me. And then drag that in as a exported variable. It's not going to show up until I resolve this error. I don't know if I really want to do it that way, but I could. Is that on here? There. No, there it isn't. Lee's cranking codes in Fortnite. Cranking codes in Fortnite. Fortnite Creative? Yeah, you never know. Why is it not appearing? Export variable, timer partial, timer. Where's it at? Where's it at? Usually it doesn't appear if there's like an error. Do you want me to save it? I can save it. If that helps. There it is. Timer partial. So then what I could do is I could drag this here and set that there. So then the advantage of doing it this way is now if I change the name of this to partial banana, and I come back to the script, it's going to update that name. I think that's a good advantage. I say we do it that way. And then, did you know Fortnite uses Unreal Engine? I sure did. Unreal Engine Fortnite. Unreal Editor Fortnite. You can use it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a really cool... I love that because that's going to help so many people get into game development who may not otherwise do it, you know? Because they're going to want to get more out of their Fortnite experience, and they're going to find that it's pretty doable. I love Unreal Engine. I think it's a really great game engine. I think it's not great for small projects, but Unreal Engine Fortnite is kind of more focused on something smaller, which is nice. So, yeah, I think it's a great thing. UEFN. Yeah, it's amazing. People are creating awesome stuff, for sure. People are creating really awesome stuff in UEFN. And it's basically Unreal Engine, but it takes out a bunch of the extra stuff, and it just sort of focuses in on less. So you kind of might as well just get Unreal Engine. A lot of people say, oh, it's too much for my computer. It's actually not, but they just force you to nerf your Unreal Engine to work on your lower end machine. And you can set it up to get it to be more agreeable with your computer. My opinion is you should just get Unreal Engine and then use that for Fortnite, which I'm pretty sure you can, because you'll have more options. But yeah, whatever gets you into it, totally worth checking out. Gets you into game dev. Roblox, Dreams, all these things. And then we'll say for the hidden timer, set it as another exported variable. Save it. Now we've got another timer here I can assign. So now that's there. And then why don't I put the length here? We'll create for here as well. Timer hidden length. And now we've got some timer stuff set up in here. So now when I come back down here, instead of typing this ugly mess, we can just say timer partial start, and we want it to be, oh, can I call non-stat? Oh, we have to make an instance. Oh, so I have to, okay, I have to go into the ready function, I believe, and set the timer there. Is your Unreal Engine lives done? Yeah, for now, because I realized I wanted to focus on one project. I just wanted to focus on one project. I felt like I was spreading myself a little thin by doing, I really loved getting to check out all the different engines that I could. Like, that was amazing. I loved doing that. And I miss that sometimes. But it's nothing like getting to just hone in on one project, right? So if you go to the YouTube channel page and you hit playlists, you can see my old engine experiences. So I did GDevelop for a little bit, I did Unity for a little bit, and I did Unreal Engine as well. And Unreal Engine I did the most out of all of them, even more than Godot. I did almost 30 live streams. I was working on a noodle restaurant game. I don't know if I'll ever finish it. Probably not. But it was really just a learning project. It was just a project for purely the sake of learning. And, you know, this one I'm more interested in, and I want to make, and I want to see happen. So So I'm going to focus on this game because it's more interesting to me, and I can actually invest more time into it, and I can get a lot further a lot quicker. Because before I was doing Unreal Engine, Unity, GDevelop, I was doing Hype, which is a fun engine. I was doing all these different ones all at the same time. And Godot, right? I had Godot in there as well. It was just too many. It was too many engines. I couldn't get anything done. So yeah, so for now, not doing Unreal Engine. But I do miss Unreal Engine sometimes. Do you know Fortnite has a default character that looks like you, but without glasses? I did not know that. What's the name? How do I search it? How do I search it? Right, so I do have to... This is where... Now you can start seeing this is where I don't have wisdom. I can't teach you. But you can learn things by watching me learn. But I can't literally teach you. So this is a mistake that I've made here. Because I need to instantiate this timer in order for me to actually modify it as a variable. And so I don't really know the best way to do that, if I'm being honest. I can look back at a place where somebody helped me set up timers. We did onReady timer equals timer new on this one. Because on here, we were creating a new timer and we were making in code, but I don't want to make it in code. I want it to be in the node. So that's kind of the big difference here. This is creating a fresh one. And I can't export this and add this in. So that's okay. I'm okay with that. We don't need to do the export variable. It's okay. We'll be all right. I try my best. Cheetos says, search up all Fortnite Chapter 3 defaults. Okay. What's up, Fane Kid? Welcome. Which do you suggest for a Souls-like open-world survival game? Unreal, Unity, Godot. I mean, that requires a lot more information because I need to know more about you. I need to know more about you. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, like, making a Souls-like open-world survival game. It's like, Unreal! Of course, Unreal! But, like, that sounds like a really hard game to make. That sounds like a very difficult game to make. Right? Okay, you've got a team. That's good. That's good. But we want to switch to C++ because of performance issues. Okay, so it sounds like you have... Then I would say Unreal. That's a lot more information. That helps. You have a team. Unreal is good for teams. C++ is good for performance. And it sounds like you're driven to really invest the time and the work necessary. In that case, yeah, I would say go with Unreal. I mean, Godot, I think you can do it in Godot. I do. It depends too on like the appearance that you're going for. Like if you want it to look like very, very good, then you have to do Unreal Engine. If you want more of like, and when I say very, very good, I mean like realistic, Like you can get away with all kinds of art styles in Godot, different art styles. But making hyper realism in Godot is gonna be a pain for sure. And with Unreal Engine, you're gonna have a lot more resources that already exist to work with. So, I mean, to me, and look, don't just take it with a grain of salt, but based on what you're describing to me, it sounds like Unreal might be a good fit for you. It's still, if you're a small team, you might want to look into Godot. Personally, if I were you, 4 people, that's a pretty small team. That's a pretty small team. I mean, it's tough. If I were you, I would do what I did. Which is I would try multiple engines. I would try Unreal. I would try Godot. I know it's a big investment. I know it is to especially you have a team and stuff like that to go into an engine and learn stuff. But my true suggestion is try Godot. Try Godot and see what you think about it. Do some research on its performance versus C++ and see if it meets your needs. And just compare and contrast that way, which I'm sure you're already doing. But like my first instinct is to say Unreal. But I want to say Godot because we need more projects in Godot. We need more people working in Godot. And since you have a small team, you might be okay in Godot and use GitHub for version control. It's tough. Creating assets, not going to be a problem, I think. Okay. You can use like Blender for either. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough thing. But based on my experience, I mean, it's hard because it's different for everybody. You know, everybody's going to have different needs and different things are going to work for different people. So, I mean, I'd really say feel it out. Feel it out on your own. And see what works best for you. Oh, this person? I remember this character. This person? Which one? I could see this one for sure. This one, yeah, definitely. You gotta mean that one. I could see it. I could see it. Gotta like look angry, but like kind of like yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Not this. Oh, okay. There's so many. I don't know which one. I just don't know which one. It's chapter 4. It's chapter 4. It's chapter 4. Now this one does have some actual locks, which is nice. You love to see it. I love the diversity, the at least racial diversity. Not many body type diversities. Those are some nice locks. They're very nice, even. Mine are kind of all like different like sizes. Like some of them are thinner and some of them are thicker. But those are nice. It's clean. They're all kind of like all the women are kind of just like they're like making their eyebrows do this. Chapter 3 again. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Neil. I'm working. I really am working. I am working. I don't know, Cheetos. I don't know which person it is. We may never know. We may never know. And that's okay. Send it to me in Discord. Send it to me in Discord. Why are you looking at Fortnite characters? Because I was told that I look like an old one. But not an older aged one. Maybe older aged. But from an older Fortnite version, I look like one of them. So I was looking at it. But I am actually working on this. I am adding a timer for my hit point bar to time out from. That's what I'm technically working on. But sometimes I get distracted. This is Hyper Game Dev for ADHD Hyper. So sometimes we get distracted. Don't have it, but that's fine. Okay. Well, someday we'll find it. One day. I'll be like, oh, that's the one they were talking about. I don't know why I copied this. You really don't have to. You can just say unready. And then we'll clarify that it's a timer, I guess. And then I will say, make it this. And that should be acceptable. Perhaps. It's possible. We will certainly see. I may make the sequel to the Guess the Pokemon game. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. I loved that game. Yeah, thanks for coming through last week for the game jam. We had the most people submitting to a game jam ever last week. It was really, really great. And thank you for being a part of that. Your game was a blast. If you mean for the game jam, remember it's gotta fit the theme. But like in general, I love to see when people take the games that they're working on and expand on it, you know, or rather take the games that they made during the 1 hour game jam and actually inspires another project. I love that. I think that that's one great thing the 1 hour game jam can do, because you're never gonna make like an amazing thing. Kind of. Sometimes people do. But you can start an amazing idea in 1 hour. You might do the next one tomorrow night. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. 6 p.m. Eastern time right here on Hyper Game Dev. 1 hour game jam. I might have to make them earlier. We'll see. If it keeps being, if we get 9 submissions again, I mean, it just takes a long time to get through all of them. And I love to do it. But I might have to schedule them earlier. We'll see. But for now, 6 p.m. Eastern every Friday on Hyper Game Dev. Okay, so let me make sure that this is gonna work now. And we don't get an error. I don't know how much I set up yet. Okay, no error. I forgot what we had set up. We were saying that when it becomes visible, timer partial start. And we're gonna say start at the length. So not only start at the length, but I wanted to add onto that timer partial length. That was what we were doing. Timer partial length, right? So this is going to, so if this works right, oh, but I need to also do a timeout, right? I don't know if this will work the way I'm doing it at all. Can I say if timer partial timeout? Is that how code works in Godot? I'm guessing. I have no idea. And then if that happens, we say HP bar visible false. I don't know if this will work on many levels. I don't know if this part will work. I don't know if this part will work. But I'm going to try it. And if it does work... Okay, so we're already having a problem because it's not even appearing now. So that's real. That's surprising. What if I comment that code out? Does it appear? It does. Wait, so it's just timing it out immediately? When damaged, show the HP bar if hidden. So it might not be calculating because it needs the animation copy length. So, oh. So this is, first of all, this is only updating when we heal right now. But I would think the timer partial length would be enough because that is set to 5. Which in theory should mean that it's at least 5 seconds long, plus whatever the animation length is. But it seems to be happening immediately. Now I do have the timer in the node set to 1 second. But it's not even lasting that long. Very confused. I'm very confused. Oh gosh, timers. I have trouble with timers. I do. I could just create a timer in this moment. I just find it's harder to modify created timers than nodes. I wonder if I need to add it to the tree or add the child to the tree. I mean, it doesn't really make sense because we're not creating it. Let me go back to the other example that Dragonblade helped me do a while ago. And in that one, we're connecting timeout to a function. So I'm probably not using the timeout correctly, would be my guess, as to where this is going wrong. I'm still surprised that it happens immediately, that it just says, oh yeah, this is true. And it just makes it work. I find that very surprising. That's tricky. That's tricky for little old me. That's tricky for little old me. If I did want to connect it, could I connect it in here? But it still has to be a function. That's okay. Really just guessing here. And this is kind of part of the way I learn, right? Like, I don't expect people to come through and be able to help me. And so when it happens that I'm on my own, like, hey, that's fine. But that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get, is me problem solving. And that's okay. So we just want to connect it to a function, potentially. Okay. All right. I'll do it. I don't know if it'll work, but it'll be interesting to see. Even if it doesn't work, it'll be interesting. So then what I'll say up here is timer partial timeout connect to hide HP bar. Identifier hide HP were not declared. All right, let's declare it then. Func hide HP bar. And then we'll say visible false. At least then it's not going to hide right away, right? So there's that. Now the timer isn't being set. The time isn't being set anymore. We're just connecting it here, and then we're starting it there. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like it's not, but I'm curious. So it appears that's good. It worked. It worked. Oh, good. Okay, I do know what I'm doing. Okay, great. That's wonderful. Well, I know what I'm doing, so thank you all so much. I am not oblivious. I know things. Thank you. I appreciate you. Take care. We're good. Wow. I know what I'm doing. Did you know? I know what I'm doing. Yeah. All right. That's awesome. That's awesome. So we sit here. Time's out. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. It's so good. I love sucking at coding or being new, right? Having a lot to learn and knowing that, and then getting these little victories. It just feels so good. It feels so good. It's such a reward. Okay. So we're connecting the time. Now look, I do want to double, triple check that it's all, hey, my 2 cents. Yeah, we're getting there. Little by little. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing good. Looks like I'm used to. I think you are. I think there's literally no reason for you to be here. There's absolutely no reason. Certainly not to help me. Well, I'm an expert. I'm an expert. I know everything. Wait. That sounds like a contradiction. Okay, so I don't know everything, but I know one thing. I know a couple things. I still need your help. Please don't go. I'm begging you. I'm just kidding. Welcome. Good to see you. So I want to just kind of double check that it is working. It's definitely hiding it, but is it hiding it in exactly the ways that I want it to be hiding it? Like, we have a lot of things going on here. So we have the animation copy length, the length of the duplicated animation, which my 2 cents helped us set up in the first place. And then I'm adding that to the timer partial length. So how do I actually make sure that that's the value it's getting? Oh, we do have an error here. Signal timeout is already connected to given callable in that object. Oh, am I? Is that because it's running multiple times and so it's connecting it over and over again? That must be what that is. So we don't actually need to connect it here. We can connect it up here in the ready function and be done with it. So set up HP bar timeout timers. I think that's how I would interpret that. We want to hook this up sooner, so that way we're not repeatedly connecting a signal that's already connected. So let's just make sure that times out. Now, how am I going to check that it's timing out the amount that I want? Well, I suppose I could shorten stuff, I guess. So one thing I want to try shortening is the time. Oh, it is. It's already 1 second on here. So I think this is being ignored. Let's make this 4,096 seconds. Okay, this is the node timer. I'm gonna make it 4,096 seconds. Now here I'm just confirming that we're actually overwriting that length. We are, because that was much shorter than 4,096. So that's good. Now I want to make sure that it is taking the partial length that I'm setting, which here is 5 seconds. And I'm going to make this 30, I'm not going to wait 30 seconds, all right? But I'm going to set it to 30 seconds just so I can see it not go away. So it should stay here for way longer than I'm going to be patient for. Okay, I can wait 30 seconds. I can wait 30 seconds. I need a snack. It's not that long. It's pretty long. 30 seconds is a long time. Oh, man. 30 seconds plus 1.8 seconds. Oh my gosh. It still hasn't been 30 seconds. Oh. That was brutal. That was the longest wait I've ever had. All right. So that works. And I assume it's getting the animation time. So I could test that by making this 0. And so it should disappear. Oh, it's a little early. So I would have thought it would disappear when the animation ends. I don't think it's fetching that. So I think we need to do the same thing that we did here, where we await. Oh, right, but it's only happening with the heal. That's why, because we're not capturing the animation copy length when we take damage. We're only copying the animation length when we, or recording that when we heal. So I have to set this up whether we heal or take damage. So I need to copy this and just drop this in here. And let me just comment that. So I'm going to say capture animation length Now this is going to happen over and over again, and it really only needs to happen once. So that's a bit of a memory issue, but, you know. And then clean up or remove animation when finished. Just trying to keep everything labeled. A lot. Define duplicated. Define. I guess we're creating it there as well. Define and create duplicate animation. It's a little obvious. That's okay. And then that would be the same here. I think for me, like, still learning, commenting, and this is the advice that I would give if someone wants to, you know, get started learning scripting, is comment the crap out of your code. Like, why not? Because coming back and looking at it 2 weeks, 2 months later, you might remember a lot. You really might. You might not. You might not remember everything. And even if you do remember, it's going to save a lot of time if you can just glance over it and look at these little bits. And I try to even, like, separate them a little bit, you know, just as, like, a way to help me learn. And, you know, it helps me communicate to y'all as well. So collaborators, right, can understand better what this all is doing. But mostly I do it for myself as someone who's learning. Play animation copy, that's right there. And then the await, remove animation when finished. And then that should be fine. And so that should do it. So now if I set the partial time length to 0, when we take damage, it should wait until the flashing ends to disappear. That looks good. Actually, we could have just tried it again. That would be something to test too, is to make sure it keeps happening. So there it hides. Do it again. Yeah, so it's just going away right away when that animation ends. That looks great. That looks much better. So now I'm going to put the 5 on here. So now, when we hit something, it waits for at least the animation to finish, and then 5 seconds later, it goes away. I could even say maybe 4 seconds. Now, I don't want this to be a full hide yet. I actually want this to be semi-transparent. I don't want it to fully disappear. Wow, 4 seconds. That's a long time. It's a long time. Let's try 3 seconds. Because I kind of want it to happen quickly, the partial. You know, kind of before the player, like, looks away from it. Not before the player looks away from it, but relatively soon. Heck, I might even want to say, because you're basically doubling it by saying 2, because the animation is about 2 seconds long. A little short. I'm just trying to feel it out. And again, this is for making it semi-transparent, even though it's fully disappearing right now. All right, we'll just double it, which is a bit of a hard code. Which, in that case, I might as well say double it. I could do that as well. Instead of defining the length, I could just say, where is it? Down here, I could just say animation copy length times 2 or something. It's a bit of a magic number with the times 2, but kind of, sorta. And then that will do it for twice as long. All right, I kind of like that for now. And then, which means, you know, in theory, I don't even need to create this. But before I get rid of it, I'll comment it out for now. I want to make sure that that's the time I like. So let's get it to be partial instead of fully hiding it. So that's going to be interesting. So we start it, and then in the hide HP bar. So actually, this is going to be not, we actually don't want it to call hide HP bar. We want to say partial HP bar. I guess partial is fine. It's not the most readable, but that's okay. So I'm going to actually reconfigure this a little bit. I'm going to say timer hidden. I'm going to rename it just a bit. I'm going to say HP bar hidden. Timer partial timeout connect HP bar partial. And I'm gonna flip them around. I don't know. I just feel like it makes more sense. And then I need to update the function name over here. HP bar hidden. And then in the code, oh, I guess we don't need to do anything in the code because timer partial start. Basically, we just need to create another function, HP bar partial. Now what I need to do is I need to find out how to actually do that. Now the HP bar is one single progress bar, which should make this easier. That should make this a little easier. There is a visibility section here, but I don't think this has alpha. I have a feeling. Oh, it does. Let's go. What is the difference between self-modulate and modulate? The color applied to this, so self-modulate. Do I have a good zoom for this? No. Stay over there. I think we have a zoom that could work for this. Let me just adjust it. So I've got self-modulate. Cuts it off. Self-modulate, which the colors applied to this canvas item. This property does not affect child canvas items. Well, there are no children, so it doesn't really matter. Unlike modulate, which affects both the node itself and its children. That's interesting. I kind of think I'd rather have self-modulate. I mean, I say that because I've been thinking maybe there are going to be children to it. So what that means right now is like the HP bar is just there by itself. There's nothing underneath it contained within it. But like maybe there's like an effect, like a color that happens when you take damage or you heal. And maybe it would be nice if that was fully visible. So you know what? I'm going to say self-modulate. Now that property is one that I'm going to want to actually... Before I do that, let me fix my zoom. That's going to be one that I actually want to be able to call. So I'm going to hop into the script again, and I'm going to drag it and drop it, because I'm not sure exactly what the naming of that is. Self-modulate. Okay. But that can't be it. It's the canvas items specifically. So I might want to pull up documentation just to double check. I had to put you on before I left, but didn't have time to say anything. I'm back. Welcome back, Stormrun. Welcome back. Just welcome on back. And thanks for putting me on. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. I am setting up HP bar timeout stuff. So thanks to Minnie and my 2 cents yesterday, the HP bar got set up quite well. And so it appears, and when you hit the body, and it flashes, and it counts down, and it's great. And right now, I'm setting up a timeout that times it out after a few seconds. And I still have some work to do on it, a lot of work to do on it, actually. I'm already starting to see some things we're going to have to do that I am not yet considering, but that's okay. That's part of my journey. So I tend not to consider the problems that we're going to face. I try to, but I'm still learning what those are. But I did get it kind of working. I got it to disappear after a certain amount of time. That doesn't mean, I mean, I'm going to need that to like get interrupted and stuff and lengthened. So there's a lot of things to figure out there. But right now I'm trying to get it to disappear partially. Yeah, it is looking good. Yeah, it really is. And I have to give big props to Minnie and My 2 Cents for helping me do that. But yeah, it's working really well. And so now after a certain amount of time, I want this to become semi-transparent. And then after a little more time, I want it to disappear. I do have a way for it to disappear, and now I want it to become semi-transparent. So I'm looking at some of the settings for the progress bar to see how to use the self-modulate, which we can do to change the alpha to be lower. I might even just do a hex or something. I mean, I guess it'll just snap into it. It'd be kind of dope if we interpolated it and it like blended down. But like, then how do I even access like just the alpha? I don't know. I have a lot of questions. But we're gonna try to figure it out. Self-modulate. It's a good learning experience. Self-modulate. The color applied to this campus item. This property does not affect child, right? We know that. We know that. So there's really nothing else there to look at. So there's default color 1. Oh, there it is. So it's the last number here. It's this. All we got to do is interpolate this. It comes up as 255. Oh, because it's raw. I see. So it's not actually taking the RGB values. It's taking the raw values, right? I think you could do self-modulate alpha. What? That sounds awesome. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may have just noticed the internet is acting up. Uh-oh. I do want to say about the internet, I have made some moves as promised today. I have made some moves. I put in an order for AT&T Air, which is internet that is based on cell phone towers. So yeah, you might see some gray bars, some quality drops, and at worst, a little buffering. But apparently by next week, next Wednesday, I'll have this new internet. So we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be interesting. Hopefully, it'll be more stable than this. We'll see what happens. But I did order it, and it's on its way, so that's a good thing. No lag for you, but it did do some gray cascading blocks. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm glad there's no lag. Yeah, I don't see the lag either, but I do see the blocks. So I'll keep that up here. This should be 15,000 kilobits per second. If it's starting to dip below that, which it is, then you can expect there might be some buffering and stuff, which I think there just was. I think there just was some buffering. Why is it when everybody, when all my friends come and start chatting, why is that when it starts? Is that a coincidence? Jeez. It could be like a peak hour thing, you know? It could be, which would point to the ISP causing the problem. Hopefully the cell phone towers work better. We'll see. So anyway, I've made moves and I wanted to tell you all that. I didn't know. That's really cool. Let's try this, My 2 Cents. My 2 Cents has a lot of good experience just using Godot. So You're probably telling the truth. You're probably correct. You know what's odd? My UE5 gave me the same gray blocks yesterday. I wonder if it's just my PC or maybe the whole world. It's the whole world. It's got to be the whole world. What? I mean, come on. What? It's us. We're not the problem. We're not the problem. The world is the problem. Okay, let's try it. So in theory, I want to interpolate it, but let's start there. The interpolation is a bit of a cherry on top. It's a cherry on top. It wouldn't be that hard, but... Alright, let's try it. Let's try it! So, I'm gonna want to reference the HP bar, which currently is set right here. So we're pretty good with that. Wonderfully. So we'll say HP bar... self-modulate, and I wasn't sure if I needed to do something extra like canvas item or something, but maybe not. Self-modulate alpha equals 0.5, and so that's still doing the raw, which I think I was going to show you like 10 years ago, and then I got distracted by the internet going bad. If you want to interpolate, I'm going to annoy you again with an animation player suggestion. Oh, not annoying. Not annoying. I would just do like a lerp. That's what I would do. But what would be the advantage of using animation player? So the reason why it's not, even though on here we've got like, look how that shimmied down. On here we've got 255. Which will make it go away. You know, if you just open up the color changing thing, that will make it go away. For whatever reason, the code prefers the raw section. And so it starts out as 1, and then we're setting it to like 0.5. I'm even going to go less. Let's do 0.3. So that's what I wanted to show you a couple years ago. So let's do 0.3, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And that's not, we have nothing unsetting that, but it'll be a good start just to see if it works. Nice! Oh, that super worked. Look at that. Okay, definitely that was too much. Nice. See, I wouldn't even, like, that's the kind of thing that I wish was in the documentation, and I feel like, look, Godot has great documentation, all right? I'm not here to be critical of Godot's documentation. Kind of. Okay? Because that would have been a great bit of information to put in there. But maybe you would find that, right, elsewhere. Like, maybe there's another part of the documentation that covers colors and how those values are applied. And so they can't put that in every single thing that you look up, you know? I get that. I get that. But, you know, I mean, in the documentation, it would be nice if there was, like, a link or something, right? So if I, like, pull up the documentation for self-modulate, like here where it says color, right? Like, what if I could just click on that and it would take me to the color page? You know, that would be kind of cool. Colors are just covered elsewhere. That's fair. That's a fair point. Oh, wait, the color is right here. Guys, it's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's literally right there. I'm like, you know what would be nice? If you could click on the word color. Oh, man. Look, getting owned by myself is not... You know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. If you fall in the hole, is it supposed to be instant kill? Yes. That was actually the original idea from DNF Dead. Oh, who I also don't have on the credits list. God, this credits list, it's so big. So DNF was just like, hey, what if you had something that kills the player instantly? And I was like, okay. let's make a cliff that you fall off of. And so that's the only reason this exists, is because DNF suggested it on a day where I didn't know what to do. And so I made the cliff. Yeah. So that is explicitly its sole purpose, is to instantly kill the player. Yeah. I just did it because they mentioned it, and it seems like something that would be a good thing to have in the game. So in this colors page, oh yeah, look, and there it is. Color represented in, well, it's there. Oh, and you can click on A. Wow. So I feel like there's just a lot about even understanding how to read the documentation that I have to learn. So there's the float alpha, the colors alpha component. And then up here, it says a color represented in RGBA. RGB, and then A. It's helpful. It is helpful. It's not bad documentation. I think I'm still learning how to read it best. And so having suggestions from you that I didn't even know were possible give me more help in reading this. So thank you for telling me that. Oh, and then look, we can get HSV too. You should try bit 256 and see what color it gives you. Oh, because you're saying that's the handshake one you were talking about yesterday? Oh, I see, right here. GDScript also provides GDScript color 8, which uses, that sounds like such a distraction. You should try it. You should try it. I would, but like, I don't even, I'd have to find a way to first get it to read that. My guess is it would like break. I guess I could come in here. I could set it in here. Is that good enough? Hopefully it won't buffer while I'm doing it. I see that it buffered a little back there. I apologize. I apologize. The internet repair stuff is on the way. Or at least a glimmer of hope. We'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling I might have to drop my baseline bitrate. That's probably the biggest consequence. So I set this to 15,000, but I'm probably going to have to drop that down, which means we might be at 720p, but we'll see. That's for next week. If think there are 256, it would just be black or white. Oh, the internet is un-interneting. Oh, it just resets it. It just resets it. It just says, sorry, that's not what you meant. Surely you didn't mean 256. Wow, it's so gray. Oh my gosh, it got so gray. I've never seen it become that gray. It was just like gray. Wow. This is peak internet goofiness. So here's what happens when I do it. By the way. So I'm going to show, there's my keyboard. There's my keyboard, right? You can see what I'm typing. If I do 254 and press enter, it's like, okay, yeah, 254, I got you. 250, okay, sure. 100, yeah, that's something, I got you. 255, oh yeah, the maximum. If I do 256, it says, oh, you meant 255. 256? Oh, sorry, let me just fix that for you. Let me just fix that for you there. I think you meant 255, not 256. Probably the same if I did 257, 258. Yeah, it just brings it down for you. Probably it would just give you an error if we did it in code. Maybe, but who knows? We can still hear you, so it was just a visual thing. Yeah, the grayness is a visual thing. That doesn't affect, you know, the stream pacing at all. What does affect the stream pacing is the buffering, which I see happened. Thanks for bearing with me. It will go away, guys. It will go away. I promise I have a solution in the works, all right? I've ordered AT&T Air. I have ordered AT&T Air. It will be cell phone tower based internet, and it will be here next week. and hopefully it will be more stable. So there is a solution on the horizon. Don't cancel Hyper Game Dev yet. Okay, we'll get through this. But I do want to honor this distraction a little bit. Oh, there's not a certain color I'm looking for. No. We were just playing around. We were just messing around. Stormrun was saying that the 256th bit is used as a handshake in computer science. And so they wanted to see what that color is like. They talked about that in yesterday's live stream. Nobody knew what we were talking about, and I apologize for that. Anyway, distractions aside, I mean, we might as well honor distractions while the internet's being goofy. I assume you guys are hitting a lot of buffering, but I will continue. So I had to set up some 4G home modems through Verizon a few years ago. They do seem to work well enough, right? Well enough. Right, it's not going to be like the most amazing speeds, but it probably won't be that bad. It probably won't be that bad. Probably. We can hope. We can certainly hope. All right, let's get some work done while it's behaving. We've got the alpha going down, so it does go partial. Now, my 2 cents wanted to tell me about an animation player way of doing it. We might want to do that yet. Because I still need that to be interrupted, right? If the player hovers over it. So, I guess my first goal is to get it through, to get it to be perceivable, to get it to be playable, to get it to exist at all. And then we might need to retool and go back and say, okay, this method isn't going to work, but at least I see how that feels or whatever. So there's the self-modulate, it goes partial. And then I want to say, I want it to fully hide after a longer amount of time. So I could do it a couple different ways. I could have that get kicked off by the partial timeout. I think that makes more sense, so we don't have multiple timers to deal with if we don't have to. Then again, if we need to I might want to interrupt both of them. And what's the point of interrupting something that doesn't need to be interrupted? I don't know what the best way to go there, you know, is like I could have the timer that hides it kick off when the partial timer starts, or I could have it kick off at the same time that the partial timer. I guess that's the same thing. Or we could say when the partial timer ends. Right? So we could check the timeout. That would be this. So either it's when the partial timer ends or when the partial timer begins would be when the timer that hides it starts. I kind of think it should be, they should both start at the same time. I think that makes more sense. And then I kind of don't want to have a defined length. I think we could just multiply the length. And we could just multiply the other one more. The person who you set up, or you saw get some mobile internet set up, had to do live video calls through it, so streaming should be okay. Yeah, well, that's part of it. My partner does live video calls all day, and so that's part of why we need better internet. You know, I'm putting out a much higher quality than you would for a live video call, but the stability is kind of more important to me than the quality, you know? It's much more important to me. To an extent. You could have one animation player that has 2 stages. Ooh. First is a simple wait, then a fade. Anytime you take damage or heal, you reset the animation player from the beginning. I'm sold. I'm sold! Forget the code. I'm completely sold on that. Animation player. So, like, I need to shit you coming through and recommending the animation player because it's so powerful in Godot. It makes so many things much easier. Okay. All right. I'm sold on it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Forget the code. Forget the code. The code can go. I try pausing when I talk. I try to not talk when the kilobits per second go to 0. But I'm looking at the stream replay. And when it's at 0, it doesn't always start buffering. It's so weird. It's so weird. Anyway. Okay, I'm here for it. Let's do it. So then we don't need to have these separate functions at all. So, I mean, I can just comment these out. I don't even need a timer. I can get rid of all of these timers. I can just burn them to the ground. See ya, timers. Right, and now it's buffering when it isn't at 0. It wasn't at 0 and it was buffering. Like, I can't even, I live in a world of chaos. I live in a world of chaos. So I'm just gonna just comment them out. Get them out of here. You have completely sold me on not using them. By the way, I'm still very glad that I'm learning how to use timers, right? It doesn't nullify everything that's been done here. But I am probably going to replace it. Let's make a new animation player. Add one track for a property. Self-modulate alpha. I will do this. I will do this. Oh my gosh, so much buffering. We're deep in buffer town, guys. We're all the way into buffer town. It's the worst of it. It is always around this time. It's always at this time of day. You'll notice it happens in the middle of the live stream. That's fascinating. So it has to be the internet service provider. It must be the ISP. It has to be. It's always at the same time of day. Which, I mean, it's unacceptable to throttle us this hard. You know? Like, that's unacceptable. There's a certain degree of throttling that I will settle for. But, like, this is brutal. And now I feel like I'm starting to get the proof that it's happening at the same time every day. All right. I don't want to do too much if I know that it's gray barring or anything. Let's player, add one track for a property, self-modulate. All right, so I'm going to do that. I'm adding a new animation player. Hopefully you can see it. The animation player, so I actually need to start naming these now. I need to start naming these. Don't I? I think your upload and download are mis-syncing. Really? That's why I had to downgrade to a slower service. What does that mean? Mis-syncing. It must be buffering really hard. Are you guys even seeing a live stream right now? Like, it must be really buffering. I feel like the stream is nuked. I feel like it is currently disconnected as far as things go. Okay, we might be back. That seemed like it was rough for a second there. Oh, it's back to being rough. It's back to being rough. I'm just gonna hang out here. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Like, what am I gonna do? Work? What am I gonna do? Work while it's being like this? I can't do that. I'll tell you what I will do. I'm just gonna pull this up. I'm just gonna pull this up and look at stuff. What else am I gonna do? No lag, no gray. It's been fine. I'm sitting here biding my time for nothing. Very clear. Mind-boggling. It boggles the mind. It absolutely boggles it. All right, well, then I'll just continue. So I need to start renaming these, right? Because I have this called Animation Player, which is fine if it's the only one that's in that section. And I actually don't like that we're referring to it this way. I need to change the way that I'm doing this. I need to make some changes. It's time to make some changes. It's time to make some changes. Now here we're doing on ready. Do I want to do the same thing here? If I set this up out here? Or can I just make it a regular variable? I don't know. I would also love to rename it. I wish I could set it as an export variable. That's what I wish I could do. Because then I could rename it anytime I want. But let's just say on ready. It's having great episodes for you, but no buffering, so you can still hear me. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. Hopefully by next week this will be a thing of the past. I generally I believe in reserving hope. But because of how frustrating this is, I can't help but have a little hope that maybe this will be better. It can missync if they don't have enough power to keep a constant connection because of distance, but you can send a signal because you are pushing power for upload. So the solution is to ask my ISP to switch me to a lower internet speed. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Because here's the thing, like when I get AT&T Air, I'm still going to have this internet, right? And so then the process of troubleshooting this can begin without worrying about breaking my internet. So maybe that would be something to try. Maybe that's something to try. All right, I'll do on ready variable. This is going to be hit point animation. Or what if I say Annie hit points? The reason why I'm saying hit points instead of the individual points, you know? And then I'm going to rename this to animation hit points. And then I'm just going to refer to it here. Then I'm going to fix this reference to be Annie hit points. I think that's the only place we refer to it. Oh no, up here as well. And hit points. It's a possible solution because it would take half power for them to give it to you. Stormrun, what you're saying makes sense to me. I'm definitely going to talk to them about that. I really like that. I'm just going to type that in my cloud clipboard. Stormrun says, try getting slower internet from ISP since it will take less power to send it. fix sync issues. Because, I mean, that's not a suggestion they're going to come up with. Especially because I might be giving them less money if I do that. So if they turn the power all the way up and it degrades down the line, you will still get the rated slower speeds at a constant connection. Fascinating. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. I'm going to remember that. That is very interesting. So now I have a new name for this, so that way I can create another animation player without there being conflicts. And we should be good with the script. Let me just make sure. I mean, I'm sure it's all fine. But let's just run a test to make sure nothing broke in that process. Looks great. Everything is fine. Let's do the heal animation as well. Looks fantastic. The animation is working. So let's create a new animation player per my 2 cents suggestion. Not that. This. Create a new one. Animation player. And for this one, I'm going to call it animation HP bar. This one. I'm going to want to make sure to clean up too, because I might, you know, if this works, I don't need these timers. So I've created 2 timers, but I don't really need them anymore if this is going to work. So I've got the animation hit points animation player, and then I've created the animation H bar animation player. So hopefully that will be fine. Now I also want to create a variable name for that so I can reference it without it being hard-coded throughout the script. This is variable animation HP bar. And we'll set that to this. You only know this stuff because of the military. We had to run miles of Cat 5 and we had to know the degradation. Right, I mean, it's kind of like exactly one possible reason that I'm dealing with these problems is something to do with the wiring and how things are set up. And so it's like, what am I going to do? Somehow get them to fix the underground wiring? Like, no, right? But what if we can work with the wiring as it is? It's just, it's something that I feel like you would only have that idea if you had that experience, which makes me trust your suggestion tremendously. That military experience coming in handy. Saving people, at least. And I love hope. I don't trust it, but I'll take it. Okay, so I've set that up. Now we want to create a property in there. Specifically, that property is self-modulate.a. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'm sure it'll make sense. So new animation, this will be HP bar partial. Or no, I guess it'll be HP bar hide, because this is the whole, it's one animation for partial and hide. We don't have to think about 2 separate things, which is kind of cool. Dragonblade says, in Europe, I can tell them that I want to install security cameras and they are obligated to fix. Are you serious? That's awesome. I hate the United States. I hate the United States. I hate the United States. The United States is not great. It's not great. Okay? All right? We're super safe from foreign invasion. That's it. That's it. That's the only good thing about the United States. Is mostly not a big deal for most freaking countries. For crying out loud. Oh. Like it's my dream. I feel like I'm like, for me to advocate for something like this, I'm considered like a socialist, right? Which, by the way, I am. But people don't say that in a nice way over here, right? Like, if you're a socialist, you're an enemy. You're like undermining political stability, right? It's seen as this super radical position that could never ever, even though that could never ever be a part of our country, even though it already is. It already is. Firefighters? Why do you think we have firefighters? Why do you think you can call up a phone number and people will show up and put out your fires? Because of socialism. That is a social program, folks. But that's as far as they'll go, right? They're not gonna actually help us get access to resources. It honestly makes me happy to know that I'm not crazy for thinking that this is the way it should be. Stormhead says, in America, if you own the property, you are paying for every line and pole. Yeah, right. And that's only because of the ocean. It's only because of the ocean? You mean like the difference? I'm a socialist too. If I were in power, I would have robots growing our food. Free food, free water, housing, energy. Yes! 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 Exactly. Provide for the people. Provide for the people. Have the service that you're paying for. Work as expected. It's not social. Good point. Excellent point. Excellent point. That's what taxes are for. That's what taxes are for. No, our taxes are for bullying the rest of the world through military force. That's what our taxes go to. Oh, man. It's obnoxious. Like, I try to avoid political discussions on this channel, and I will. But, like, U.S. spending budget graph. I'm just, like, I mean, I don't know that this won't speak enough. Okay, I don't actually know what kind of budget. Okay, I don't understand what the hell I'm looking at here. Here's something that confirms my bias, as they say. Oh, it's tiny. Discretionary spending. I don't know what discretionary spending is. I don't know what mandatory spending is. I don't know what any of these things are. I don't know the difference. But you make a great point, Dragonblade. It's not socialism, it's our taxes. Unfortunately, our taxes go to freaking this. Freaking this. I don't know what Peter G. Peterson Foundation is. Don't trust my source. I just picked it because it confirms my bias. But most of the money that is used by our government, as far as I understand things, goes to the military instead of things that could actually freaking help us. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about that. Our Senate works 40 days of the year. Hard work. Hard 40 days. Those are a tough 40 days. Don't get us wrong. Please don't bring up taxes in U.S. I don't understand how U.S. can live like that. No taxes on price tags. They don't tell you what you need to pay, and they penalize you for not paying correctly. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it either. But, like, man. It's real. I mean, the thing is like, sometimes I have to talk about it because it affects my life, you know? But generally, yeah, it's it's a whole thing. I can confirm a hammer in the military costs over $10,000. Everything, right? And I bet it's not even a nice hammer. I bet it's not even a very nice hammer. Maybe it is. I hope it is. I also am stalling while the internet is goofing, is also part of my motivation here. The most geographically protected country is spending more on defense than the next 10 biggest spenders combined. That sounds exactly correct. Yeah, right. It's unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. And Anyway, I don't. There's so many thoughts I have. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's completely isolated by ocean. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's huge. It's such a huge nation. It's so everything's so far away from each other. There's so much empty space. They're hammers from Lowe's without the brand. Oh gosh. Checks out. Well, look, internet, if this is what happens, government, if you just gave me better, and okay, I'm looking up to the sky, like to the heavens, like, government, please, please. If you just gave me better internet, I wouldn't be stalling by talking about why you suck. So I've created an animation. Internet's still being what it bees. It's still being what it bees. That's all right. We'll get through it. We'll hang out. Having a chat can be what we do, even if it's cut off once in a while. So I've created a new animation, HP bar hide, and then I was instructed very generously to make a property. Okay, I found it. One track for a property. So if I come down here to the tracks to add one, we've got some options here of track types. Property track. Easy peasy. It makes sense. It just makes sense. And then if I come to the body HP bar, since that's the property, that's where I want to get the property from, that's probably where I want to point the node for animation. And I love this about Godot. I love that you can animate properties. I mean, it's honestly a dream come true. It's such a great, powerful, and useful feature to be able to do that. I just love it. So I'm going to pick the body HP bar. Dragonblade says, the funding of aperture science makes sense. Oh man, I never played Portal all the way. I kind of started it and then I stopped, and I never really got through it all. Getting rich from selling shower curtains to the military. Oh, that's cool. That's cool that like made a connection of what that game was referring to. I love when that happens. Nice. Portal is definitely one of those games that I like desperately need to like devote myself to having a very serious experience playing. Okay, so now that I've done that, it actually pulled up a second window. So as soon as I chose HP bar, it's now asking me to choose a property. Look for self-modulate. This is actually really awesome that we get this full list of properties. Like, this is useful for code and just understanding what things are modifiable. It's just a full list of all the things that we can refer to as a part of that node. It's really cool. So let's search for self-modulate. There it is, right there. Love it. Love it. So the way I want this to be is I want it to be visible for a time. So we want it to stay as one, right? So I'd want to make a keyframe. Oh, look. Oh, this is so beautiful. I really hope the internet problems aren't messing this up, because this is a really cool trick. So we're creating a new animation track, a property for self-modulate. And over on the first frame, I'm going to set it to 1. So we have the value here, it actually gives me the entire, look at that, it loads the whole property window. So I can actually set it as if I was in the inspector setting it up. I can do the exact same thing, except now I'm animating it. That's so handy. So, and I could probably do RGB here. I don't even need to do raw. I could just modify whatever it is I want to modify. So I'll put this up at full, yeah? And that should work okay. I'll put that up at full. And look, we can even change the easing. Look at that. We can do this whole curve. Sorry, I always move myself over, but what I want to move is the zoom. There we go. Look at this beautiful curve we can set on here. I mean, that's nice. These are nice features. So we'll start with 1, and then ultimately I'll want it to stay at 1 for however long. Same time as the other animation, right? Which I kind of have to hard code this in, probably. Unless I want to play multiple animations. So that's one disadvantage of doing it this way, is I can't make it super dynamic and responsive to itself. But, I mean, I'm okay with that. This is going to add so much convenient functionality that I'm honestly okay with giving up some of that control. Even though I was glad I was kind of doing it because I could. So we said it was going to be about 2 seconds, right? Or it was actually more than that, because I was doubling 1.8. So I was actually saying almost 4 seconds. Maybe more like 3.5 seconds. Let's try that. Let's go with 3.5 for now. So I'm just going to make it 3.5. And then I'm going to duplicate that property of 1. Dragonblade says, my favorite quote from Portal is... My favorite quote from Portal is, all right, I've been thinking, when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. Whoa, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's such... So wait, is that game like anti-capitalism or like anti-work in a way? That's really cool. That's beautiful. Not even, it doesn't have to just be that, right? It could mean anything, right? If life gives you something terrible, anything annoying, anything frustrating, instead of just pacifying yourself, right? And just being like, well, make the best of it, right? Allowing yourself to have the emotions that are real, that are coming up. That's like beautiful advice. That's like a beautiful quote. I've never been more convinced to play it than you telling me that. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Oh my god. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. I'm gonna be Karen for life. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? So it's got some like good dialogue. It's got some good narrative. I like that. You can make 2 animations and play them back to back, and you can define their duration in code, so it can match the same duration of the other animation we did yesterday. Noted. But to start, let's just make the 3 frames, yeah, that give us the weight fade effect. First 2 will have alpha equals max, then third should have alpha 0. Right, and so then, well, so I think I want an extra one too, right? I want it to be solid, and then I want it to be partial, and then I want it to be invisible. So we'll say for the first 3.5 seconds, stay visible. And then I guess I would want to say for the next 3.5 seconds, so we'll say drag it out to 7. And then I'm going to add a property right there. And that property value, I think I was saying 0.75. So 75% of 255, I don't know what that is. We'll just guess 140 or 150. Or maybe it's a little more than that. Maybe like 175. I'm just kind of basing it on this slider. So we'll say that's about 75%. I guess I could look at the raw. Oh, it was close. 0.7. Not bad. So we'll just set the raw. All right, so there's the property for that. Now that's going to blend it, though, which is good. Well, I actually don't want that, right? I want it to blend it quickly. So actually what I really want is I want to duplicate this. I want to say blend it for, you know, maybe half a second. So if it's at 3.5 right now, so it says it's at 3.5. We could say at 4 seconds, I'm going to duplicate the partial fade out right there. So it'll, I think we can probably look at it, right? Maybe? No? Okay. Maybe. I'd be a little surprised if we couldn't look at it. 2 frames. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Luckily, I do actually know animation a little bit. That's a lucky thing that I do actually have some knowledge of that. I wonder why the preview isn't there. Maybe it's not. Maybe I can't really preview it the way that I want to be able to preview it. That's okay. That's okay. Probably look at it in 3D. Yeah, maybe. I would like that very much. You need to set it to visible? Oh yeah, that would help. That would help. I could see how that would help. There it is. Looks like our internet problems are at least resolved for now. Nice, there we go. So it'll stay like that, and then it'll kind of like fade out a little bit. Very good. And it'll stay that way until about here. And then let's add 3.5 onto that. We'll make it 10.5. And I'll say right at the end of that, because that's, well, wait. That's not what I mean. I want this to fade out like that. I want this to stay like that. Right, and so then I want to do again a half second later. So it's 7.5, actually, is when I want to create a new keyframe. And this one will bring the property to invisible. Oh, wow, and look at it even, like, shows the blend on here. That's awesome. And that's really helpful, because then if I change the curve up here, you'll see, maybe not. I wasn't sure if maybe it would update the blend on here to be the curve, but I don't think it does. Well, okay. In theory, it could do that. It doesn't, but that's okay. We can't have everything here. All right. But that's still cool that it does that. It's helpful. And then I want to run this. I might want to do it a little longer. I might want to say drag this out to 8. Or to 7.5. So it actually is a full 3.5. It's kind of, I mean, it's a little arbitrary. I don't need to be this particular about it, but whatever. So then that will fade out entirely. Now, I guess that could just be the end. I don't really need to extend it beyond that, right? That would just be the end of it, right? Why extend it beyond that? Okay, guess that makes sense. So then we'll stop it at 8, and that'll be the end of the animation. So here's the whole animation. It starts out as a full health bar, and then after 3.5 seconds, it fades out a little bit, and then after another 3.5 seconds, it fades out all the way. Beautiful, beautiful. And the internet's chilling out early. Well, it's like, no, I'm not. Excuse me. You don't know me. Great. So now we have to do more. Now we have to do more. We have to add it in. So I guess we could just play this, honestly. Right? Like where I was going to start the partial visibility timeout. We can say just start visibility timeout. And I can do... Oh, we've been doing anim. Okay, let me do anim. Well, I just don't want to be inconsistent if we don't have to be. So let me find everywhere I did Annie and replace it with anim. Just to stay a little consistent here. Okay. And then I'll say anim HP bar play. I mean, what more do I need to say than that? Oh, we have to say which animation. We do have to say which animation. HP bar hide. So, I mean, that should just work. Like, that should just work. Oh, a couple things. Number one, it's hidden. Or it's not hidden, and we need it to be hidden. So I have to hide it, otherwise it won't appear if it's not already hidden. That's number one. There it goes. So it has appeared. There it goes, fading. And then there it goes. Awesome. Now, if we want it to come back, that's going to be a bit different. So what I kind of, I mean, it would be playing it. Is there a way to like restart? Is that like a thing that it has? It didn't give me an error. Then I wouldn't even, in theory, I could avoid doing the visibility at all. Whoop. Okay, restart is not real. There's no such thing as restart. I made that up. I made up restart. I completely made it up. Let's see. Autoplay. Play is playing. Play backwards. Stop. There surely is some way to do this. I think you just call play again, it will work. Shouldn't it already be calling it? Is it because... Oh, also, we have all of this stuff here. We don't need this anymore. This is hiding... Wait, maybe we do. We do need this. No, we do need this. I'm a little confused. Because it should be calling it every time we take damage. It should be making it... First of all, I want to say, I kind of want to use animations entirely. Instead of setting the visibility on and off, you can stop first, then play. I kind of rather, because then we can fade it in and out, and it'll just look so much better in every way. It's also a good idea. Let's try it. Stop it and start it. I think I'd like to have animations for the appearing and the disappearing. Oh, geez. Okay. Sorry. Cannot type invalid type in function stop in base animation player. Cannot convert argument 1 from string to Boolean. Oh, okay. So it'll just stop whatever animation is playing. We don't have to tell it what animation is the one to stop. Just stop whatever animation is playing. Okay, so there it goes. Still, it's not coming back on a second hit. That seems odd. I do wonder if it has something to do with the visibility. Like, what if I get rid of all the visibility stuff for now? Like, just get it all out. No more visibility changing whatsoever. And then have it visible right away. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, then it's not gonna come back. No, it should. Well, I don't know. Alright, so it plays the animation. Fades out. Now it comes back. I also wonder, and I know we haven't set up much of anything here, but just out of curiosity, will it restart every time? So if I hit here, when it fades out the first time, if I hit it, so that doesn't restart it every time. So we have to set that up if we want it to restart every time. But I think what I'd rather do is just have an animation. So come back to the animation HP bar and create another animation in here. And this one can be HP bar show. And we can say it starts, so add a track, property track for the HP bar. Okay. Add self-modulate. Insert a key. That puts that value at 0. And then after like 0.5 or something, bring it back. So that way it'll just like kind of gradually appear and it'll look awesome. Easy interpolation. And then make this length 0.5. And now, where we were setting it to become visible, so this is starting the visibility timeout. So down here, this is for hiding the bar after we heal. but we don't really need this anymore. Really, we can get all of this out at this point. Because it's just going to time out anyway. Right? Well, technically that only plays when there's damage. Actually. So I guess I'd want to... And I don't need any of the timer stuff, though. What I could do is just say... the same thing. Animation HP bar play. HP bar hide. And then if I wanted it to hide, I guess we'd do that right at the start. Or show, I just do that right at the start. And that's the only place I need it. Well, we don't want it to show at the start. Wrong. We want it to show at the same time. Because it's showing immediately. And then it's hiding after the damage. So this might be a problem. Because we need it to play at the end of this one. So we'd want it to do this first, and then play this one. Right? So animation finished, right? I think that would be what we do. Based on what you told me the other day. Animation player copy, animation finished. So we'll say animation HP bar. Is that, can we just put that in an if statement? Is that what we did before? Await. Gotcha. Await animation HP bar. Animation finished. And then hide it. Start the hiding process. And so it's visible. So now it's visible right away. It's immediately visible. But it's starting out invisible. As soon as we hit, it fades in. And it plays the fade out animation. We get hit again. There it comes. Oh, look, and every time it's refading it in. I mean, it's almost an effect. It's almost not that bad. It's not really intended, but it's not that bad. And then when we heal, it shows up as well. That's amazing. But, you know, if it's already showing, I don't hate it. Even though it's not intended, I don't really hate that it fades out again. I don't love it. But it's almost like feedback. Like the player did something. Like you just affected the health bar. You just did something to it. What I don't like about that is that there isn't a distinction between a good thing or a bad thing. It's almost like it's alerting you to its presence. Like, hey, I'm here, flash. But so we still have the other problem where well, kind of. Like actually it's restarting it. It is restarting it every time we hit. It's not when we heal. So if I come to heal, let me get hit. Let it time out a little bit. And if I go to heal, oh no, it is. I don't know what to say. It's working very well. Well, that was easy. I mean, yeah, besides that that like fading in happening more often. Well, but right there. See right there. Wait. It didn't per second being broadcast, which I don't even believe. I don't even believe that that's true. But when the internet's behaving, it's going great. It's going really well. Yeah, we have a health bar now. Yeah. Big props to Minnie and My Two Cents for helping me out. My Two Cents is still helping me out. Greatly appreciated help. We're using the animation player to make the health bar appear and disappear. The stream did cut out for a bit. Sorry about that. I do have a possible solution in the works. Hard possible. And that is AT&T Air. All that is cell phone tower internet. That way I can bypass the cabling that clearly has some kind of problems outside my house. And we can get some hopefully stable internet for now. We'll see how it goes. It's coming next week, so hopefully I'll have some more stable internet started next week. Come find out. Come find out if the internet's better. But yeah, it do be doing that, but it's less bad than it was. So yeah, so we're using the animation player to make the hit points go away and come back. My Two Cents actually came up with a really cool method where we duplicate the animation player. So if we look at the game running while it's running, let me look at the code while it's running, or the nodes while it's running. What you'll see, I do have to expand this every time. Even though I'm pretty sure there's a shortcut for doing that. It's okay. Okay, so over here on the left, what I love about this solution is it's very Godot-centric. So if you look over here on the left, you'll see we have the animation hit points here. When I run into a tree, a new animation player is created. That's a duplicate of animation hit points. What's so great about that is we can have, it also happens when we heal. We can have multiple of those going. So multiple little hit points can recover at the same time with just an animation player. So if I hit one and if I hit two of them appear. It like queues them up. And so we have one after the other appearing and disappearing, which is really, really awesome and solved a lot of problems. And that's just with the animation player. That was an insta-kill tree that I was experimenting with, so it killed us instantly. So right now what I'm doing is I'm setting up a way for the HP bar to fade in, get a little invisible, and then eventually fully disappear. And what I ultimately want is for us to be able to hover over the body, and that HP bar will reappear. And it'll just disappear after a certain amount of time. And again, My Two Cents helped me do this with an animation player, which it's so easy. Like I was just getting all up in code and getting complex with it. But man, the animation player in Godot is so powerful for putting logic together. So one thing that's happening is I set up a fade in for it because it wasn't working well when I was setting the visibility on and off. It wasn't allowing the animation player to play for some reason. So I just set up an animation where it like appears like this. What if we have full health? And then we collect it. Does it appear? I'm just curious. It does. And so it like acts like we've healed, even though we haven't healed. Because technically, if I bring up the debug numbers, the body is already at 4. And if I drag a cow to the body, it flashes as if we just got a new one. But we didn't actually get a new one. It actually doesn't do anything for us. And that's something that could change down the line, because this mechanic, this grab and heal mechanic, is not what I want. So like right now, I can click on this and kind of drag this around, and it will, if it touches a limb, it'll heal. But what I really want is for a system that's smarter than that. So if I click on it, I want it to automatically jump to the body part, and then I let go of the healing item, and then it'll apply to the limb that I let go over. And so with a system like that, you know, I could set it up so that it won't even let you hover over an already healed limb or something, which would eliminate that problem altogether. So I'm going to say that's not a big deal right now. But anyway, the one thing that I'm dealing with now is I don't know if it's a bad thing. So every time I hit, I get damage or I heal, the bar is reappearing. So if I hit here, it's fully visible. And if I hit again, it like reappears like it was the first time. And we can change that, but I'm just not sure if I care to change it. Like, I don't know. It kind of like alerts the player that something has happened. It kind of draws my attention, which is nice. And then where it's kind of weird, you know, if I go to heal, so if it's fully visible, and then I go to heal, it's going to disappear and reappear again. Which just feels a little like not... It feels weird that it's doing the same animation when you heal and when you get hurt. Almost like it needs to do something else if you're doing a heal. Even the flashing, you know, it's kind of like, it's kind of hard to tell. Is that increasing or is it decreasing? We could have like a number appear that's like +1. I just feel like there's more detail we could add in to communicate more clearly whether you're taking damage or getting hurt. I think that's kind of what I'm noticing, is it's not clear. Oh, that's the other thing. Okay, that's the other thing, is when you're on the last hit point. So I have 3, or you have 1 more to heal. So I have 3 right now. It's partially faded. And if I were to go to heal, it won't actually... It's kind of hard to recreate. It won't actually play the animation. So here it's starting to fade out. If I heal the body, look, it gives me a point, and it just fades out. Whereas if I take multiple damage, it must be a condition. It must be because of a condition I have set. I feel like I can fix this. If I have less health than that and I heal up, then it will reappear. So I think that's just actually because of this condition. If true current body health, which I don't think we need the true anymore, actually, is equal to max body health. I don't think we need that at all, now that I think about it. Wow, so we're actually only... When damaged, show HP bar. Oh, here. At full health, hide HP bar. Anyway. My 2 cents says, you can test if the animation player is running an animation. If so, you can decide to fade in or out. Interesting. S says, I was expecting it to work by deciding automatically. Maybe try prioritizing certain parts. Interesting. What do you mean? By deciding automatically. I see what you're saying. So you're saying like... So right now, that's really interesting. That is really interesting. That is super helpful. Right now, only the body. So there's 5 different possible injury points. There's the body, which is 2 right now, in the center. There are the arms, which are 4 and 2 on the sides at the top. And then there's 2 and 3, which are the legs at the bottom. Those just refresh when you die, so you get 4 hit points across the board on all of them. And so my thinking was the body is the most important, Because you can lose the limbs. You can completely lose your arms, your legs, and you can keep playing. Now, right now, it doesn't give you a disability yet, but I will want to add that in. However, if the body loses all of its HP, you lose the game. You completely die. So my thinking was have the health bar for the body, since that's the most important information. And then for the limbs, I was thinking we could have the limbs shrink. And I haven't set that up yet. Every time they take damage. So we would get that information. Now the left arm is a 3. Now the left arm is a 2. We would get that information from looking at the limbs and seeing them get smaller. Whereas the health bar would only apply to the body. But you're saying what your expectation was, looking at it, would be that the bar would appear for any limb, specifically the limb that's currently taking damage or something. Which is interesting. And maybe, and if that's really helpful feedback, because I would want to address that expectation for sure. And it'd be interesting to see if the shrinking was enough, or if it would be better to actually have multiple progress bars. Because that's one thing I'm trying to avoid, is having like a crap ton of stuff everywhere. But you know, now that I look at it, why not have multiple progress bars? Because we're fading them out. They're not staying there for a long period of time. They're only temporary. So they'll just like pop up for a little bit, and they could pop up sort of like where the numbers are. And we could maybe have like a line going to the body part so it's more obvious or something. When healing, even if you make it so that you can choose what you heal, you shouldn't force a player to make the choice. It's good when a game scales its complexity to what a player wants to manage. Make it so that you can choose, even if you make it, so that you can choose what you heal. We shouldn't force a player to make the choice. I'm very interested in what you mean, and I'm also confused. So to lay out what the ultimate gameplay will be, for the sake of clarity. So we have our alien. I'm really interested to understand more what you mean. But first, let me play around in MS Paint and see if I can represent the gameplay. All right, so there's our alien, kind of. Let's get the body. And then we've got arms. And we've got legs. There we go. Okay. And then there's this other thing, too, that I haven't added in yet. Make some fan art for this game? Neil, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. There's this other thing, literally. That sounds awesome. I'll make a section on the Discord for it. All right, so this is the player, and this is another thing. Okay. Let me give a name for this. This is player. And this is score over here. Oh, let me make one more thing. So I'll make the cows, or the meat, which aren't necessarily going to be cows. They'll at least be cows. So there's the meat. The objects you collect in this game, mainly. Okay. So, I gotta save this. This is awesome. This is actually very useful. So there's a few different areas that are important here to the gameplay. When you collect meat, this is the idea. You have 6 choices about what you can do with that. 6 choices. One choice is you can heal the left arm. The other choice is you can heal the right arm. The other choice is that you can heal the body. The other choice is that you can heal the left leg. And yet another choice is that you can heal the right leg. The final choice is that you could heal, or not even heal it, it's not heal. You could dunk the meat into this score bubble. So these are the 6 choices that you have. Either heal your body, your arms, or your legs. Choose one of those. Or increase your score. So you'll come across lots of meat in the game. And it'll just be tons of it. And you'll just be constantly grabbing it and choosing, do I put it on my body? Do I dunk it? Do I put it on my body? Do I dunk it? Do I put it on my body? Do I dunk it? Right? And you're just constantly doing that. And so you're trying to avoid obstacles so you don't have to apply it to your body. And instead, ideally, you would be avoiding the obstacles and applying the meat to the score dunk. And so, right now, because it's just a very rudimentary, have not fleshed it out. Right now, you can grab the meat and move it around kind of anywhere you want, but I promise it's really awkward. Like, it feels terrible. Like, it's not well implemented. But it becomes like another minigame in and of itself, but not a good one, not a fun one, a frustrating one, trying to move this around and get it to collide with the body part. So if I like collide here, those are all at 2 on the left. And if I find a cow and I grab it, I have to like hold it in this place, and then it has to run into those parts, and then it will heal it, which is just, it just is frustrating. I don't enjoy it. It's not fun. And so what I want is when you grab the meat, the cursor will jump to the body. And maybe it could be like you were saying, it could prioritize, right? It could maybe jump to the most damaged limb or something, you know? But when it jumps to that, it won't immediately heal it. You'll have to let go of the cursor, and then it will apply it to whatever's underneath. And so if it jumps to that body part, so if my cursor is being held, you know, right over, let me just go back to paint. It'll be easier. If my cursor automatically jumps to the center of the body, for example, then you could nudge your cursor over here, or up there, or not up there, over here, down here. Or you could drag it over to the score dunk, and that would become selected. But it would kind of like snap. It would be like snap points. Think of it like snap points. And this is just the idea. You'd be grabbing it and you'd have the snap points. And then when you let go, that meat would get dropped into that part. That's kind of the idea. If that makes sense. If you don't choose, it could go body, random damage limb, score, or something, depending on what is at full health. Oh, I like that. That's a good idea. That's cool. Just a suggestion. So a player can let the game do something automatically if they don't care what gets healed. Otherwise, if they're like really strategic, they can control themselves. Oh, I like that. Okay, that's awesome. That is such a good idea. That is such a good idea. I love that idea so much. Wow. That's great, because then otherwise you're stuck having to make a decision. I get what you mean. Neil says, I don't have Discord, so I will not be posting it there. I'll probably make a community post tagging you in it. That works. Yeah. That would be more than all right. Neil, that would be more than all right. I would be so thankful if you did that. I can't wait to see it. That's really cool. Let's go. And I'll do like a repost or whatever. Whatever you can do on YouTube, I'll do it. And if you don't choose, it could go to body, random damage limb, score, or something, depending on what is a full health. This is amazing. So here's how we're going to remember this awesome suggestion that you've made. Here's how we're going to remember this awesome. First of all, let me finish this drawing a little bit. I have a hack-in plan, which is sort of like Trello, but it's for game developers. It has specific game developer stuff on it. I really like it. It is free. They have paid plans, but I've never needed them, and I don't plan to need them. It does a ton without it. And so on here, you know, I have my things that are planned, things that are in progress, things that are completed. That's all fine. That's all good. But an idea like what you're talking about, you know, that's still kind of down the line and not like currently what I'm working on. So I've been setting this up in this design model section, which lets me kind of collect like or have a collection of what's going to be in the game. And so we have obstacle types. Some of these are default here already. There's a bunch of them. Overview gameplay. That's kind of gameplay. That definitely is in gameplay. Which also, by the way, I should move obstacle types to gameplay. Right? Now that I think about it. And then also in gameplay, I'm going to add a child. How long will I be live until? I will be live probably for at least 2 more hours. 2 to 4 more hours. Okay, let's say 3 more hours. 2 to 4, between 2 and 4 more hours. That's how long I'll be live. So let's say, and thank you, because this is something I need to fill out anyway, but now I can put more specific things in here, thanks to you. And this is kind of a way I might want to keep track of credits for the game as well. But let's just put this out. All right, Neil, thanks for stopping in. I can't wait to see your art. It's really exciting. Yeah, I'll see you later. So you can check out the art. I will check it all the way out. I'm pumped. Let's go. Alien art. It's really exciting. So we'll say for the gameplay, grab mechanic. We'll just call it that for now. Oh, wow. I forgot there's an even further breakdown. There's the type, chapter, world, zone, level, stage, location, menu, cutscene, system, mechanic. This is all built into Hack and Plan. I mean, it's it's literally a mechanic. Which I guess I could just take out the word mechanic here and just call it grabbing. Dope. Didn't even realize that. Let's not do a well, we can say grab to Well, grabbing is only going to be for healing. Grab to allocate healing item. There's really not going to be... There's going to be, like, hitting. I do want you to be able to, like, hit things, which will be similar to the grab. So if there's, like, a building, right? Well, you might be able to, like, grab off a roof of a building. So I guess really it'd be grab / hit. They're kind of the same thing. It just depends on what it is. Grab to allocate a healing item. Hit to damage a structure or an enemy or structure. Okay. And then in that, I will create another child element. And we'll say sort of what S was talking about, which was like prioritization. I'll just say action prioritization. I can organize this more later, but at least now this note is taken and it's vaguely organized. Prioritization. Prioritization. There you go. Type mechanic. Yeah, it's still mechanic. I don't know what system. Like, it's kind of a system, I guess. A little confusing with the grabbing / hitting, and then it's using that as... That's okay. So then I'll just type in here, and I'll even say recommendation by S. And if you can imagine, you know, if S was actually collaborated onto this, you know, hacking plan, right? Which, by the way, I don't not invite. You know, you can tag people. You can actually add a user in here, which is kind of cool. That's more useful for, like, you know, if you want to direct people to something that their work is relevant to on the project. But it is nice that you can do that if you were working with a team. I don't really need to say it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Recommendation by S. Player doesn't have to choose what body part / score the item goes to. If something is clicked and immediately released. So kind of, well, here's the other thing, S. So what I was imagining, but I like your idea very much. So what I was imagining was, let's say you grab meat, right? Like this is meat. You grab it, and if you just let go, it just falls, right? And it'll just land back on the ground. So it's almost like a punishment, right? So by grabbing it and letting go, you'd be punished because you didn't do anything. But your suggestion, but then again, no, it doesn't make sense, right? Because I was saying, it's confusing. I had that idea, but then if we're snapping it, if it's that you grab it and it snaps, right? It's kind of like, where does that get inserted? You know, because if it snaps and you let go right there on top of yourself, it would apply to that. It's an interesting idea, and it could be like, so here's the meat. You grab it, and then maybe like a little menu pops out, and it like, you can drag to those different spots. And if you let go, it could auto choose. It's a very interesting idea. It's a really specific idea. Now that I think about it, if something is clicked and immediately released, perhaps it applies to something automatically based on prioritization. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's really interesting, and it gives me a lot of ideas. And also, I would want to say, let's actually not do grabbing / hitting. Let's just do grabbing. Action prioritization, and then I'm gonna further say the idea that I was just thinking about, which is UI for applying. So some ideas would be manually drag the object to dunk location. I don't love this idea. I'm just gonna strike it out right away. The other idea is object snaps to the body / prioritized part / score. UI menu pops up in the field. Drag to desired location in 3D UI. It's hard without having it built yet. Or perhaps you just wait and let the player know however they're able to choose after they get maybe 3 to 6 cows. Interesting. So you're talking about like a bank, right? So like, well, actually, let me grab this cow. Give me that cow. So you're saying we build up the cows. And then the player can somehow, whatever, drag them from there later. So you're saying that way it's not like constantly the player having to choose as they're playing the game. Could be done with keyboard buttons or the right stick in case of the controller. Interesting. Am I understanding like kind of what you're addressing here in general? Because like, you know, that way you can like play the game, you can run through, you can grab stuff, you don't have to like think too hard. You come through here, grab a cow, come through here, grab another cow. You're dodging, you're playing, you grab a cow, and you're like, man, my health is getting low. I really need to heal up. Let me look down at my bank, and then I'll drag some over here to my body. That's not what you meant. Oh, okay. Dude, there's so many ideas. The ideas are proliferating. So you meant like literally have the alien like what gather? I don't know what you mean. After they get, or you're saying like they grab a cow, they apply it. They grab a cow, they apply it. And then at that point, wait to let the player know however they are able to choose after they. I'm not sure I understand that. I thought that's definitely what you meant. But it's a cool idea. Objects are banked and can be applied later to either body parts or score dunk whenever the player is ready. I like that a lot. What I dislike about that is I feel like a player could ignore it and not even notice it. That's what I don't like about the bank idea, is they could just be like, why am I collecting all these cows? I mean, we can have like an arrow on screen being like, go here, do something with this. Man, that's prototyping. It's like, what do you even do? Like, do you just make those different versions and try them all? I think so. I was thinking of using how many have been applied automatically as a way to wait before teaching them something, so not to overwhelm them. Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing, right? How do we want to teach people to play the game? Totally. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know. I feel like I would have to know more what the game's gonna be before I know how I'm gonna teach them. Because I do know, like, generally what the game's gonna be, but I don't really know specifically how the mechanics are going to play out. Um, but that's interesting. Using how many have been applied automatically as a way to wait before teaching them something. Yeah. So I'm not a big fan of teaching, like, obviously. Like, my preference is that the player gets in there and does stuff and things do stuff, and then they have to figure out why it's doing what it's doing, and then hopefully that's obvious enough. Ideally. So, like, if they, I mean, hopefully it'll be pretty obvious that you can grab animals and stuff. You know, we might want to put something that makes that more clear, like grab animals, a cutscene, something. The name of the game could be Alien Grabs Meat or something. You know, grab the animals. I don't know. And for some reason, it's really obvious that you're supposed to grab animals. Actually, why don't I just move this down here? And then when you grab them, you know, somehow whatever happens next makes it obvious. Whether the cursor, that's why I was imagining that the cursor just jumps to the body, right? So it's like, whoa, what just happened? Wait, I grabbed it. And I would want it to be like you would see the arm reach out, get the animal, and then the alien would pull it to itself or something. And that could be a nice thing with the UI. If UI were to appear, like even something, you know, like this drawing, um, like perhaps just this side of it appears in the field. Well, I guess we'd want to keep the score dunk as well. Basically, this would just appear, and there you have it grabbed, and the meat, where the meat is, and then you can just drag it. So a little pop-up would happen. The player would be like, what is this? What do I do with this? Right? And maybe these circles that I have here, over here, like these circles could all be like radiating. They could be like zhoo, 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 zhoo. And it'd be like, what is this? You know, should I drag my cursor over here? And then they do it, right? And then something happens. And it could be like, you know, the alien's body, like some particles appear over the arm, like magic healing happens. And it's like, oh, I guess what I just did affected that. I'm starting to really like the idea of having um, an in-world UI menu pop up at the location of where you grab the animal. So it would appear like down here where the animal is, that arrow that's on screen there. That's where the UI would appear when you grab it. And you have to quickly just kind of swipe or like make a drag to where you want it to go. And then we'd see the animation of the alien applying it. Would you put a keyboard key on each circle too? That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Just accessibility wise, just having different ways to do it. I hadn't thought about that. Manually drag the object to dunk location. Definitely don't like that. Object snaps to the body prioritized part score. I'm actually less interested in that now. UI menu pops up in the field, drag it to that location 3D UI. I think this is the best idea right now. I think this could be an ability. Possible ability or perk. Objects can be banked and applied later. That could be a perk or something. would you put a keyboard key on each circle too? That's a good idea. Maybe it gets applied automatically if you don't choose for maybe 3 seconds. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, see, my 2 cents. I was in the middle. We were like in the middle of figuring something out that you were helping with. I'm sorry I got distracted. That ADHD do be ADHD, and but you put me in the right direction. I feel like we'll be all right. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you so much for your help. Oh my gosh. I appreciate it so much. Animation player. We're going to go hard with the animation player. Take good care. Have a great rest of your day. And yeah, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye. After a few seconds, that's interesting. So that, I mean, to me, that feels a little punishing almost. Like, what if the player wants some extra time to think about it? I would say this. So since it's, well, how about this? Since it's on rails, right? It's a runner game. It's constantly moving, right? That's just like built into the game. That would be your timer, right? So once the thing that you're supposed to have grabbed goes off screen, well, okay, hold on. Maybe that doesn't work because the character is moving forward all the time. So actually, if you grab it, it could stay in your hand for as long as you're grabbing it. Or not. Or maybe it doesn't. You know, maybe if you go to click on it, it doesn't grab it yet. It waits to grab it. And if you don't make that decision before it goes off screen. Now, you were thinking more like it's not a punishment because it will automatically do something with it. My first thought was, let's punish the player. And let's say if you didn't do it in time, it just goes away and you didn't grab it. But you're thinking more like, make it easier for the player to grab the thing and hold on to it and make a decision. But a part of me thinks that that's almost antithetical to the runner idea, which is to put pressure on the player to make a choice, you know? Or if you try to grab a second cow. I mean, I guess I'm curious. So I'm just curious, what is it that you're trying to, like, if you were making this mechanic, what would you be trying to avoid? Because it's interesting, you know, this seems like there's a specific problem that you're looking to solve. And I'm curious because I like that you're able to imagine yourself playing it and how, since you can't really play it yet, you kind of can. The GitHub repo is in the description box. But it's interesting to hear, like, how you think it might not feel good if you try to grab a second cow. I mean, there are 2 arms, right? There are 2 arms, and the grabbing would be one hand. So, like, that's very interesting. So I guess you could tag them. You could, like, tag a cow. Oh, it's tough. Like, tag one cow and then tag another cow. So maybe instead of holding and letting go, if you just click on one, an arm can jump to it. If you click on another, an arm goes to another one. And then maybe that UI, it could be very tiny. This like UI could pop up. An instance of that UI could pop up around the animal that you click on. And then you can go, it's like you're spawning that in the world. And then you can make changes to it. And if you click more than 2, the first one that you clicked on gets unselected and it clicks on the next one. This is very interesting. I really appreciate this discussion. I think games generally become more fun when they subtly adapt to the level of complexity that the player wants. while still feeling rewarding. Whoa. That's like a powerful statement. Games generally become more fun when they subtly adapt to the level of complexity that the player wants. Whoa. While still feeling rewarding. I'm going to be thinking about that for years. The level of complexity that the player wants. And not only that, but adapting to that complexity. And so if the player wants to quickly come through here and pick things, so going off my idea of tagging the creatures, right? I like that too because it avoids like punishing the player, right? It's not about punishment at all. It's not about losing. It's about winning differently or more if you so choose. So perhaps, if you grab an enemy and you tag these enemies, I don't know, a countdown could appear, or if the runner gets to the edge, right? So the arms, so as it moves forward, the arms would be doing this. They'd be staying put. And then once it gets behind the character, like you were saying, it could automatically apply to something. Maybe, to me, it should just automatically apply to the score, if anything. But then again, auto healing is kind of an interesting concept. I mean, if we think about like regen in games, right? It's gonna look weird though, because if you're like moving around and your arms are like attached, they're gonna be like, and then there's gonna be objects hitting your arm like in between. Like, do they clip through? Does your arm get damaged? It starts to raise a lot of questions. This is difficult. I don't really know what to do with this conversation other than just like know that we've had it and meditate on it. How do I put that in the hack and plan? We could say, I could even add in a philosophy section. A philosophy section. Type mechanic system. We'll call it a system. We'll call this a system. Thoughts from S. I'm fascinated by that message. We're going to use the quote feature. And so then if we look at that, there we go. Thoughts from S. I think games generally become more fun when they subtly adapt to the level of complexity the player wants while still feeling rewarding. Said in response to how the player might apply healing objects during gameplay. So I think with that, I have to say that's as much as we can talk about this, because I just don't know. That's just going to take time. It's going to take developing this out more. But I'm really thankful for this discussion because it helps me. come up with a lot of cool ideas and just more stuff. There's more here. Wow. Good thoughts. Good thoughts. Thank you, S. Do I have you in credits? Do I have you in credits? This is something I'm also gonna get into the hack and plan soon. But for now, it's just on my broadcast software, which is a very bad place for it. I don't think we got you on here at all. I don't think we got you on here at all. I also don't have DNF on here. Oh my gosh, it's getting so big. I have to shrink it down. It's getting so long. Not a bad problem. But certainly one. You are on here? Oh, you are on there. Godot consultant suggestions. All right, no, you're up there. Gotcha. All right. Well, that was easy. Still need to add DNF on here for suggestions. The frame rate drops a little whenever I type on here. Okay, there we go. S goes on to say, being able to speed up when you want to, thus making the game harder but more exciting, is a good example of that which I believe you already implemented. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's helpful. Right. So like the game presenting itself in a certain way as being one speed. And then that's the gameplay. But there being the option where the player can adapt the game to match the complexity that they desire. And then they have a goal. Like maybe they're like, well, maybe I'll work towards being able to speed up. And it's like they can use a little speed here or there. Maybe they want to use it all the time. You know, it adds almost creativity for the player to choose what they want, how they want to experience the game. Either as it's presented or with the extra things that are possible. I really like that. That's a really cool, like, design philosophy to go with. I'm gonna add that in here. I gotta add that in here. I'm gonna also put this in a, oh, maybe it won't work in a bullet. I think they're working on improving some of these like text features, so they're a little fancier. But this isn't that bad. But if I do that, it's gonna be one big quote. Well, what if, can we do like an indentation? Not really. So it's kind of limited. What if I do that? Whoa, it added a code block. What the what? Okay, no. Example, speeding up the game if desired. Alright, this is fine for now. This is good enough for now. Oh, it's got list text here. Cool idea. Thank you for sharing it so very much. So very much. I really appreciate that. What was I doing in Godot? What was I doing in Godot? I guess I was setting up the health bar appearing and disappearing stuff. Now, I still don't have cursor hovering in here. That's still That's still a yet to be implemented thing. I guess, oh, there was the problem. There's a couple different things. So when I heal, if it's starting to fade out and I heal the body, it keeps fading out. It doesn't replay it. So I kind of need to, now that we've made a lot of changes to this code, this has evolved quite a bit since I started. So I think I need to reevaluate. I'm going to get rid of these timers over here. We ended up not needing them because my 2 cents is putting me on to these awesome animation player use cases, which is apparently like every use case. So I'll get rid of all of this stuff we commented out that we don't need. We don't need to set up any timers because we're getting rid of the timers. Define and create duplicate animations, hit point animations. Whoops. And then play animation copy. Got it. Capture animation length. We don't really need that anymore. We could set that up. I'm kind of willing to let go of capturing the animation length and setting all of that in code. As much as I liked that and I was glad to do it, I was doing it because it was convenient to do it in code. Because we were already setting it all up in code. With the animation player, we're kind of baking in those lengths, and we then have to update them in the animation player, which I would say is a disadvantage of the animation player in some ways. But then again, we can, if I really am committed to that, I can set that up in code. So I would say that's I would rather wait until I need it, because that's why I implemented the non-hard-coded animation length, was because it became relevant. Now with the animation player, it's not as relevant. So I think I'll just be okay with it not being in there and let it go for now. So I'm going to actually just get rid of all of that. If that needs to come back someday, it can. But now it's one less thing that has to be in there. And that is not bad. So no animation length capturing. Because I don't think we're even referring to it anywhere. Play animation copy. Remove animation when finished. HP bar heal. Define and create. Duplicate animation. Oh, so this is the same thing here. It's just this is for healing. But it's otherwise the same thing. Play animation copy. Remove animation when finished. Same, stays the same, no change. For the visibility, we don't need to set true health anymore. I'm pretty sure. Actually, we might. We might still want to set true health. The reason why that was being set was because it was like it would start like hiding something or showing something when it didn't need to. I'm just gonna try commenting it out for now. If I'm being honest, I'm just gonna try to cut it out for now. And just see if I feel like I need it, because I feel like that was to a specific edge case that was coming up. I do have a specific edge case that I'm trying to solve right now, which is the health bar not resetting its animation when we heal to one point mid partial fade out. So there it was mid partial fade out, but I didn't get it in time because the grab mechanic is not great. So if I hit the tree, wait for it to start to fade out. And then if I heal, you see it stays faded instead of brightening up. Let me hit the double tree. There's a tree that's like, they're both really close together. Right here. I don't think we need the true things anymore. I feel like that was only if we were delaying something, which the only thing we're delaying is the showing from the beginning of hiding something. I wonder if the way we fix the health bar thing... Oh, this is how we fix the health bar thing. We just add the showing right before the hiding. We just make it exactly the same as the damage. Which... You know, I mean, yeah, that's fine. We could, I mean, I feel like we could even say or up here. Since this is the same thing, there's nothing different between these. I haven't successfully used or yet. But I wonder if this is the time to use it. So there it appears when we take damage. And if I go to heal, it appears. I think this is the right place for ore. Usually when I have a problem with ore is when I'm using ands and then I add in an ore and it's like, wait, what, where's the or what and what? It's like not clear where I want the ore to start. And I'm sure there's some way to like clarify that potentially, but I think this works great. And now it'll show it at that last hit point. Now we still have this weird thing where it fades in every single time, which I don't fully hate. I don't actually fully hate it. I think it could be a little faster, if anything. So let me adjust that. This is working really well. And look at how little the code is. It's like pretty, it's tight. It's tight. So then when damage, on damage or heal, show HP bar. Not even if hidden. That's it. So I'm going to say I don't think I even made a commit. I didn't even make a commit with the version I made earlier. That's funny. I just said, you know what? Forget that old way. Forget that old way. It's not useful. We moving on. What was I gonna do? What the heck was I gonna do? Oh, shorten that fade in time. So over here on the HP bar animation, I've set that to 0.5 seconds. Let's do half of that. I'm going to bring it down. I mean, ideally 0.25. I think you can change the duration. Oh, here we go. Snap. So I'm going to change this to 0.05. So then now I can do 0.25. And then I'll make that the length of the animation as well. And let's see if that just feels a little better, a little quicker. We do load into a hole. Much quicker. I didn't even like notice it in a good way. I definitely notice it here, but it's not bad. It feels like a good feedback flash. It doesn't feel like what it is, which is me just not putting in the work to add in separate animations. Now, there is another problem. So there is a new problem, which would have happened anyway. So it's important. And that problem is it's hard to tell whether you're healing or you're getting hurt. So when you get hurt, it flashes, and then the hit point flashes. The bar flashes, and then the hit point flashes. When you heal, guess what? It's the exact same thing. The bar flashes, and the hit point flashes. So it's not actually clear whether you're healing or if you're getting hurt. Something that I just thought of, and I wonder if it would work. What if it gradually, instead of the hit point disappearing or appearing, what if the hit point either, like slides down this way if you're losing a point, or it slides in that way if you're gaining a point? That way, there's some more indication that it's going fuller as opposed to emptier. I mean, since we're already using animations, that may well be doable. Okay, I'm trying it. I also imagine, there could be like a +1 that appears outside of the bar, right? Or a -1. If you get hit, it'll be like -1, right? Like, that could also be useful. But I would want, as well, the hit point appearing and disappearing to have that impact of making clear whether or not it's going up or down. So maybe we try that. I'm gonna go to... Actually, we want to be here. Well, let me grab the animation. We go to 3D. So this should let me preview the animations. Yes, it does. So I want to actually go to the hit points animation, not the HP bar animation. So here, all this does... Oh, it doesn't look like we can preview this. Really? Are we sure? Are we quite sure? I guess because it doesn't know which one to reduce. So we can actually see this one. We can't see this one flashing, unfortunately. So I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to make a new one. HP bar... It's really H... I'm going to even rename it. Let's say hit point... damage, I guess. And then... Alright, we don't have my 2 cents here, but I think we can figure it out. It's pretty intuitive. It's pretty intuitive once you get the hang of it. So we've got some options down here. Oh, there's an animation playback track. It's cut off, but it's there. This is such a great tool for game devs. This animation player. I probably want a property. I just have to figure out which property. So before I do that, let me go into the animation or the progress bar here. And for the theme overrides, I mean, the way that this goes is the value... Sorry, get rid of that. The way that this works is the value decreases. So if I bring this down to 3, 1 goes down. If I bring it to 2, it goes down again. What if I say 2.5? Oh, it just rounds it up. Oh, step. Let's go. Step 0.1. Make the step 0.1. Then I can say 3.5. Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because it reconfigures the tiling. Sad. That doesn't work at all because it's just stretching the whole thing. I mean, it would be really interesting to see. I'm going to try to type it in very quickly. I wish I had a slider here. 3.9. I can't do it that quickly. 3.8. 3.7. Oh, it's really hard to do quickly. 3.6. 3.5. 3.4. It's going to look really weird soon. 3.3. 3.2. 3.1. Right there. It just like jumps. It just like doesn't make sense. Which is a bit of an issue. What is EXP edit? If true and min value is greater than 0, value will be represented exponentially rather than linearly. Huh. Allow greater. If true, value may be greater than max value. No, that is not helpful. Oh, we got internet troubles again? Hopefully not too many. Hopefully not too many. Please behave, internet. I beg you. Next week. Oh yeah, it's goofing. It's definitely goofing. Next week, I should have some new internet. I signed up for AT&T Air. They're going to send me a little box that hooks up to cell phone towers. Maybe it'll be more stable. We'll see. So there's hope for the future of Hyper Game Dev. But for now, sometimes it wobbles. There's also been a great suggestion of how we can fix the problem we have, so we'll see. For now, I think I have to let go of this idea. The other alternative, which is something, I could well, this is actually a little tough because the way I have this set up. So the idea was I put another progress bar on top of it, and that one hides what's underneath it. I don't think that's gonna work. I wish it wouldn't adjust itself like that. You know? Like, I wish 3.2 didn't divide it into an extra tile. I wish that kept it at 3. Good night, S. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. I loved the discussion. Such an interesting way to think about gameplay. And yeah, I'm definitely going to keep it in mind. Take care. I'll see you next time. Now, there are some settings here. Oh, shoot! If I just set this to tile, that looks better. It could be better. So we kind of have to maybe resize it. Which we might be able to do. Hope is not yet lost. There was some way to sort of adjust a width. There we go. Nice. I don't know if this will scale perfectly. It might not. That's 3.9. 3.2. That's not bad. 3.1. Actually, this isn't bad. If that works for all of them. 2.5. Oh, yeah. 1.5. 0.2. I think we got it. I think this will work. Hell yeah. Let's go. So now we can have a more gradual... I would even want to say the steps could go down... How low? I don't know if it's buffering. So I'm going to have a snack. I'm going to have me a snack. If it's buffering, I'm going to have a snack. All right? Even if it's not. If it's maybe buffering, I'm going to have a snack. That's just me. I don't think that's unreasonable. Shoot. Out here dealing with this goofy internet. Okay. So, how low can I make this step? I keep moving myself over. I just want to bring that up. Well, it seems to allow 0.01. 0.001. How low can we go? That's too low. So we can't do 4 decimal points. Otherwise, it's just like, girl, just do 0. We can do 0.001. Oh, no, sorry, 0.001. There we go. And then we could get like 3.145. So then if we animate it, it should be a pretty smooth drawdown. Let's see what happens. Oh, I was pretty defeated for a second there. So over on the script, or not really the script. Well, yeah, the script. I don't really have to be on the script. Because it's not like I can preview it, right? I don't think I can. So the hit point damage animation, I want to add a property for the HP bar, and I want it to be the value. And the value, oh, this is going to work. This is going to work. So this is if you take damage. Well, no, yeah, because it's going to subtract 1 or add 1. Because that's what it's set up to do. We might have a problem here. Because in the script has these functions here that increase or decrease the value by 1, depending on if it was damage or heals. In addition to that, it plays a corresponding animation. But unfortunately, if that animation depends on the value changing, that might be a problem. Unless we have separate animations depending on which hit point you're currently at. I don't know. That sounds difficult. That sounds a little difficult. And maybe even something, and again, I don't know. If my 2 cents was here, my 2 cents would probably be like, oh, well, you could do it like this. But me, my logical thinking, now I'm like, okay, well, let's code it. You know, because we could do an interpolation. I mean, I even wonder if we don't need the animation at all. We do, though, because that's how we queue them up if multiple happen. Dude, I don't even know. I have no idea how this will work. Do you see why I don't know how this will work? Like, it's... Hmm. I guess we can try it. It's still going to have to know what hit point it is so it knows what animation to play. Because right now, it gets hit, it just plays one. So what we could potentially say, as long as it's in the same animation player, we could add like if statements here. So if, and then we want to bring back the true hit point value. We kind of need to get that back. True current body health. We kind of need to have that. Now I called that an HP visibility. Connect it elsewhere. So what if I do connect it there. We can connect it there. I don't know if this will work, but can I also connect it to, this is getting really experimental. Very experimental. But these are already connected to something. So these functions are already being called when these things happen. So I think we should keep it in HP visibility or set up a new one. Let's set up a new one. I'm going to say messenger. This is kind of wild. Body health connect to hit point tracker. Func hit point tracker. And then I want to make sure we get current health, current body health, and max body health. And then we say true current body health is set to current body health. So that will update this variable for us, which then I should be able to get in any function. Now, in the bar hit, I'm going to want to say if true current body health. Oh, and I'm also going to want to keep track of the max as well. So I'm just going to say I don't really need the true. You know, for the max body health. Who knows? That could change during the game. I'm gonna do it here too. It's a little, I feel it's a little controversial to myself to do this. So I'm even gonna, let's come up here. Variable, true max body health. Trueness may be irrelevant. I just want it to be global. But it may become relevant. So I'm calling it true. Okay. All right, there we go. if true current body health is, and I kind of want to say if it's 1 less than, I don't even know how to say that. If true current body health minus max, if minus true max body health is set to 3. Can I do a subtraction, like a math problem in there? I think I can. So if true current body health minus true max body health equals 3, or 1 rather. So, and this is going to be tricky, because if for some reason max body health changes, so let's say you can get a perk that gives you more max health, well, now we're gonna need more animations. So like, we're kind of hard coding, we're getting deep into hard code land. I don't like that, but it is a prototype. It is a prototype, and I'm gonna want the game to be playable in some way, and maybe someday we look into not doing it in a hard-coded way. But for now, maybe this is okay. The other alternative I thought of is if your max health is going to get increased, perhaps there's just like a shield add-on, sort of like Fortnite, right? Where in Fortnite, see, it all comes back to Fortnite. Where in Fortnite, you have your health bar, and then you have your shield health bar. So it's not that your health bar gets increased, it's that you get an extra health bar on top of your existing health bar. So that may be a good way to get around any true max health even being necessary. So let's just say that's what we'll do. Push come to shove. If true current body health minus true max body health is set to 1, then we'll say play HB bar, well, whatever it's going to be, which is not going to be that. It'll be hit point 3, hit points 3, or something. And then we could just keep going down the line. Although I'm sure there's a way to set up like a match statement that'll make this a little more elegant. That's okay. And then we'll say if it's set to 2, so you subtract the current one, then that would be, you have 2 hit points left. And just keep going down the line there. If it's set to 3, that means you have 1 hit point left. Play that animation. Otherwise, if it equals 4, I mean, then it's 0. And the game's going to just end. Eventually, it won't just end. So we won't get to appreciate that last animation, but we can assume it'll probably work. So that's going to be something to think about. I think I need to really get end game, or like game end conditions, not end game, but game end conditions. I need to set those up soon. That might be a good task for next week. Even though, you know, I want to do more damage stuff, it's starting to make making the design I'm trying to do now less easy, that I don't have that information about what happens when the game ends. Not knowing how the game ends makes designing this harder. So I think that would be something that I might want to do soon. Okay. If current body health minus max body health equals 1, play hit points 3. If it's 2, play hit points 2. If it's 3, play hit points 1. Otherwise play hit point 0. Now I gotta create those. So I'm gonna actually rename this animation. We're saying it's hit points 3. So I'm gonna wanna create a key on the value property. And we want it to start at 4. And I think we were saying 1.8 before. I don't think we hard-coded that anywhere. I think we just wait until the animation is finished. I mean, I did make the timeout multiples of 3.5 seconds. So we could do half of 3.5, which is 1.25. It's a little shorter than I want. But that's okay. So let's just try it. I'm going to say 1, and then we're going to extend this 0.25. So that's sitting at 1.25. And then I'm going to create another keyframe. And this one, I want it to be down to 3. So in theory, it should bring us down, that value down from 4 to 3. In theory. I don't know if this is going to work. But I'm happy to play around with this and find out. We already have a problem. We already have some problems. We immediately have some problems. First of all, it's showing right away, which it's not supposed to. It's supposed to not be visible yet. So that's a mistake. The showing is supposed to happen. I wonder if we need the true stuff here. Probably not. Oh, I've broken it. I've broken it all the way. And we get no errors, so I have no idea where I've broken it. I don't know at what point I've broken it. I couldn't tell you. Because it's just functioning like everything's fine. I didn't think I changed all that much. Oh, I should have made it commit. For sure. I mean, why is it visible right away? And why was it not visible before? If current body health... And it's not doing... Is it doing the timeout at all? Is that even working? It's not even timing out. It's just 100% broken. It's just completely broken. I've broken it all the way. How? I wonder if it's because I'm calling this other function here. Maybe it's because I'm trying to connect body health to 2 places. And it's prioritizing the first place I connect it to, but not the second place. I bet that's it. Yep. Wow. Well, even with that, we're not getting the animation. But that definitely was that problem. I mean, in my perfect world, we'd be able to define 2 separate functions to connect it to. But it doesn't like that. Argument 2 should be integer, but it's callable. Yeah, so it's not... I'm not able to hook it up in multiple places. So I do need to put this. If I want to do that, I have to do that down here in the visibility, even though it doesn't make as much sense as I'd like it to. At least that will keep that updated correctly. So get rid of the hit point tracker function. Well, now I know that that's not a thing that we can do. Good to know. And everything else works normally? It does. But what isn't happening is that animation playing. It's not subtracting anything. Let me make sure I did everything correctly. Oh, is that the wrong animation player? Animation hit points. It's not the wrong animation player. Nope, I'm not playing the wrong, because we're doing animation hit points right here. That's what we're duplicating. Animation player copy. No, that's correct. Animation hit points, I've called it hit points 3, so that's the same name as this. Now, earlier we had a situation where animation wasn't playing, and that was because of like a visibility situation. But it could be something else here. So I guess I could check to see if the animation is even being created. That would be a good thing to check. But I think this is... I think I'm out of my wheelhouse here on this one. Okay, so it should create a new animation down here when we take hit and in the body. Okay, so it does create one. It is creating one. So then that makes me think that this animation doesn't do anything. That maybe I've just set this up wrong. So this is the value. And certainly it's there. I mean, this is set to a 3. That's set to a 1. It's the HP bar. Setting it to value. But what I can't confirm is that that is actually making a difference on the HP bar. Because even, you know, visualizing it on here, I'm not necessarily going to be able to see it. Unfortunately. So I don't know if I can actually make this work. And I certainly can't do it in code, right? Because otherwise we're not going to get that effect of the stacking duplication. So I don't think this is something I can actually do without some severe guidance. Yeah. Because I just have no way to test this. I mean, you can see above me here, this number does gradually go down. Right there. So like it's definitely doing it. Which is a nice confirmation to have. But is it doing it on the right thing? Because, oh, you know what? You know what, though? We're doing it on the sprite. On this other animation that has it blinking. So this is what I'm replacing, is this blinking animation. And that's connected to the function. So it's actually calling that function off and on. It's calling HP increase, HP decrease, HP increase, HP decrease. So it's calling that function. So I think what you need to do, it might actually be happening. We just can't see it because it isn't actually removing one of these. So then what I would want to change the animation to, so I'd want to say that whenever this happens, now I do need this to happen simultaneously, and I don't know, I don't think it can play two animations at once. So we need to wait until this finishes. But this could be like that. It could be like really fast. We could say animation player copy. But then if it's awaiting, it's not going to be emitting a second duplicate. We need it to like do two duplicates. We need to emit it once as an animation that removes one hit point. And then I need simultaneously it to be sending out a duplicate of the animation that's gradually reducing it. So that way the hit point that's already there is gone. But then there's also one that's gradually disappearing. Or we don't do that. Or we don't do that. And we have to, though, because otherwise it's like the value, I don't know. I don't know if that actually makes sense. I don't know if that actually makes sense. I also wonder if maybe we don't want this function to run. Like, what if those functions just don't run? Well, that's the thing. They're only being called by the animations. So I don't think they're running anyway. I don't think they're running anyway. So I don't think that's going to make any difference. The animation would have to be playing in order for those functions to be called. And since we're not playing the animation at all, I don't think that's going to be an issue. That's interesting. What if I heal? One is missing already. Why? The debugger is popping off. HP bar heal. Invalid method call HP increase. So wait, the HP bar is still playing. Where? Here. Oh, when we heal. I see. So there it's still playing. I don't really want it to do that, actually. Why is it subtracting one? Because that makes me think it is playing this animation, but it's only supposed to do it if the current health subtracted is set to 1. So if I go to heal, it should never be subtracting. So why would it go down like that? It should start out full at 4. That should be the default. Value 4. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I may not be prepared to solve this problem. You know, I'm grateful to My Two Cents for turning me on to using the animation player. But the animation player is, you know, there's less logic I can apply to solve problems, right? I have to figure out how it works in the engine. And I could do some research, but it's going to be tough, I think. I guess, why would it already be subtracting it? I mean, what if I comment this out? Like, what if we don't even put any of this in here? Right? So there's no conditions at all. And if I go to heal, will it be at 3? So by the way, we do have 4 hit points. The debug confirms that. It is sitting at 3. So something else is subtracting it already, which means I can't test it properly. Why would it already be subtracted? That's very confusing to me. I don't understand that at all. I mean, I guess, you know, and I feel like this is I feel like this is kind of weird and silly, but what if I just do the second animation anyway for when there's 2 hit points left and see if then suddenly it's down to 2, or will the second one go away, which would be very valuable information to know if this path is even worth going down. So I think I'm going to try that. Maybe my problem is I'm starting the animation player at a value of 0. No, I'm not. Aw, oh, damn. Never mind. I was so excited. No, it's 4. It's correct. I thought maybe I was starting at a 0. The time is at 0. But that is actually correct. No, you have to set up what I would call correctly. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate this animation, and we're going to call it hit points 2. And we're going to make the first one 3, and the last keyframe 2. Now that exists. Now if I go to... What? Oh. Now the bar is appearing? Why? What? Just because I created that animation? I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm completely confused. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm officially absolutely confused. I don't understand that at all. It'd be interesting to see if this is happening. Print 3 or print string 3. See if it prints anything down there. It doesn't. So it's actually, it's not even playing those animations. But also, why would it appear? Because I created that animation? That's so confusing. I don't understand what's happening whatsoever. Because it's only supposed to show in the first place if we take damage. So why is it showing as soon as it starts? I'm so confused. I mean, at this point, I'm just going to copy. I mean, here's what I think I need to do now. I am deeply confused. I am completely confused about what's going on here. I'm going to return this to the way it was when things were working pretty well. I'm going to make a commit at that time. Ugh, we're stuck in Zoom land. I hate Zoom land. So this, let me see if we're back to normal. Not quite, because it is showing right away again. But then again, those animations I created are still there. So I mean, it's working though. And it's gonna time out and then disappear. When we heal, it comes back. Which, so this almost makes me think, by creating the animation, it changed how everything works. How does that make sense? So if I come to the animation settings here, what if I just get rid of these? So the hit points 3, remove it. Hit points 2, remove it. Gone. What? Is the issue like a compiling kind of issue? What? Now it's doing -1 health again. Why? Oh, I think I know part of the reason why. Because I changed the settings I think I know why that's different. That's different because I changed the settings of the HP bar, right? I changed the width and the tiling. So it would step. Oh, and we changed the step as well. Really should have made a GitHub commit. I mean, I'm definitely at the point where, here's what I'll say. I find this very, very informative. And I'm learning more about the animation player. And so that's really valuable because this is a super useful tool in Godot. So here's what I changed. Tile fit. And now if we look at it, that actually looks pretty good. If I bring this down to 3, 2, it doesn't look like I need to change the width, which is good. So we can at least leave that. So now, what? I've broken things. I'm so disappointed. I am so disappointed. Why is it that I never make a commit when I need to? No, I do ever, but sometimes not so much. It's showing up right away right now, and it's subtracting one. I mean, that would have to mean that the animation is playing. I mean, suppose I get rid of this function. We just comment out these functions that subtract and add hit points. It's already gone. Does that mean... I mean, I definitely have put it at 4. What if I put it at 5? Oh, max value is 4. Wait, the step is still at point... No, be at 1. Step at 1. Tile fit. I mean, I could come and change the width. I don't know what it was at. Maybe like 52, 54? Something like that. It was at the smallest that it needed to be. Oh, man. I'm a danger. I'm a danger. I made mistakes. 51? What on earth? I mean, it's definitely my least favorite thing about not building something completely on my own. No, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing. And I don't want to say that. I was going to say, like, if I'm using code from someone else, right? Or a method from someone else, that makes it harder to innovate on it because I don't necessarily know what to do. But I don't always know what to do when I make up my own thing either. So I don't think that's a real problem. Dude, I'm completely stumped. I just have absolutely no idea what the problem is. Because as far as I mean, I could try reloading the project. I hate to do that. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to. I mean, at this point, I'm ready to just end. I'm not really going to end, but... move on to a different task. I don't really want to, though. Where's the hit point? Where did it go? Why is it gone? This is commented out. And I'm not using the true. I doubt it's going to make a difference. Because I just don't have the confidence that it's going to make the difference. It didn't. It didn't. I wonder if I should have not reloaded the project so I could have kept undoing. Because maybe I got rid of something. Oh, man. Well, the other alternative, and I think what I'm going to do, because I'm so deeply stumped, I am going to go back and look at this very live stream. I'm going to look at this very live stream, what is happening right now, what is currently happening, or what happened before when it was working better. Like, what was the deal? What was the code like? And what have I changed that made it not work as well? So I'm trying to find the point where I started experimenting, which was apparently a long time ago. Here's where I was doing some of the animation stuff. Looks like it was functioning normally at this point. So I'm going to compare to this code. And see what I've changed. It's not my favorite thing, but that's what I get for not making a commit. That's what you get for not using Git. Man. It's a hard habit to keep. Okay, this looks the same to me. Current body health, current body health. If current body health is not set to that, or looks the same. Play HP bar show, await for it to finish. Play HP bar hide. That looks the same to me. Now it was appearing right away here, which, I mean, if I remember correctly, that's not how it was. We would load in and it would be gone. This kind of stuff is frustrating, you know, when you're just like backtracking. Feels like we're not going forward. I am learning sort of what happened and what went wrong, which is important. So it seems like the health bar was appearing right away. And this is when I was setting it to show. Oh, so this is kind of when I was getting it so it wouldn't show right away. So I might want to look a little after this to see how the code might have changed. Man, oh man. Oh no, because this is where I started experimenting with the size and stuff. I'm all confused. Let's roll it back. Let's roll it back. A lot. Let me see the start of this playthrough. There it's not visible at the start. That's how it's supposed to be. Those were the days. About 30, 40 minutes ago. Okay, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scroll slower, fam. So it says, if current body health, this is when damage, show HP bar. So that's... Wait, where even is that? Lee's Inception. Yeah, you know how it goes. It do be like that sometimes. Sometimes we need double times. It's just the easiest thing. I might as well. If we live in a world of many coexisting universes, if marvelous to be trusted, then, you know, I might as well take advantage of that. Welcome, Entropy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I'm problem solving a problem that I created because I didn't use GitHub. I do have GitHub set up. I just didn't make a commit when I really needed to make a commit. And so now I'm going back and studying the way it was and comparing it to the way it is and trying to understand what I broke because I have no idea. I'm learning from myself now. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a great advantage of recording my work, you know, is being able to actually go back and check it. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that. How you been, Entropy? Hope you've been good. I don't even know where this is. So there's set true health to avoid outdated HP values right there. So I just got rid of that note. I changed the way that note was written. That's all. If current body health, otherwise the logic looks exactly the same. No different. I got rid of some things that were commented out, so that doesn't matter. Let's look at, whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold on, whoop, 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 whoop. We do be scrolling quick. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, fine. I'll go with right there. We've got HP bar set to that. Anim hit points set to that. Anim HP bar set to that. That set to that. That looks great. On ready. It all looks the same to me. Visibility, HP bar hit. Visibility, HP bar hit. It looks the same. That's all the same. No change. This is kind of what I don't like about not using code. Do you know what I mean? Nice, been good. Playing around with my Christmas present, 3D printer. Oh, nice. What you printing? I remember that. Man. I always think it's so cool, like thinking about things I'd want to repair or like enhance or build on. Just making parts that fit that exactly. Maybe, I feel like, so you do like visual art sculpting in the world. So I bet you're doing art stuff like that. Test stuff? Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Pepe. Welcome, Pepe, to the stream. Pepe is a member and therefore gets a song. I hope you're doing real good. Hope you're doing real great. I appreciate you, Pepe. Hello, and welcome to the stream, Pepe. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for being a patron and a member. I appreciate you. And that is a hot tip. I am going to use that for the rest of my life. Thank you. I did not know that. I did not know that. I just didn't. Just like I don't know what broke this previously well-functioning setup. My 2 cents was in the chat helping me out use Godot's animation player to set up an HP bar. I could show you, but I don't want to show you because it's wrong. And it used to be right. And I was doing it through code more so than Godot's built-in features. And, you know, that was just presenting a lot of complexity, which is fine. But, you know, my 2 cents had a really elegant way to do the same thing using Godot's animation player. And so I wanted to make some changes, and I blew it all up. I blew it all up, and I don't understand how or why, or I can't even go back to the way it was for some reason. Especially because I didn't make a commit when it was working well, because I didn't even know how downhill it could have gone. So now I'm just trying to look back and just make sure, like, I didn't change something in the code that I didn't realize. I don't think I did. I think it's not a code issue. I think it's something that I did outside of the code, which is terrifying because I have no idea how to track that down. You know, barring literally redoing the whole process over again. So anyway, that's where I'm at. It's not the most exciting task, but you know, it's helping me learn a little bit about the built-in Godot tools, and it's not turning me off of them because they really, man, they can make things so much easier, and they can make things so much worse. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll do my best. Okay, so far this looks all the same. HP bar hit. That looks exactly the same. Duplicate animation player, no difference. All right, let's try Pepe's tip, comma, and period. Oh my gosh. What wonderful tips. Oh my goodness. I didn't know it. I didn't know. Play animation copy, HP bar hit, looks the same. Remove animation when finished, looks the same. HP bar heal. Down, down, down. Go down, Lees. But not super fast. Animation player equals animation hit points duplicate. Add child, animation player copy. Looks fine. HP bar heal looks the same. Await animation player, animation finished. Oh god, the code's gonna be the same. The code's the same! No! Oh, I hate it. So at that time, right, when I would play it after this, the way that it would work was correct. It was correct. And specifically, what would happen so here I was doing some things. I was making some changes here. Actually, it's a little broken there. Was I checking it when it was broken already? God dang it. Okay, here. Okay, this is correct. This is how it's supposed to be. So you start playing the game. There's no HP bar. It's not there. And then you run into an object, and the HP bar appears. And it goes down 1 tick. That's how it's supposed to be. And then that keeps going all the way down. That's how it's supposed to behave. And I think that is the same code. So then I started changing it. The code is the same right now as it was at this point. I shortened the time it took for the HP bar to show up. That was a very tiny change that I made. Of little significance, in my opinion. And when I ran it, after making that change, the HP bar is appearing. It's appearing. All I did was shorten the amount of time that it takes for it to disappear. Okay, fine. So let's at least go back to that. So I'm just so confused. Like, why would such a small change to the animation affect the entire way that it behaves? Like that does not inspire confidence in me for using these tools. So I brought the snap down to 0.5. It was at 0.1 before. And this length was, what was it? I think it was at 0.5. Okay, change that back. Does it not appear? Now it doesn't appear, as it shouldn't. What if I shorten it down to 0.3 instead of 0.5? What happens? Then it appears. So now you can see the second problem that came up that I don't understand where it came from, which is that the first hit point is gone, even though it's not. So we put up the debug numbers. Actually, you have 4 hit points. I have no idea why it says one's missing. And indeed, as they go down, it will act as if it never had 4 to begin with. That's the other problem that came up somehow. But let's deal with this one first. So if I just shorten the animation length, it changes whether it's visible or not? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? What if I make it longer? What if I say 0.6 instead of 0.5? Then it doesn't appear. Is there something? I don't think there's anything in the script that's based on that number. That's weird. That's just weird. What if I just make it 0.4 instead of 0.5? I don't know. You know, like, I did think it was interesting that I didn't have to hide it. And then it's there. What if I move this to the end like that? Wait. Wait. So it does... It's not that it's longer or shorter. The position of the... what you call it? What you freaking call it? I know what this thing is called. I just can't remember. The playhead. The position of the playhead on here determines where it begins. So what if I put it at partial? So it's like partially visible. Will it be like... Okay, so that's very useful information to have about Godot's animation player. News to me. That the position of the playhead is not just there for you to preview the animation. It's there to actually represent where the animation begins from. Okay, that's good information to have. So I can make this as short as I want. I can bring the snap back down to point. This is great. This is great learns. I love it. Bring this down. to 0.25 as I had it. Reduce the overall time to 0.25. As long as I bring this all the way down, when we start, it'll be invisible. Now, that must be what's also happening. It may not be. That may not be. It may be a different problem over here. We may be having a different problem over there. So that's good. That now that's going to be invisible at the start. But we still have a problem where one hit point is just mysteriously missing. So now I need to go problem solve this. Now back looking at the last video, even though it started spawning here, when I made that one choice, it has that hit point there. So now I'm just going to carefully look through the stream and see where it stopped having that first hit point there. At what point did that first hit point go away? That's going to take a little digging. I have a feeling that's going to take a little digging. So I got to look for all the times. Oh, we can't precise search if it's a live stream. I gotcha. I gotcha. So I got to look for the first time I preview played it, which is probably going to be a while. Okay, so there it's amazingly also not appearing right away. Now here, I broke it, so the hit points weren't actually working like they used to be. Which makes troubleshooting this even a bit harder. So it looks like they were all appearing at this point. So I think this is going to be a bit... I'm going to need a different tactic, maybe, to puzzle this one out. Because I don't exactly understand when that started happening. So there it started happening. But here, I think I must have already known about it and was trying to puzzle it out. This is much more recently. This is like moments ago. Yeah, I was trying to solve that problem here. So I'm not really sure how to even deduce at what point that started happening. Okay, here it wasn't happening. Also, nothing was happening that's supposed to happen. So, like, we weren't taking damage because I was trying a different animation, basically, for the hit points. I didn't want them to flash. I wanted them to gradually disappear. And, that gradual disappearance wasn't happening. And so I decided, screw it, let's just go back. Let's start it over and put it back to the way it was. Okay, here it's actually working pretty well. So this was me saying, screw it, let's go back to the way it used to be. And we get all four of them. So maybe we can deduce this yet. If this went wrong after I was mid backtrack. So I got to look for the next time I tested it. Looks like soon. I mean, right there, all I did was I got rid of something that was commented out. So that shouldn't have done much. Here we're playing with the animation again. Now, I actually removed the animations that I added. And I think I'm doing that right here. I just burn them down to the ground. I just get rid of them. Now it's gone. That's when it went away, is when I got rid of the animations that I made. So is there somewhere in the memory that is like remembering an old playhead position or something? And like when I deleted them, they didn't really get deleted? Like that would be weird. Gosh, I need to get that out of there. That's so weird. I don't understand. Where does that exist? I mean, when you create an animation, because that was contained in here, but those are gone now. Don't understand. I don't understand. The only difference was that I could perceive, and I guess I'll double check, was that I removed commented code, or code that was already commented out. So here it's working normally. All four appear. And then I removed those two animations that I added in. So this code was already commented out. It wasn't doing anything. It had no effect. It was just not there. As far as I can tell, all I did was remove that. Oh wait, that trick Pepe taught me isn't working now. Why? Why not? Apparently that doesn't always work. Cool, 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 cool. Good, good, good. I changed the description of the comment a little bit. I did some zooming here. Did I like drag something, click something, move something? I mean, I'm really gonna be happy if I just fix this. If I just get back to it being functional, I'm good. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll have that luxury. And then this is when I came to the animation and I removed the two that I created. I mean, and the playheads weren't even in weird positions at that time. And then we got that issue. I don't know. I'm so confused. This one's tough. If we look at it in 3D space, so I come here, I mean, HP bar isn't going to be visible here because it's not being shown. So if I come to the HP bar animation, so it's gone there. This is valuable. I appreciate this. Now I see that it's missing. That's good. So it's almost like, so if I have the HP bar hide animation selected here, and then I go to play it, it's visible. So does that mean, wait, does that mean if I make HP bar show the active one, now it's going to be hidden because it starts out hidden and then it becomes visible. So does that mean if I come to the hit points, I don't know, because HP bar heal is the active one here. Oh, I was hoping decrease or hit would be the active one. But it's not. So now it's visible. I'm going to come to hit points. Dang. Now this is handled a lot differently because this is calling a function. This isn't changing a physical or visual property on the health bar, whereas the HP bar is changing a property of visibility, the hide and show. So that's not going to make it come. What if I choose the HP bar here? Of course it disappears. Oh my god, the value is 3. It's 3! It's not 4! It's... Okay. So, today I've learned a very valuable lesson, everybody, about instances versus their originals. Yep. That's the lesson I've learned. The instance, welcome back, Neil. The instance had its value set to 3. The original version has its value set to 4. Because the instance is different than the original. So in what? So I guess I would need to re-add it. I mean, I kind of want to see if I can do this. Will I check out the fan out art later? Yeah. Did you finish it? I would love to. Yeah. Okay. Knowing that you did that, let me look for a natural point to break and do that. I'm pretty close to that. I'm so excited. Fan art. Let's go. You uploaded it? Oh, shoot. Oh, on YouTube? Let's go. Okay, cool. Noted. Noted. Do you have a few minutes? I'll just take a few minutes. That's exciting. Value 3. So if I were to, let's say, re-add this, excuse me. If I were to re-add this to the sub viewport, so literally, God help me, I'm going to save it. If I were to delete that instance, and then instantiate a new one in there, now it's got 4. That may have been why my idea before wasn't working, in part, because I was using the old thing. So every time I make a change to the original health bar design, I have to create a new instance of it in the sub viewport. Otherwise, it won't take those changes. That's a tough thing to remember right there. Oh, man. Wow. And so lo and behold, it's probably going to be visible because I made it visible, but it's got 4. It's got 4. Wow. Okay, so this has been a valuable learning experience in how Godot works. Not just the animation players, but instances in general. Very valuable. Wait, the animations are gone. Wow. The animations were tied to that instance. So when I got rid, and those animations were not that complicated. So now the whole fade out animation is gone because I got rid of that instance. So I have to remake that if I want that timeout fade out animation to work, because it was tied to the instance. So not only would I, if I make any changes to this, do I have to then make those changes or re-add it to the sub viewport, but then anything connected to that instance will have to be redone? That seems bad. So I might not want to be editing or animating the HP bar on its own. Or we add an animation player to the HP bar. I don't know if it can apply to things that are its parent. But if so, then that would be the preferred way to do it. So that way it stays. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, if I create a new animation here and let's add a property track for the HP bar. It looks like it'll work. If I set the value here, let's make a key and set it to, sure, that can be 4. Add a new key, bring that down to say 2. I mean, first of all, oh yeah, there it goes. There it goes. It's, oh, it's starting at 2. We want to start at 4. And end at 2. There we go. So we can animate those things. So that was kind of the problem, is that I didn't make the animation player a child of the HP bar. That's where I went wrong. And instead, I made it a child of the sprite 3D. That is a valuable lesson. So it is about, in part, the animation player in Godot and how it interfaces with instances. That's a hard lesson to learn, but it's a good one. So I could now safely create my hit point reduction and test it, and it might actually work. I was saying that it was going to be 1.25. Neil will be right back. Yeah, tell me when you're back, and we'll check it out as soon as you're back. We'll check it out as soon as you're back. That's perfect. Let me know when you're back, and we'll check it out. 2.25. Right there. And I don't want it to jump that far. We just want it to go down by 1. And I want the step of this to be 0.001. So the interesting lesson here, where I could have caught this sooner, was the fact that I couldn't preview this animation. If I can't preview it while I'm setting it up, then I'm probably setting it up in the wrong place. That would be the thing that I should keep in mind for the future. Okay, there we go. So this is the animation that I want, is I want it to decrease one by one, a little at a time. And so I want this animation to be called hit points 3. First of all, let me hit a save. I should do a commit here. Well, there's some problems. I'll make a commit, but there is some things I need to backtrack and redo. But I'll make a commit because I must have learned something. I must have learned something. It will be wise to have learned something. It's funny because technically, as we are right now, I've barely made any changes from when we started today because I've just backtracked so many times. Like, this is just HP bar changes. Somehow this is updating the viewport. I guess because I changed the viewport texture to test the instance. And it looks like I renamed something. But for the most part, we haven't done much. Stage set for HP bar timeout. Thanks to me, my 2 cents. HP bar timeout setup. Okay. So I made a commit. And let's duplicate this animation. Call this one 2. Change this value to 3. Change this value to 2. And duplicate that animation. It points 1. Change this value to 2. And change this value to 1. Duplicate that. Hit points 0. Change this value to 1. And this one to 0. Okay. Even needing to rename the animation player was a clue. I only renamed it because I had 2 animation players in the same Sprite 3D as children. But I didn't need to have 2 in the same one. This is for animation hit points. We can actually get rid of this. I'm going to delete it. And I'll rename this that. And now I need to replace this instance because it's not going to be the right one. So I'll make sure I save this. I need to set it to this one, the right playhead position. Save it. Hop into here. Replace the instance. Right there. Looks good. And now I'm going to come... Actually, I kind of want to hit editable children so you can at least visualize it and see it on there. Come to the script. Now this one doesn't exist anymore. This one. We have to... It's going to be harder to reference. Not that hard. I gotta say... Like this. Hopefully I can find that. And then for animation hit points, well, for right now, this is back to the original design, where I mean, they would have flashed. But I'm trying to get rid of the flash. So HP bar hit doesn't exist anymore. Right? That's gone now. Which is a little scary. I've actually committed to something I maybe shouldn't have. But it's okay. We made a commit. So everything's fine. Right? I wanted to create the variable true max body health. Set it to 0. And then we need to define that in here. True max body health is set to max body health. And I want to say if true current body health minus max true max body health is 3, then play hit points 3. If I've done it correctly, which I may not have. Whoa. So they're immediately all gone. Concerning. Probably because... Well, I don't actually know now. For whatever reason, the instance is set down to 1. I don't know why, but it was. It doesn't animate. Now, does it actually even run that script right there? Print the number 3. If it's even running that script. It isn't. So this isn't even happening to begin with. Can we say print 4? So we can see that, not even print 4. It'd be better if we say print true current body health, comma, true max body health. Show me both of those. as soon as we hit. So 0 and 0. Oh, those numbers aren't being updated. That's why. Because this is only being called on hit. So we kind of need to wait before that can happen, because it needs to set those values. So if I say await, and we just need to create a very short timer. You're back? Okay. All right, sorry I missed that. All right, let's check it out. Let's check out this art. We got some fan art. I'm going to take a quick break for us to check out this fan art. So I guess I'll just look for your YouTube. Neil is the best. 25. Subtlety is no fun. Subtlety is no fun. Why be subtle? Let's go! What? We now see a weird alien standing on its home planet, Mars. Let's go! Yo! I like the little, I really like the shine on its head and the shadow. Very nice, way to just give it, a style. Like an immersive style. Like it's in this space, it's in this world. It looks very jelly. It looks very shiny. I really like the way you use the circles too. So it's like segments. I like the segments. Fan art, let's go. It looks boss. It looks like cool. Like it looks like it means business. It's a very no nonsense alien. Like I will conquer Earth. You'll see. You'll all see. Like this guy is large and in charge. Jelly alien. That's what a jelly alien sounds like, obviously. Yeah, you did. You captured the jelly vibe really nicely. Thank you for making this. I like it so much. This is definitely going in the first devlog video that I release about this game. Like when I'm going to basically compile clips from my live streams into a not too long video someday and release that. This is absolutely going into that video. I love it. Thank you so much for making this. Look at it. It adds like a personality character. Sorry about the internet goofing out there. Basically, I was just saying that whether I like it or not, which I do like it, you making this influences the way I think about the character's personality, which is really cool, and I appreciate that. How are you going to edit a video that would be from like months to a very short time? It's a good question. I don't know how many game dev YouTube videos you watch, but I watch a lot. I watch a lot of game dev YouTube videos. And I mean, I'm just looking at my main channel here. I mean, it's a bunch of crap, but because that's what YouTube is gonna do. They're gonna put a bunch of crap up there. But if we just even search devlog, you watch about everyone you see. So you know. I don't need to tell you. You know, so here's one. This is 6 years of game dev, right? In 12 minutes. right? So it's 2 years in 5 minutes. So that's a good question. How am I going to do it? There's a couple different ways I'm going to do it. Number one, I do a newsletter stream every Friday. It's a whole live stream that I do. It's a pretty short one, but I do it if you sign up for Patreon for free. Join for free, sign up with your email. You'll get that in your inbox. And along with that, I send an email out that describes everything I did in the past week, including describing, literally typing up what I do during these live streams right here. So what's nice about that is I kind of end up with a script. So now I know on Wednesday, December 27th, that I did this. And so I can, get the bullet points for this, drop it into some AI. What are the bullet points of what I did this day? And I can do that for every newsletter that I've put up here for all of these devlogs. And now I've got a list of all the things that I did over the past couple months on this game. And then I can craft that into a script and look at the clips from those episodes to supplement that script and then tie it together. So that's kind of how I plan on doing it, since you ask. It's going to be longer editing than the amount of time making the game. Maybe. Hopefully not. But yeah, maybe. I see what you're saying, because it's an exaggeration. But no, editing is... I hate editing. I like editing, but I hate editing. Because it does take a long time. Right, I see what you're saying. Because if every live stream is 5 to 8 hours, I have to watch 5 to 8 hours at least to find things. So really, I just have to go through and, sort of skim and look for certain parts and check, is this the part? Is that the part? Sometimes I put chapters on videos. Usually I don't. So that might help, that might not help. I gotta kind of go through and I gotta pick out the different sections. And yeah, it's gonna take some time. Hopefully it'll take less time, especially having the newsletters where I can specifically pull out, because this isn't gonna take me 5 to 8 hours to go through, So I think that's my secret weapon. My secret weapon are these newsletters that I've been doing every Friday. I'll be typing one up tomorrow. So that's really gonna cut down on that editing time, thankfully. I've been butchering some very functional things that were set up a while ago today. Thank you for that awesome fan art. I love it. It's definitely going in the video, by the way. Certainly at the intro, maybe, just you guys have been awesome. So much support from the community. Even fan art, put that up there. Yeah. This is definitely going in the video. And I gotta make sure I remember to put this in the video. I'll even tell you what. Usually posts have a permalink. I'm gonna grab this permalink right here. I'm gonna make sure I've got it for a video. We've got videos, scripts and assets, so many things. We're gonna say Alien Meets World Devlog 1. We're gonna make that right now. Right now. And then I'm gonna add your post as an embed. Blammo. So we're gonna say, talk about community and fan art. Done. What PC operator do you use? PC operator. Do you mean operating system? Uh, for my streaming PC, I use Windows 10. For my work off of stream, I use Windows 11. I don't like Windows 11. I don't like it. I dislike it very much. Considerably. But it does what it's supposed to do, so. The problem is the extra stuff it does that I don't ask for it to do. Like ads, which it's riddled with. How do I do this await create timer thing? I forgot. So I'm going to look at an example here from someone who did teach me because they knew better. Probably my 2 cents. Oh, or Dragon Blade maybe. I didn't do it there. Can we just search the whole project? Search, find in files, await. Oh, there isn't actually a version that exists anywhere. I deleted it earlier today. So if I want to find this, I gotta look back at the old code. I gotta look back at the old code in the video. That's what's nice. That's what's nice. Oh, right there. Am I typing it like I know what to do? Okay, right there. Wow, we went right to the spot. See, that's the thing about editing like the devlog video. Like, you know, I can search around. I can kind of pinpoint. I kind of get an idea of where things would be. That was amazing. Okay, so we're going to type that. Await, get tree, create timer. No dot. Await, get tree, create timer. This can be very short. 0.01 and then timeout. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where am I putting this? What? I just started jamming it into some random place. Oh my gosh. The brain fartery is real. All right, let's do it here, where it belongs. See if I can remember it. Await, get tree, create timer, timeout, or time. So we'll say, or yeah, 0.01, timeout. Did I do it right? I sure did. Let's go. That's also not where I want to put it. Oh, it is where I want to put it. Okay, so let's see if this prints this out. Will it be accurate? It is. Okay, good. So now it's got the right values, 3 and 4. That's good. That's very good. Now, I still don't see the animation playing. So now it's supposed to be checking if true current body health minus true max body health is set to 3. Oh, that makes sense. It should be set to 1, not 3. Because the current health will be 3, the max will be 4. 3 minus 4 is technically -1. So I should probably flip those around. So many reasons why it wouldn't have worked earlier. If true max body health minus current health equals 1. So await to get the value of what the health should be. And then check to see if it's 1. And if so, play the animation and print 3. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So it did print it. We have debugger explosion over here. Failed setting key value. Oh. Wow. It doesn't even work. Wow, so it did try to play the animation, but it can't. Check if the property exists or the type of key is right for the property. Harsh. Okay, how about this? This is similar to what my 2 cents had set up before, which was HP increase function, HP decrease function. We could run this function in the animation, but the thing is I don't want it to do this. I don't quite want it to do this. If it's decrease, so this is for healing or getting hit. So if you're getting hit, we want it to decrease. I'd want it to interpolate this. So not just take the HP bar value, which is going to be 4, and don't just subtract 1. But what if it interpolates down from the HP bar value to the 1 value? So I would say that's going to be a little tricky because I kind of need it for each one, right? I would need to make one of these for, it's going to be a little tricky. So instead of function HP decrease, I'd want function hit points 3. And I'd want to say lerp from 2. So from HP bar value, we could really just say, I mean, I could hard code it. Might as well at this point. From 4 to 3. And then the weight, I don't even remember sort of what the weight is looking for. The weight should be between 0 and 1. Okay. So let's just say 0.5. So it's going to go from 4 to 3 on a weight of 0.5. And then I'm going to come over. Now I do have to re-instantiate the health bar. I got to make sure I come to the original version of it. For hit points 3, instead of adjusting the value like this, forget that. And actually, I don't even need this anymore, actually. In the instance, I don't. Instead, what I can do is I can add, because we're not going to be modifying the HP bar directly, I can get an animation player in the body. I'm even just going, I mean, whatever, we can call it this. Animation hit points. And we'll set that here. Just like that. Anim hit points is animation hit points. And that's going to be looking for hit points 3. So let me open up that. We're going to create a new animation called hit points 3. And we're going to add a track, and it's going to be a call method track. We want to put that on HP body since that's where the script is. And then we're going to insert a key, and we want to pick, oh, we have to like save it, I think, first. Save it, and then do it. Might have to, there it is, hit points 3. So we wanted to call that hit points 3 function. That's the animation. And then we'll have the length be however long I want it to take. I feel like I'm not sure how that's going to work. Like, how is it going to do that for a length? I don't exactly understand that. Because if we're interpolating between 4 and 3 at a weight of 0.5, that's not like time. All right, Neil. Thank you for your awesome art. That's going to be in a devlog video. Look at that. Look at that alien conquering Mars. Appreciate that. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Take good care. Get some sleep. And yeah, thanks again. Look at that epic art. I love it. And it captures a spacey vibe. It captures a spacey vibe. I wouldn't even mind having this be like in the intro. Not this specifically, but like use this as like a storyboard frame for a cinematic in the game, or like a menu screen. Because you are this character in the game. You are playing as this character. And this really gets you in the mood. Like, yeah, like here we are. This is me. It's really cool. Thank you so much for making it. It's super inspiring. Yeah, get some sleep. Take some good care. Bye. I love it. I just love it. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work. I feel like I'm just like, this animation player stuff. It's like a whole new thing, and I don't really know how to use it, but I'm learning. But I don't expect this really to work, because here's the thing: is I'm calling this function, but interpolate over how long? How do we set the time that it takes? You know? I mean, before, when I've used this, another place that I used this was, oh, we can just use search, find in files, lerp. Lerp speed, we did this a little different. Oh, that was, oh, we were defining the speed elsewhere. So I didn't actually use, I was actually using like a manual interpolation here. I'm just not sure this is gonna work. I thought we did it on the body. I could have sworn we did it here somewhere, but I guess not. GD script, lerp overtime. Over a set period of time. A tween. Oh, we want to use a tween, not a lerp. Gotcha. Okay, so let me search the files for tween. That's what we've done before, a tween. Gotcha. Let's go. Okay, cool. I don't want to use a lerp. I want to use a tween. So I need to figure out how to use the tween because I don't know how to use it. So it's something we actually create. And then it has its own properties. Wow. So I would want to say get tree, create tween, and then tween property. And now in here is where we set the things we want to set. So we want to set the object, the property, and the final value. This method tweens a property of an object between an initial value and a final value. Where's the initial? Like the property is just already at its initial value? I see. That works for us. That works fine for us. So the object would be the HP bar, I guess? Get tree, create tree property. And so I'd want to, I feel a little weird doing that because that's not going to be the duplicates anymore. So it's not really going to apply it in the way that we need it to. So like this is a problem. This is definitely a problem. I'm going to do it anyway. Even though I don't think it's going to work right. So object, and then we set the property, which is going to be value. It's not going to work great. I'm really experimenting here. I'm deep experimenting. I think we have to punch that in as a string, but maybe I'm wrong. Is that how we did it before? It is. And then we set the new value and then how long it's going to take. So I would say 1.25 seconds. HP bar value, we want to go down to 3. It's going to be at 4. And then we want to bring it down to 3. 1.25. What's going to happen? Whoa. Something. Okay, the instance is set down to 1. Set it to 4. We got all 4. Yo! That worked. Okay, that worked. But. Does that mean that it will stack in the way that we want it to when we do multiple? That I'm not so sure about. I feel like it's going to get really weird. I think it's going to get really weird. But I'm here for it, so I don't care. So I'm going to say function hit points 2. Same thing except 2. Create another function, hit points 1. Same thing except 1. Create another function, hit points 0. Same thing except 0. Dude, it might be awesome. It might be awesome. And then I want to come to the animation player. And I'm going to duplicate this. Hit points 2. And this time, I want to change this to be looking for hit points 2. Duplicate this, change it to hit points 1, have the value it's looking for be hit points 1, duplicate that again, call it hit points 0. There is one thing I forgot about, and make this 0. I forgot to set the time. So this is set to 1. I want to set it to 1.25. So I need to make sure each one's length is 1.25. So that way, that's how long the animation lasts. 1.25, 1.25, and 1.25. What does that do? Goes down. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Heard. Because I didn't set up all the conditions in here for when the animation plays. Got it. So let's do that. It's kind of a lot. It's not very elegant, but it works. So this one needs to play the animation hit points 2. I'll sure have it print 2, just for the sake of keeping track with debug informations. Hit points 1, print 1. Hit points 0, print 0. Oh, and then this needs to be saying if max body health minus current body health. So if the current body health is 2 or 0, so this would become 4. This would be 3. This would be 2. Right? Okay. Was 1. There's 2. There's 3. And we don't see 4 because we just die. Okay, that passed. Now, what if we get hit multiple times before the other animation ends? There's 1, and then there's 2. Oh, it works, baby. Oh, it works. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All right, cool. Excuse me. What if I hit the double trees? I love it. I frickin' love it. Let's hit them both. It just goes down super fast. Yes. Yes. Awesome. What a payoff. Okay, so now I just want to set up the same thing for healing. So it goes back up. Because the whole purpose of this was to make it clear that the HP is going down versus going up. That was why I went to all this trouble to do this. So that's HP bar hit. Now for HP bar heal, I'm going to want to do all the same stuff. It's quite a lot of code, actually. But hey, if it's going to work, that's what's up. Function HP bar hit. So let's not copy that part. Let's just get this stuff. We don't really need all the printing. I'm going to get all the printing out of here before I copy it. Now that we know it freaking works. No debug necessary. Man, that's freaking awesome. I don't need it to print this. It would be nice to comment it now before later. So let me comment it before I copy it and paste it. So I'm going to say, wait for true hit point values to be captured. Check how many hit points are left. Or play correct animation based on how many hit points are left. Remove animation when finished. Done. All right, now I'm going to copy this. And I mean, I couldn't have done this if my 2 cents hadn't shown me the other way of doing it. And this is how I learn. This is how I learn. You know, is honestly, ideally, somebody teaches me a way to do something. That's honestly one of the most effective ways for me to learn. And then I have a problem that I need to solve. And I try to use that thing that someone taught me to solve the problem. I probably mess it up. I probably do it wrong. I probably make mistakes. I learn more about why the person chose that method, why that was a way to do it. And then I use that same method to do something else. And once I get that to work, now I've learned like 18 things. And that all sort of achieve a similar thing that I was originally taught. So this is a great arc for me, just to like demonstrate how I learn how to do things and why I'm confident, you know, that as long as there's somebody to teach me how to do things somewhere out there, whether it's tutorials or literally community folks coming through and helping me, like, it's gonna happen. This game's gonna get made. We'll get there. And speaking of, let me get there. So I want to do the healing animations now. Now, there's one thing that I still have to do. I still have to add in the timeout, which was like part of the whole purpose of the stream, was doing the HP bar timeout. So I still have to add that back in, but do I? Wait, do I have to add that back in? Wait, why do I think I have to add that back in? Well, it looks like I do, because it's not there. Oh yeah, because the instance was gone. And because we were, oh, so this needs to be a child of the original. The showing and the hiding needs to be what's a child of the original in the instance. The hit point one does not need to be. Wow, confusing, but interesting. So I'll have to do that too. All right, and then I'll be done. This is it's a bit of a long one, but you know what? This is a great arc, and I'm so proud of this whole journey. Okay. Healing. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to paste all this right there. The difference is if you've only lost 1 hit point, then when you heal, you will be going from 3 to 4. So it knows that we have 3 hit points. So this is actually where I need to change it. I can keep all this logic exactly the same. Literally the same. I'm pretty sure. Where I need to change it, well, I don't want to say hit points 0. So actually, I could have renamed these a little bit. We still can. I'm going to say hit points 3 heal or hit or hurt. Okay, let me rename this. I got to rename these. HP 3, or let's say damage HP 3, damage HP 2, damage HP 1, and damage HP 0. And then for the healing, we say heal HP 3, heal HP 2, heal HP 1, and heal HP 0. Let's go. I'm just so excited because I know it's going to work. And then I have to make sure I change the names of these. So I need to rename this animation to damage HP 3, I always say it and I mean it. Some of the most mundane, repetitive stuff can be some of the most rewarding stuff. And I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling it. Damage HP 1. I'm going to rename this one damage HP 0. All right, 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Now, we're going to create new ones. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. And I'm going to call it heal HP 3. And for this one, we want to change the name here. Oh, we need to change the name. So I actually need to change all these function names as well. Okay, we're not ready yet. We're not done yet. It's a lot. All right, it's a lot. This is a lot of functions. It's a lot of functions. We need to change this to damage HP 3. Change this to damage HP 2. Oh, it's repetitive, y'all. It is. This is one of the most repetitive things I've ever done working on this game. That's alright. Damage HP 0. And then I need to copy all these functions. But before I do that, I have to actually modify the name here. We have to say damage, this one is 0. Damage HP 0. I'm just going to put that on the clipboard. Come here to HP 1, edit the key, change it to damage HP 1. Come to the next one, modify this, damage HP 2. Come to this one, modify the value, damage HP 3. And that should be that. So let me just test that to make sure that still works. The damaging. It does. It's going down. It's looking beautiful. Now, there is one problem there where you do die a little too soon. Really need to extend how long it takes for you to die. That's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Because if I just try to delay how long it takes for the game to restart, unfortunately, that doesn't just do it. There's something in the way I've set up the game restarting. A reload. I have it in these two different places. I don't know why it's in two different places, to be honest. Oh, if you fall versus if your body gets hit. So the game kind of gets a little broken. So if I were to come here and say await, let's see if I can remember it. Get tree, create timer, and say give it 1.5 seconds, which is a little longer than the animation takes. You could still say 1.25. And then timeout. It just gets a little glitchy. So we're going to hit 1, 2, 3, and 4. It didn't even do the fourth one for some reason. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I mean, the body disappears. I wonder why the fourth one didn't go away. We don't really need the body to disappear. Why doesn't the animation play? I actually don't quite understand why the animation is play. Maybe I typed it in wrong. Hey, good thing I extended it. So then I can at least test it. Damage HP 0. It takes the value, puts it at 0. If I look at the animation, damage HP 0. I mean, all of that looks like it should work. I could try just making sure I add it fresh. Damage HP 0. I feel like it has something to do. We could try making it go longer. I feel like it has something to do with ending the game. This is a whole thing. It's a whole task that I have. Is figuring out how to get the game to end. Not figuring it out, but like just setting it up and figuring it out. But it's not like I'm not doing it because I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But that's not why I haven't done it. I haven't done it because, well, there's so many other things to do. So what if we make this considerably longer? And we say 2 seconds. I wonder if that last animation is getting emitted. That would be a thing to check. I really want to understand this, actually. Because if I can intervene now, that would be good. Alright, so every time we get hit on the left here, it's going to show us, or we're going to see pop up in here, a new animation player. So if I hit this, a new one appears. If I hit 2, well, 2 should appear, but the timing didn't work out. So if I hit 1 more, a new one doesn't even start. It doesn't even bother playing the last one. I wonder why. I wonder if it has to do with some setting that's like looking for a 0 value. Or it has something to do, when we have here, if current health, it also is hiding things. It hides the mesh. That actually could break the animation. It might not, but it could. I kind of think it wouldn't. So what if I say, if current health is less than 0 and is not this body part? Or is part is not equal to body part is body. Because then, at the very least, the character shouldn't disappear. One, two, three, four. So it doesn't disappear, so that fixed that at least. Alright, let me try this. Let me see if that is even running over on the HP bar. So I'm going to put a print here for print HP function. And then I'm going to come here for print HP animation. And I just want to see if those values, if those strings are getting printed when we hit 4. Neither are getting printed, so it's not even firing the animation in the first place. If true max body health minus true current body health is set to 4, so what we would have here would be 4 minus 0. Maybe we need to say -4. 4 minus 0. Maybe it's not seeing it as 4, it's seeing it as -4. Nah. Well, then the other thing would be is if we could, what if I drop a process in here? And I just say, can you just print true current body health every frame? Just let us see it every single frame. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Why? Let me put delta in here. Why wouldn't that even print it? I guess I don't really understand. Is it because I put it before function ready? Function, maybe because I needed like an underscore. Process, print, true, current body health. Okay, there it goes. So now it's saying 0. So when I hit it, now it says 3. If I hit it, now it says 2. If I hit it again, now it says 1. If I hit it one more time, it stays at 1. So it's not actually doing that last subtraction. It stops reporting. So that's actually probably happening out here on the body part itself. So if damage is detected, where does it even subtract it at? I don't actually know. I don't remember where the damage gets subtracted at. Check what limb I am. If current health. Where does it update current health? Where does this happen? I actually have no idea where this happens. Wait. We're creating the variable current health on this script. And then current health minus max health. Okay. If current health is greater than 0, there it is right there. We need to say greater or equal to 0. Or equal to 0, right? Because that's saying only if it's greater than 0. That doesn't make sense. Wait, hold on. Wait. Don't get too excited. Okay, so this... Let's just keep it the way it is. If current health is greater than 0 and amount to damage is set to full damage. So this is actually a different... This is actually for taking full damage. We actually... Oh, here. If current health is greater than 0 and amount of damage is not set to none, then subtract current health from limb damage amount. So when it's 1, the current health is greater than 0, and the amount of damage will not be none. So, I mean, it should do it, but I guess out of curiosity, if I set this to greater than or equals, you know, maybe it still, like, interrupts doing that. No, that didn't do it. It's still not going down to 0. All right, so that's not it. Good. So maybe it's somewhere else and where it's updating it. If collided body part is set to self, it could also be... why doesn't that go down to 0? What if... Okay, let me try this. Oh, it also turns off the collision. Oh, but no, it doesn't, because I said exclude it if it's the body. So it's actually not going to turn off the collision. Nope. That's not it either. If it damaged the body and the current health is greater than 0, ooh, there we go. So it's not emitting body is damaged. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm getting too excited. It's not emitting that the body is damaged unless it's greater than 0. I still don't actually know if that's gonna work. Because it should have already done it at 1. But maybe, like, I don't know. Let's just try it. All right. 1, 2. There we are, 2. 3. 1 more. There it goes. It went down to 0. Let's go. That was it. So it's not actually updating the function or the signal. The signal isn't updating the function because it was only looking for if it was greater than 0. So now I can head back to here, and instead of putting in -4 or whatever, wherever I did that, probably right here, make this 0. Bob will be our uncle. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, the animation still didn't play. All right. Okay. Oh, because I have changed the wrong thing. Wait. If true is set to 4. Oh no, we want it to be 4, not 0. I'm trying my best. Okay, now let's try. Now Bob will be our uncle. Boom, 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 boom. There it goes! Alright. I learn things. I do learn things. I will say, something strange has happened. Something unexpected. The lighting is changing on the character. When did that start happening? Do you see that? When we die. Wait, was that just me, or was the lighting different? I am still going. I'm hyper fixated. You went to your mom's house and everything? I'm so hyper fixated. There goes the lighting's not there. What? That's a new one. The lighting isn't applying to at least the character. Since when? Since the heck when? How do we introduce that new bug? Oh, now the lighting's applying. Maybe it has to do with the game resetting. Let's see. It does. So it's only when we reset the game, the lighting is reloading differently. Which didn't happen before. Pretty sure that didn't happen before. That's new. And the only real change that I made, and it looks like it's like getting brighter and brighter. The only real change that I made was it takes longer for the reset to hit. So imagine I take that out. Will it reload differently? Working on lighting? I actually wasn't. I'm glad you say that because it helps me like understand how the way I'm talking about what I'm doing can affect what it seems like I'm doing or not. I'm actually still doing the HP bar, and I'm trying to. So where do I even start? I'm so many like tasks nested in another task. Let me comment this out. So pretty much what I am doing right now is I'm having after you die. Oh look, the lighting doesn't mess up when it reloads. So it is because when we die, we extended the timeout. So this is kind of what I mean by setting up the conditions that occur or what happens when the game ends. This is kind of what I mean by that's a whole thing. Because I mean that is a whole thing. Like apparently if we put a bit of a delay before the game ends, it resets the lighting somehow. Which is super strange. So who knows what that's about? But what I'm actually doing, so before my 2 cents came through and helped me set up an animation player based HP dropping down system. We had a suggestion from Minnie yesterday to have the hit points flash when they go away. And the purpose of that was for timing stuff. But the problem I was having with that was you couldn't tell when you were losing HP versus gaining HP. Because when you lost HP, it flashed. When you gained HP, it flashed. But there was no way to tell whether that meant you were gaining or losing HP. It just flashed every time. So what I wanted to implement was that the hit point would gradually go down if you were losing health, or it would gradually come back if you were gaining health. And so I've been on this whole journey trying to set that up because it was just like way more complex than I thought it would be. And what I found out is I can do that. So now that I hit this, that goes down as it should. gradually goes away, which is just great. And I wanted to see the last one. So when I get hit the last time, I wanted to see that go down. Previously, whenever you hit the last life, the game would just reload right away. But I added a delay in there so we'd have enough time to see the hit point go down to make sure I set it up right. And it wasn't going down, so I had to go make some changes to make sure that worked. It looks like there's a light source on the player. Like the tree like lights up when I get closer to it. Like it's, and for whatever reason that lighting thing only happens if I have a delay between dying and the game reloading. If I don't put that delay in there, if I take that delay out so it just restarts right away, that lighting thing doesn't happen. So there it just restarted that way. We're falling into pits endlessly. So now the lighting thing isn't happening. So like, what the heck is that? What on the earth is that? What does that even mean? I have absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea. But I'm going to leave it in because it will present an interesting problem to solve later. With the health bar, now it feels like a game. Yeah! Yes! Yes, 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 yes. I love that. That's it. Like that's what to me the prototyping is all about. Is just like keep adding things until it feels more and more like a game, especially the game that I'm looking to make. But really any game. Look how many weird things happen when it restarts because I await that reload. Something very interesting. I swear it's getting brighter every time too. So weird. I have so many questions about what's happening. But I think I'm going to leave it to inspire me to work on that another time. I like that the health bar can go behind the objects like it's part of the alien. Yeah! Cool! I appreciate that. Wow. I kind of didn't even like think about that was what's happening. That almost makes me want to put it on top. I like didn't even notice it. But it's like not like a problem, right? It doesn't really get it in the way. That's a really good. I didn't even notice that was happening. I didn't even notice that was happening. I'm glad you point that out. So then what I need to do is I need to add the healing back in. So that's like technically the step that I'm at now. But I wanted to see that last hit point go away. I'm kind of curious what happens if I set it to exactly the length of the animation player. I don't know why, but like maybe no, it's still changing the lighting. Okay, I don't know. I was just curious. I just wanted to try it. Okay. So I'm going to set up the healing so that way we can see the health bar go up. It's a lot of repetition. It's that rewarding things come from doing repetitive actions. And I'm all for it. That's going to be on the health bar script. So here's the function. Actually, there's multiple functions. There's functions that fire for each hit point that gets lost. If you only have 3 hit points left, it plays this one. If you only have 2 hit points left, it plays this one. If you only have 1 hit point left, it plays this one. 0 hit points left, it plays that one. So what I want to do is copy all these functions, and I got to make new ones. I kind of want to move some of this around a little bit. I mean, it's kind of, there's really no good way to do it. Actually, I don't want to move it around. I thought I did. Then I realized I didn't. So I'm going to put all these functions right after this. And what this is going to have is this one's going to be for healing. So I got to take each of these and say heal. I would do that in a Word document, then copy and paste it back in. I can see why you'd want to do that. I'd be a little afraid of like indents getting messed up. Notepad++. You know, there is a way to do... There probably are some like better like ways to modify things than what I'm doing here. Oh, this one's damage. It's an interesting idea. It's made for code, it seems. Yeah. Well, I know Godot has some features where you can like have shortcuts to like copy and paste things quicker and easier. Like I could have done that. So what I just did there, where I renamed all of those, there's some feature. Is it like, oh, there we go, right there. So if I click on damage right here, and then I click on this other damage, look, it makes two cursors. I forgot about this. And so I can create another cursor right here, another cursor right there, and then I can change them all at the same time. Bob's our uncle. So Godot does have some features to help with that. I just forget to use them. That's not to say Notepad++ wouldn't be a good option. But let me put a little comment in here. Healing, HP heal functions. I don't know, it just all kind of bleeds together in a way that's bothering me. HP damage functions. I wonder if you can put a background on the text to group them, kind of like a comment box in UE. I don't think you can, but I bet that would be a feature that could get added. I know in maybe an upcoming version of Godot or the newest one, not the one I'm on, will let you color code in your file system browser over here. You can like color code the different folders. Not quite the same, but that would be a good suggestion. Honestly, I would love that. That's the kind of like visual programming stuff that I miss from when from visual coding. It's the kind of visual coding stuff I miss when doing text coding. They did add like some alternative in the new version comment styles. So you can like comment and there will be like a little colorful note here. It won't wrap it, but you can like have like a header that has a different color. So maybe that's only a couple versions away. That's what's great about Godot, is that, you know, it's community driven. So those kind of things always have a chance of getting in there. That would be nice. And here's the other thing. You don't have to use this editor. You can add something like Writer or Visual Studio. You can edit your Godot projects and compile them from those editors and run the game and test the game from those editors. It is doable if you prefer those editors. You always have like 10 empty lines. Oh, you mean like having like a bunch of spaces here? I'm trying to use spaces more, actually. I think that really does help break up everything. So for this, now that I've copied that, I think that's fine. We just say heal. Everything else will be the same. Well, a little different. Cool fact, Jiwa says, Godot's editor is actually made in Godot. That is cool! That is cool! Welcome, Jiwas. I didn't know that. That's awesome. So like if I have an idea for changes to the editor, like I'm already halfway there because I already kind of know how to use the editor or how to use the code. Why is this toggle visibility of standard output messages? What is... I do have a process function running that I don't need, but the game isn't running. What's happening here? What in the world? Oh, there it stopped. I had to save it, so I got rid of the process function, and then I saved it. It's been going for a while. Maybe it needs a restart, but save. Apparently, I just needed to get rid of that process and then save it. But I also am not running the game, which is really weird. You would be the one to know the answer to my question for sure. Absolutely. That's why plugins are so easy to make. That's awesome. I love that about Godot. I love how quickly changes can be made and how many changes the community can make to it. That's a really fun fact. That's a certified fun fact. Hyper Game Dev certified fun fact. So, you might want to think about this differently. So, if we have 3 HP left, or if we have 4 HP and we've gone to 3 HP, then it's going to bring the HP bar value down to 3. If we have 3 HP left, then it's going to bring the HP bar value. We want to bring that up to 4. From 3 to 4. If it's at 2, we want to bring it from 2 to 3. If it's at 1, bring it from 1 to 2. Yeah, it's speed. It's the interpolation speed. Exactly. So it's like a tween, and it's how long it takes to go from the value it currently is to the new one. So then this one would be 1. We're never going to heal up to 0. That's ridiculous. And then when the HP bar... Now this is hit. But it's not just for damage. It's also for healing. It fires either way. No, it doesn't. Mistake. That's incorrect. I don't know why I said that. This is... I should really rename this to damage. So let me actually look for HP bar hit and make sure I rename this, because that's not correct. And let me just make sure I didn't break it either. I did that in UE. It took a whole lot more than that to make my progress bar go down gradually. Score for Godot. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving the animation player as a way to run logic. I'm really loving the animation player as a way to run logic. Like, it's kind of what is so great about it, is that you can not only animate, you know, models and even go beyond values, you can animate functions or like run functions through an animation. Like, it's really powerful. And I'm just lucky that someone came through and showed me how to do it. So what I want to do, I actually kind of want to restructure this a little bit. I'm going to move the HP functions to be above the healing, or I'm going to move the healing functions to be above the heal. So this is healing animation control. This is HP heal animation functions. Not a great name for everything. We'll say animation player controls. This is more what this is. And this is animation functions. And then I'll do the same thing up here. We said healing animation player controls. Healing animation functions. And so up here, we're going to say damage animation player controls and damage animation functions. I don't know, just to give it a little more of a grouping vibe. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Okay, so now I need to update the healing controls to match the damage controls. So I'm just going to grab all this. Everything is the same, except for we just change the animation that plays. Probably. It's probably all we got to change. So I'm going to paste all this in here. And we want to say if the maximum health minus the current health is 1. So that is to say, if you've lost 1 hit point, then we want to play heal HP from 3. Right? I think I have this correct. I still have to create the animations, but it'll be easy. Heal HP 0. Okay, so there's that. That all is the same, right? I'm doing this right? Wait, what did I call this? Heal. Wait, I did something wrong here. I did something wrong. I pasted over the wrong thing. I'm getting loopy. Your girl's getting loopy. I meant to paste all of this, first of all, here. Okay. There we go. And then it's a little monotonous, so it can be a little easy to get confused. I still have to set up the timeout stuff. Oh man. That was like the whole purpose of the stream at first, was setting up the HP bar to timer. Let me see if I can talk right. Setting up the HP bar to timeout. But it became about something else that's similar. Okay, so we have damage HP 0, 1, 2, 3, heal HP 3. So I need to update this to be heal HP 0. Is that correct? If we come to damage HP 3. No, it needs to match. Just make the numbers match. It's very straightforward. So this one needs to call 3. So these are basically just functions. I'm going to duplicate this, and we'll call this 3. So this animation player is just playing these functions. And the advantage of using the animation player is we can spawn duplicate versions of this that simultaneously play, which allow for an easy way to have multiple damage to be taken or healed without too much complicated logic. And then I can do other complicated things like this without having to worry about the complication of making that work, I guess. So we put one there, one here, duplicate it one more time, call it 0, and change this to 0. And now, maybe, it doesn't work because I did something wrong. Or, it does work. Because why wouldn't it work? We still spawn into a hole, sometimes infinitely. Okay. There it goes down. There it goes down. That works. Right now, healing is done by dragging a cow to the body. Oh, it went up! It went up a lot. Okay, we got some problems. So we actually only have 3 HP, but it healed it up to 4. So that's a mistake. So that still goes down. That goes down. That goes down. So we have 1 HP. If I go to heal that, it's doing 2 at a time for some reason. So I might have done my math wrong a little bit there. That one looked correct because it wasn't very speedy. So I need to look at what I've done here. It might be skipping ahead too many. If the maximum health minus the current health is 1, or in other words, so the maximum health is 4, and the current health would have to be 3, thus equaling 1. Play heal HP 3. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. Wait. No, I don't. I thought I knew what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Continue. So we'll play heal HP 3. Animation, for example, heal HP 3. That will call the function heal HP 3. Okay. So let's look at the function heal HP 3 and see what it's up to. Heal HP 3 should take the current value and bring it up to 4. Well, this one we're not having a problem with. So I shouldn't be looking at that one. So never mind. Okay, so if the maximum health minus the current health is set to 2, that is to say 4 minus 2 is 2, play heal HP 2. So let's look at heal HP 2. That's calling the function heal HP 2. The function heal HP 2 is taking the value it's currently at, which should be 2, and increasing it to 3. Why would that then... I wonder if... Because all this is checking to see is if something is set to this. And so I wonder if it's becoming that, and then it's skipping to the next one. It might be keeping track of it too efficiently. And since it's updating the information very quickly, it's catching up to the next one. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know if that's actually what's happening. So there it goes up 2. So let me try something. Let me say, when that animation plays, let's also print animation 1. When this one plays, or not animation 1, but animation 3. I mean, at some point, I just have to, like, say, I can't work all night, but, like, I want to, you know? I gotta wait till next week. I'm gonna have to add in the Tuesday shows, man, so I can get more work done. I'm addicted. Oh, we do have it printing here, apparently. I forgot about that. Animation 0. Alright, let's see what we get. So I'm gonna get 2 hits. Let's heal. It says animation 3. Okay. Then why did it... Let's heal this. Animation 2. Wait, why is it not broken now? Wait, is it? Wait, no, it did do 2. I'm confused. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's definitely healing 2. Is it damaging 2? It's damaging 2 as well? Since when? How long has that been happening? What? I don't know when that started happening. Maybe it happened somewhere in, like, moving things around. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look back in the live stream. And I'm gonna look at whether this was happening recently. It was going down one at a time recently. So that's a new problem. And it's not just for those. I wonder if it has to do... So something else that happens sometimes is the instancing. I don't know. I'm just going to try restarting the project. I don't know why that would fix it. It probably wouldn't. I really wish I was just working on this tomorrow. I wish tomorrow I was working on this. That's what I wish. But now I gotta put this down and come back next week? Dang. Because, I mean, I'm gonna be here all night. I'm happy with the things I'm learning and the changes I'm making. But my brain's getting tired. And I'm just making little mistakes. So I feel like somewhere in where I was doing all this is where it fell apart. Maybe. I kind of like to see, after I set that up, if there was a playthrough that I missed. I don't know if I tested it before setting some of that up. Okay, here's a test. No, it's going down one at a time. It seems like when I added the hit point animations, something I learned about the animation player is it depends on what you leave it on. That can make a big difference into how it behaves, like where the playhead is left behind. So I feel like it's somewhere in this behavior. I did also copy the damage logic. So then let me ask myself this question, or let me ask the script this question. What if I omit all the healing stuff? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there two instances of the same logic? Wait a minute. But not of the damage. The damage, there's only one set of all the logic. But the healing... Look, I did it twice. What? What? Okay, well that would explain the healing. But why would it happen with the damage? The mysteries. Your cat unplugged your optical audio cable from your TV to your soundbar, and honestly, it took you over 10 minutes to figure out what was wrong. I mean, that's a very specific thing. It's like, is it the muting of this device or that device? Did this device get unplugged? Did that device get unplugged? There's a lot of questions that you have to go through first to get to that answer. That is hilarious. Your cat trolled you so hard. So that's a wonderful discovery. I had 2 copies of the same logic. But that was only for the health. So that makes sense why the healing was going double. So now I have to ask, is the damage going one at a time? It is! Okay, good. I think we fixed it. No! It's still going up twice. What? You mean even after getting... Oh, and then it goes down double too. That's a trip. So see, it's going up twice. You're telling me doubling the logic isn't what caused that to happen? I just happened to also double the logic? Like, that's wild. I think the damage is behaving correctly. It just, since there's a discrepancy between the actual number and what's appearing on the bar, it looks like it's going down by 2. But really, it's being correct. I think it's something... So I have 1 HP left. That's the true. Bring it up to 2, it skips to 3. So I think something is wrong. I just, like, messed up a number somewhere. A cat-proof house is harder than a baby-proof one. These are words that don't surprise me. They actually don't surprise me. Babies are at least a little smart. I mean, no offense to cats. I love cats. But, I mean, come on. They're cats. They don't become people. So we know the animations are playing at the right time. I think I just must have a number messed up somewhere. 3 goes up to 4. Because it seems to happen when we have 1 HP left. It's jumping up to 3. Which I don't really understand. Let me go back to the animations and make sure all those numbers are correct. There's also this other HP bar that I'm supposed to be getting rid of. Or this other, let me try that. I don't think that's going to make any difference. But let me delete this. Save it. That updated here. Now this is down to 1. Bring that up to 4. I don't think that's going to make a difference. Can you find a word in the text? Yes. I absolutely can. I wouldn't know what word to look for. But 100%. Absolutely. It has actually some really powerful search features that are saving me very often. So that skipped up by 2 right there. I can't believe doubling the code or undoubling the code isn't what fixed that. That's wild to me. Unless there's still a double that I added somewhere. Let me check the remote. So maybe that can tell me what's spawning. Maybe if it's like spawning 2 animation players. That could be interesting. Alien, HP body. Okay. So, again, the way all this works, maybe there's still a copy. True. True. It's a good call. All right, we'll do that next. So over here, when I run into something, a new animation player is created. When I heal, it should only create 1. It does. It's not creating 2. It's not creating 2. So that's not it. And then maybe there's still a copy. So I'm just going to look for heal everywhere. Okay, but does it come before or after? Heal underscore? Heal HP 3. That's correct. 1 set of that. And then over here, yeah, there are 8. That makes sense. So there would be 8. That's how many there should be. Well, this is an unexpected problem. Let me check the animations. So here's the heal animation. Looks like I found 4. 4? It found 8. Right here. 1 of 8 matches. So we've got 4 right here for the functions. And then 4 more here for playing the animations. Right? Let me check all these. Heal HP 1. So 4 in the bottom somewhere a minute ago. You probably did. You probably did. I believe you. These all look set correctly. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Well, that is very unexpected. Like, I wonder if there's a timing difference as well. It wasn't where it said 1 of 8. Okay. All right. I believe that. I think that's probably true. Guess you could always rewind. But why would you want to do that? No one wants to do that. So something I wonder is if there's like a timing issue. So this is removing the animation when it's finished. Did I do the lengths correctly? Yeah, the lengths are all 1.25. So that's fine. We wait for the true hit point values to be captured. What if I don't wait for the true hit point values to be captured? Like, what if that's only relevant for the hits? No, that is not it. The HP bar heal gets called when the body is healed. So anytime a heal comes in, it runs that. So I guess I'd be curious to see, is it running that multiple times? It's acting more like a stamina bar. Something like that. Print heal function. I think I understand what you mean. Okay, drop a cow on there. Heal function runs once. Animation 3 plays. Which is not correct. Well, it is correct. So it plays animation 2. Wait, it should play animation 1. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where it goes to 100 no matter what. Well, I think that's because I set these numbers up wrong. I think I know what I did. Maybe. It just goes up 2. You're right, exactly. Exactly. I think I just set up my numbering incorrectly. And now I just have to wrap my head around the correct way to do it. So, I'm sure it's like moments away. So, right now I have 2 HP. I have 2 HP. If I heal, it needs to go up to 3. It's playing animation 3. Animation 3, I set up to bring us up to 4. That's wrong. That needs to bring us up to 3. This needs to bring us up to 2. This needs to bring us up to 1. Nothing will bring us up to 0. I almost don't... Wait. I think I see what I did. If I heal 1, if 1 heal 2, if 3 heal 4. This is such a simple but like confusing thing. If 0 heal 1, yeah, if 0 heal 1, there is no, I mean, when you're on 0, you're dead. So like there shouldn't be this. Really, we should be starting at 1 and that go to 2. Then get to 2 and that go to 1. Right? You can't be 0. That's exactly what I did wrong. When you're at 2, you go to 3. That's exactly, you can't heal to 1 HP. When you're at 3, you go to 4. And then we say when you're at 4, I guess we don't need a 4. Nothing happens. There's no animation. We don't need an animation. With an extra life power. Right, right. Like, maybe someday this will come and matter. There's only 3 hit points to heal. Oh, that makes so much sense. So there is no 0 one here. So we don't need this one. Oh my goodness. That's why I make games. This is why I want to make this little game. So I can learn these kind of things. You know, someday when I'm making a bigger game or I'm remaking this game, I'm going to remember that. Like, wait a minute. You don't have to heal as many times as you can get damaged. If you could heal as many times as you can get damaged, you'd never die. You have to be able to get damaged more than you can heal. That's life, baby. Life and death. That was like almost deep. It was like this far away from being deep. Like here's deep. Here's where we were. Okay, so so then I have to, I don't think I have to do anything else other than just get rid of, I don't need that 0 animation. Right? Wait, I still did something wrong. I still have to fix something, right? Yeah. We still haven't fixed it. We still haven't fixed it. We still got something else to do here. So if we've lost 1 hit point, we want it to play heal HP 3. This can be your game over screen. You cannot heal unless you have life. You cannot heal unless you have life. Whoa. Whoa. It's such a troll thing to say, but I like it. Okay. I'm still doing something really obvious wrong. This is where, like, I feel like, again, visual coding for me would excel, because I could see it all at the same time instead of having to, like, scroll and, like, check between things. I guess I could have 2 windows open. I'm pretty sure you can do that. Maybe. Maybe not. If there is a way to do it, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Maybe there is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. Oh my god, I'm so confused. If you've lost 1 hit point, play heal HP 3. Heal HP 3 is going to call the heal HP 3 function, which is going to take the value that you're currently at, which will be 3, and put you at 4. Okay. If you've lost 2 hit points, it's going to play heal HP 2, which will call the heal HP 2 function, which will take your current HP and bump it up to 3. Similarly, if you've lost 3 hit points, it will play heal HP 1. Heal HP 1 will take your current HP of 1 and increase it to 2. Now, if I were to check the animations, we don't need to heal HP 0. So I'm just going to get rid of that, because it's unnecessary. If you've lost 1 HP, it's going to play heal HP 3, which would call that heal HP 3 function. I'm still doing something really obvious wrong here. And I don't know what it is. What if it's not obvious? What if it's not obvious? And it's something else. I think my brain is too mush to pull it together, man. I'm gonna try. But I can't try forever. I mean, I don't know why I think this is gonna be any different. 2 damage, 1 heal. It goes up twice. The heal function ran once, animation 3 played. I could also come here and say print HP equals 4. Print HP equals 3. Print HP equals 2. Just to get some more clarity here. I don't think I have to actually restart the game, but I did. Okay, I've taken some damage. Where are all the cows? Okay, they're right there. It's like, do they disappear? Is true chaos ensuing? Oh my god, look! It played HP equals 4. Wait. It was supposed to play HP equals 3. What's the obvious thing I'm missing here? So that's what? So maybe it's this that's wrong. And I need, oh, because it's a timing issue. It is a timing issue. Because this number is changing when we heal. This number is changing. So at the time that this animation is playing, this number is actually different than when it actually gets applied or whatever. It's that we're healing, and so the values are updating. There it goes, one at a time. That was it. Which makes this code much less readable than it already is. Now it's doing one at a time, as it should. Oh my gosh. Alright, I gotta give myself some credit. That was a little confusing. That was actually kind of hard to catch. So, I'm not actually that embarrassed about that. And in so solving it, managed to find unnecessary logic healing from 0. So, hey. Glad we caught that. And now it goes up and down as it should. Mwah. Okay. So it's not really true health. Well, that raises a question. I mean, what if I don't... We have to. You have to check the true. It's the only option you have. So we just have to leave it. It's quite alright. Okay, good. So let me get rid of all these prints. There's so many prints in here that I don't need. We're gonna delete them all at the same time. Highlight each one. Don't, oops. Okay, highlighting each one. You know what? We'll just delete it. Because then if I click off of it, it gets messed up. You know what? We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. There might be a way to select lines when you search and delete those lines. Alright, Stormroom. Next time I need to do something like this. Okay, I think all our prints are gone. No more printing. Okay, so now the last thing to re-implement is the whole reason or the whole main task of this live stream, which was to have this health bar time out after a certain amount of time. Now, I didn't get the cursor hover implemented in, unfortunately. I really wanted to implement that. Absolutely no time for that. Definitely no time for that. So to get that implemented all back in, I'm going to actually get rid of this HP bar here. Or, you know what? I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to paste it right there. So this is in the original version of the health bar to be instanced here. Now it's not actually there, so I have to re-add this to the sub viewport in order for this to work. But let's just update this and then we'll get back to it. So I want to set the HP bar. I do not want it to be at 1. I'd like it to be at 4. And what we're setting up is this appearing and disappearing. So we're going to have for HP bar, let's do show first. That's the easiest one. So I'm going to, oh, interestingly, wait, why can't I change the animations? Whoa. Maybe it's because I cut it. All right, delete this. Oh, there it was. It was add track. Okay, add track. Here we go. So I'm going to add the track, and I'm going to say property track. Click on the animate or the HP bar, and we want to get self-modulate. And I want to say insert a key right there at the beginning. And so this is for showing it, which means I want to start it out invisible. And then over the course of 2.5 seconds, or 0.25 seconds, pardon me, I want it to appear. So then I'll set that key to make it visible. So now it becomes visible over 0.25 seconds. Very good. Now for the HP bar hide, we want it to start out as visible. So I'm going to get the HP bar, go to self-modulate, insert a key, and this one is going to be set to be fully visible at the start. After, so I got to remember what I set these values to, or what I wanted this to be. I think I was doing like 0.35. Yeah, because, or 3.5. Because we had 1.25 for the length of each tween, right? For the health bar going down and going up. That was 1.25. That doubled is 3. So we actually want to say 3. No. That would be 2.5. Still. Let's just make it 3.5. I'm trying my best. So, we're going to come out. Oh, we already have the full length. So it went up to 8. So we divided it that way. So we'll find out if I did it right. We will find out. So that's going to go to 3.5. What I wanted to do at that point, so let's put a key here. You can always change it. Put a key here. And then after that, so give it a little bit of time. Insert a key here. And then it's going to become semi-transparent. So I'm going to put this at 0.75. So it'll just get a little transparent. And then it's going to sit like that till 7.5. Right? Insert a key there. Keep that at 0.75. And then as it goes into 8, it's going to become invisible. So that was the right division. Okay. So save that. Now, we're going to come back to our player scene. Amazingly, it actually already updated the instance. Love to see it. Now, the logic isn't set up right, I don't think. So come to the script. Yeah, because animation HP bar it's not looking for it in the right place. It needs to look for it here. Let me make sure I type this correctly. Oh. There we go. Why don't I have quotes here? I don't know. Can I put quotes here? I guess I can. So that should point to that. And then so for the visibility logic, HP bar show hide, that should be fine. Okay, let's see if that works. So already it's showing it, which it shouldn't be. So that's okay. Let's see if it times out. It does. So it times out after a hit, and then it fades away. It comes back on hit. Now every time we hit, it's going to flash like that. Same thing when we heal. It's going to flash for a second. It's hard to tell unless I heal right away. Okay, so come here, drag this up. There it goes. It's a little weird that it flashes like that. We heal up. It goes back up. And if we don't touch it for a while, it's going to time out and fade away. As it should. That's what we want. Now, the last thing to add in there is if the cursor is hovering over it, I want it to reappear. That's an interesting one. Now, we do already have, thanks to some logic that GWiz gave to us a long time ago from a video, we do have a cursor that's looking around at stuff, which is nice. And we can actually, I think it's ignoring the player though, but we can see. So it's printing null right now. But if I hover the house, it'll say house. If I hover the tree, it'll say tree. It ignores the player entirely. And the reason why it ignores the player is because I want, if it didn't ignore the player, when I grab the cow and the player passes in front of it, it will then drop the cow because it sees the player instead of the cow. Right, and so that's why it gets dropped anyway all the time. I didn't even realize that. So I kind of need a separate raycast that does actually look for the player. So that's definitely something for another day. 110,000%. But in theory, that's how it would go. So let me roll that outro music as soon as I have it ready, because man, we've done more than enough today. Oh my gosh, monster stream. but I'm really, really happy with the results. Even if there are changes I'm sure I'll make, I've learned so much, and it's turning out good. And I'm gonna use the things I've learned today for so much down the road. So that's really valuable. I feel like it doesn't fade out as much as I want it to. So I'm gonna fix that, and then we have wrapped. Finally. It took some time to get here, but that's alright. I'm not sure why it's not letting me modify the value. Oh, because I need to edit it over here? Is that why? So I come over here to hide. That's interesting. So it depends. Wow, where we edit the animation. Look at that. So here I can edit this. Where I instanced it, I can't edit it. And in fact, where I dropped the playhead, so I put the playhead right here. Because I put the playhead there, when I go to hit play, that's where it's gonna start. So now it's gonna be semi-transparent. So it's important that when we instance something with an animation, it matters where the animation player playhead is at. Otherwise, it's not gonna behave the way we want it to. So I have to make sure I select HP bar show and put it all the way at the beginning. So that way it is starting from that position. If I come to the original version of this, now I can modify this, and I can change this, maybe instead of 0.75, I don't know, 0.6. And I'm gonna want that to stay at that. So come here, put that at 0.6. I want to make sure that it actually updates. So I'll save it. I'm just gonna reload the project. Maybe that's a surefire way to get it to update that instance. Maybe I have to re-add it. I don't think I do. Take your time, Godot. Okay, there we go. Take your time. It's all right. So it's appearing right away there. So that probably means it did update the instance. See, I had this, the original version, I had HB bar hide as the default set one. So if I come here to HB bar show, if I save that, come over here and update this. So that's not actually changing. Let's restart the project again. See if we can get it to change there. I think we can. I think we can. Take your time. Do what you got to do. Okay, that didn't change there. Wow, and it didn't change here either. So I wonder if I almost need to manage these. Can I change the order here? I can't. So I'm not exactly sure what to do about that, because I don't want it to start on that, technically. There are some other things we can do, like edit transitions, like an auto cue and stuff. So, you know, maybe that's something to look into, but the easiest solution, come to the instanced version of it, switch this to show, and now when I hit play, it's going to be invisible to start with. What? It wasn't. Okay, that just changed there. So I think maybe it's gonna change in here. What? It didn't. Why? Okay, so full disclosure, I still don't really understand what makes that work. Maybe I need to save it? What makes that hide or not? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? It ain't me. Look, it switched back to hide. How do I get that? Because sometimes it does. There. So now when I start it, it's starting invisible. What if I save everything as it is? And I restart the project from here. So it seems like it's kind of finicky, or I'm misunderstanding a little bit about it. I'm gonna say there's a middle ground there between misunderstanding it and it being finicky. Oh look, it's back to HP bar hide. So you know what I might want to do? I might want to somehow have like maybe I could even have it, what if we have it appear at first and it could just fade out in the beginning. So right now it's probably gonna be there when we start playing. It's not. Really? Was that because we were looking at the original and not the instance? I'm sorry, I thought I was gonna get out of here, but I just got questions. I got questions that need answers. They need them. This is a fact. Okay? So I just brought it back by clicking on that, and now it's there. So weird. I'm just gonna bypass all of this. I don't want to deal with this if I click in the wrong place stuff. So what I'm gonna try to do is in the script, I'm gonna say in the ready function, animation HP bar, let's just play. I think that's all I gotta type, right? Yeah. We're gonna say play HP or whatever it is, whatever it's called. HP bar hide. So it'll just play that animation as soon as it starts, first thing. So it'll be there, it'll time out, and then it'll vanish. Alternatively, I could create one that's just invisible. Maybe I'll do that. Add a new animation, HP bar start. I'll add a track for the property that is self-modulate. Insert a key. Make sure that's invisible. The length can be very short. Very, very short. And like that's it. So save it with that. And then come to the script and we'll just say HP bar start. So now no matter what's clicked where, it's gonna override that and it'll be invisible. Beautiful, done. Now it can be visible here. Doesn't matter if I've clicked on it or not. It's gonna be invisible as soon as it starts. Bam, learning things. There we go, finally I can say that the next step, next week, is going to be to get the cursor hover to make that health bar appear. Done. We've gone way over my expectation for this. I thought I would get this done in 8 hours. After X time becomes semi-transparent. Done. Look at that progress bar. Let's go. Gamify my development. After X time becomes invisible. Done. On hover reappears. Okay, that's not done. So I want to say we got a new subtask in here, which was improve bar or improve hit point and remove animations. This is kind of what I spent a lot of time today doing. So I'm gonna add that in here as something we accomplished. All right, and I'm gonna even put some comments in here. Mr. 2 Cents suggested a new way of doing the HP bar fade in, fade out than I was doing, and it works great. I ended up improving on the flash animation when HP goes up or down so that it is clear whether it's going up or down. So our last remaining task is hover making bar reappear. Spent a lot of time, but learned a lot about animation players in Godot. I just want to kind of justify why it took so long. Why it took so long? Because today, dear golly, I'm about to find out how long the stream was. How long was the stream? Just tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. I can handle it. I'm a big girl. 8.5 hours. We're gonna call it 8. So we're gonna add in 8 hours. I probably could have put this in this log here. That's okay. We'll learn. 8 hours. Done. So, yeah, this has been 10 hours. Took 10 hours longer than I thought it would. But that's interesting. That's a good thing to know. And now, I've got that all set up. We're done here. I have to make a GitHub commit, but I won't bore you guys with that. Thank you, everybody, for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Even if it's just coming through and giving advice, even if it's coming through and just saying hello, that means a lot. Doesn't mean I don't have all kinds of thanks of different such and levels for these awesome people who support the Patreon. As I mentioned earlier, you can join the Patreon for free. Head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev and you can hit join for free, and you will get a email in your inbox every single week with a live stream you wouldn't get otherwise, and a full-blown newsletter about what happened on Hyper Game Dev. You can get another live stream that isn't free, but it is also secret. If you join Hyper Game Dev on YouTube, you can actually get it whether you do it on Patreon or YouTube, but YouTube, you'll get it as well. Monday members only. It's an art stream. I do Blender and stuff like that. So come check that out if you want. You also get emotes and more stuff like that. So thank you to those people for supporting Hyper Game Dev via YouTube. I appreciate it. And thank you for watching this and checking this out. If you want to see a little bit more, why wouldn't you? You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog in this series, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. Thank you so much. Take care, and I'll see you there. Bye.